This hearing of the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee's inquiry into the Online Safety Strengthening Enforcement for Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2026. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to the elders past and present. I extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. These are proceedings being streamed live via the Parliament's website and a Hansard transcript is being made. If there are no objections, the committee authorises media recording and photography of the committee's proceedings in accordance with Senate Resolution 3. I remind the media that this permission can be revoked at any time and the media must follow the direction of Secretariat staff. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The committee generally prefers evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in private session. The Senate has resolved that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth or of a state should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given a reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity may be made. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, respect and fairness. Answers to questions on notice should be returned by Wednesday, 19 August 2026. I now welcome Ms Mia Bannister, Ms Emma Mason via video conference and Mr Wayne Holdsworth via video conference, and I think there are a couple of others, or maybe one other on video conference as well. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Yes, there's nodding at the table. Yes, there's nodding on the screens. I now invite you to make for the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Wayne Holdsworth, the founder of Smack Talk.
Mia Bannister.
Emma Mason.
Thank you. I'll invite you to make a short opening statement. I'm going to go to Mr Holdsworth first, please, and at the conclusion of the remarks I will ask members of the committee to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide my views, and my views are based upon my very recent actual quantifiable data. They're not influenced by reward and importantly not influenced by any political agenda. I have often heard influential and educated people declare that the social media restrictions on the tech giants are a failure because 8 in 10 young people are still on platforms that the legislation specifically instructed the tech giants to limit. This world-first legislation will take, in my opinion, 3 to 5 years to bed in, as we have handed a poison chalice to our children that is dangerous and have had a significant negative impact on our kids, in some cases fatal. The children have become addicted to social media, as we, as adults, have too. To embed cultural and behavioural change takes time. When seatbelts were introduced in the late 70s, some adults didn't wear them because it creased their shirt as they threw their cigarette out the window whilst balancing their can of beer on their lap. This cultural change takes time. The year 5s and 6 that have not a mobile phone or access to social media generally will now grow up understanding the perils of some social media as they are being educated just like the parents are. 2 weeks ago, at a parents' education session that I facilitated for Smack Talk in South Australia, the parents left the room in a hurry afterwards to get home and open the bedroom doors of the children's room after I told them that 98% of sexual extortions occur in bedrooms or bathrooms with the door shut. This legislation drives education, which drives awareness, change, and it saves lives. I know 2 children directly that have been saved by the profile around the perils of social media due to education that would never have occurred without the profile this legislation has provided. Surely this is an example of how this legislation is working. Social media companies have yet to pay a price for how they have damaged a generation of young people, young Australians. It is clear that our community standards around the value of money obviously differ to the tech giants. We rightfully assumed that $49.5 million was a significant amount to fine them. It wasn't perhaps, maybe 100 million is. New Mexico thinks it should be 500 million. I agree with New Mexico. Meta recorded a $60 billion in revenue in the last quarter, but the potential for large legal costs impacted their quarterly earnings by around 10%. The tech giants monetise our children. I repeat that statement from Emma Mason. They monetise our children, and it is not in their commercial interest to restrict children's access to these dangerous platforms. So that implies that their driver is money, obviously. So we must target their driver to get them to comply. Target their money, their bottom line, their share price. They have shown that they do not have a moral compass, but it's a badge of honour for them. How dare they say that social media does not damage children? Surely that defines our arrogance. My view is clear. If they want to do business here in Australia, then abide by our rules now and not allow them to do business here. Just like we don't allow cars into our country that don't have seatbelts. We need to swiftly allow the government to implement the increase to the fine, to increase the powers the E-Safety Commissioner has, because as every day goes by, we lose 10 Australians through suicide, some of which have been terrorised by sexual extortionists online, on platforms that have been identified as dangerous, and it still occurs last night. The legislation was the right and the courageous thing to do, and the genuine compassion of both then leaders was evident. The sanctions need to be significant and as important, education underpinning that at school and also at parent level is essential. As without it, we'll end up with a whole lot more Mac Holdsworths and a whole lot more dads like me that were uneducated and grieve and cry every day. If you believe that a more significant fine is in order, then make it commensurate with the organisations we are dealing with and make it $500 million. I urge you and I beg you to move now and not delay. I don't want another child to be terrorised. I don't want another parent in a funeral director's office deciding on what flowers should be on their son or daughter's coffin, like Mia and Emma and I did. Legislation, sanctions and education. May I finish with this? Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. Let's use that gift today and protect our children. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr Holdsworth. Are there any other opening statements? Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Mia Bannister and I'm the mother of Oliver Bailey Hughes, Ollie, who died by suicide on the 9th of January 2024, 948 days ago today. He was only 14. Since losing Ollie, I have continued to share his story and amplify his voice to advocate for a safer digital world for children and young people, and to ask those in positions of power to hold the social media giants accountable. Today, I'm asking Parliament to urgently strengthen the powers available to the E-Safety Commissioner. I support these amendments: greater powers to investigate, including access to documents from social media companies and age assurance providers, stronger enforcement and maximum penalties, and I agree with Wayne's statement, it needs to be a lot more than 99 million. Because we cannot keep expecting parents and children to carry responsibility for systems that they did not design. And we cannot allow delay loopholes or inadequate enforcement to become the advantage of billion-dollar technology companies. But I also believe we're asking the wrong question when we ask, is the social media minimum age legislation working? This is cultural change, and cultural change takes time. For more than a decade, we have normalised social media as part of childhood. We cannot expect to undo that culture in a matter of months. The platforms, however, do not need more time. They have had years. And we must recognise this legislation will need to evolve because technology will continue to evolve. Platforms will change, new technologies will emerge, new risks and new loopholes will emerge with them. So we need to ask, are we going to require another Senate inquiry every time the technology changes or a new loophole appears? Or do we give the regulator the appropriate powers and flexibility to respond as the digital environment evolves? What matters now is ensuring these laws have teeth, that eSafety has the power it needs and the platforms are compelled to comply. So please do not confuse the time required for cultural change with an excuse for corporate non-compliance. Give the regulator the powers it needs, close the loopholes, enforce the law, hold the platforms accountable, because our children have waited long enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms Contos, did you have an opening?
Sorry, Ms Mason.
Ms Mason, sorry. Did you have an opening statement?
I do, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm the mother of Matilda Tilly Rosewarne, who died by suicide aged 15, 1,640 days ago. My brave, shattered little girl. Since then, I've been working with other parents to reduce children's exposure to known online harms. A social experiment that in parenting we never signed up for. Social heroin that is killing our children. And it's not an abstract risk. It's about real children, real families, and real futures. I shared Tilly's story, then seemingly the never-ending list of babies who have chosen death over life, who found that they could no longer hold on to hope. Ollie, Mac, Alan, Charlotte, the list goes on. Research has crystallised what we were all witnessing in our children. Social media plus adolescent neurodevelopment can create a perfect storm. I ask all of you to remember that this was a bipartisan law begun by the Coalition and landed by the Albanese government. As a political bystander, this political unity made me proud to be Australian. Remember, we haven't banned children from social media, we've banned tech giants from accessing our children, unless they can prove that they're going to do so safely. When people raise concerns about this legislation being social control, my answer is always the same. It's government responsibility, not control. The Australian government gave social media companies 12 months to get their house in order, flipping the onus of responsibility so that social media companies need to show that they've undertaken reasonable steps. In September 2025, I was invited to the UN to share Tilly's story in the hope of inspiring other communities and other countries around the world, and now 21 countries and counting. Unfortunately, pre-December 2025, politicians being politicians started to point score, to seek attention, to arc up and argue against the law, ironically a law that had already been enacted by that stage. And look, implementation has been clunky to say the least. Recent research from the eSafety Commissioner shows 70% of under 16s are still accessing social media. However, as my friends have said, cultural change just takes time. Let's remember, these corporations are not good corporate citizens who've just stumbled. They are billion-dollar profit centres who have monetised our children and profit from the havoc that they wreak. This needs to be seen as a failure of the social media companies to take reasonable steps, not a failure of this law. What does not sit well with me is the idea that the regulator, the Safety Commissioner, communicates to government what further powers she needs and what was bipartisan support is used as another avenue of political criticism and one-upmanship. Because honestly, that's what it looks like. Iteration of laws is not a sign of weakness, it's a mechanism for strengthening legislation. Courts clarify, gaps are identified, and Parliament amends. I'm well aware that responsible government must consider changes to laws via mechanisms such as this Select Committee. But the delay from even the 30th of June this year to today is serious and it's risky. Each day, each week, children continue to endure this harm, and that must be unacceptable to you, mustn't it? As parents of the lost children, our lives are measured in days, in weeks, and in months from our loss. By birthdays, anniversaries, Christmases, and other events that serve to remind us that life moves on by everyone else except us. So today, I ask you to hold all the lost children in your hearts as you make decisions that will literally save lives. Because I ask you, how many more Tillys must die? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I thank all of you for giving evidence here today. I appreciate how difficult it is and how much courage it takes to do that. I'll go to the Deputy Chair for questions.
Thank you. And yes, thank you for all of you for bringing your advocacy to the Parliament today, and in doing that, telling your own stories of how painful and frustrating and ongoing the pain and trauma must be. And I can see that in all of you. And so I think I speak for everybody on the committee to say, we see that and we hear you. I wanted to ask, I think all of you spoke very directly about the fact, and I 100% agree, these social media companies have been monetising young people and children. I mean, it is their business model. They wouldn't have young people on their platforms if they weren't making money out of it. Let's be honest. They bombard them with all sorts of advertising. They bombard them with feeds that are full of content that is not what they asked for. And of course, when that perfect storm, I think, as Ms. Watson described, the young people's brains and being bombarded with such advanced, direct, tricky technology designed to make people addicted in order to make money off them. It's interesting seeing the court cases in the United States right now where Meta has been found to deliberately design their technology to be addictive to children. And not just children, but all users, but the particular impact on children. I wanted to ask what your view is on the next step of making platforms safer across the board so that we're catching young people who do fall between the cracks, because as we know, this is not capturing all young people. So I don't know if you all want to respond to this or if one of you has a particular view, but I'm keen to understand whether you support the notion of a duty of care to force these companies to actually provide platforms that are not deliberately designed to be addictive, that do not monetise harmful and addictive content to our young people.
I think a duty of care is extremely important, and I also think safety in design is important. So I come out of the property and construction industry in my day job, where we talk about safety in design every day. It's part of our language. We mitigate risk in design. We don't hand over an unsafe work site. So why can't these platforms design safely? They can, but again, they choose not to. So we do need a digital duty of care, and we need them to understand that they need to design their platforms in a safe manner.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree entirely with what Mia's just said. And it's a three-pronged attack, I think. It's certainly, in the first instance, to ensure that whatever our children are exposed to, whether it be cigarettes, alcohol, etc., there's some really robust legislation around that. The second part is sanctions, and this is where we're at today. You know, the sanctions of $49.5 million is a lunch for Meta, and $100 million is probably 2 lunches, you know, really in the whole scheme of things. So it needs to be significant. But the third thing that underpins this that we can protect our children with, that I think has been underestimated a bit, but it's really just so critical, is education. So, you know, we know that kids don't grab the keys to the car at 13 and 14 and drive off and grab alcohol because they're educated. So, you know, it's a 3-pronged attack, but how we can keep the tech giants accountable is to ensure that it hits their bottom line, you know, and to ensure they've got a duty of care and fine them $500 million, just like New Mexico. Why not? Because they're damaging our children. Every day goes by, we're losing kids either through suicide or losing them.
I'm thinking quite hard about what you've all said, that $99 million is a drop in the ocean to these companies. And when they're getting fines that are much bigger than that in the US, and people are even suggesting that's not enough. And sanctions are important, of course. It does strike me that we do have to hit these companies where it hurts, and you know, maybe they should not be allowed to target advertising to minors. You know, that's what some other countries have done, that because it takes out the business model, and so you know, in some other countries, under 18, social media cannot advertise to under 18s. Maybe that's another type of hitting them where it hurts.
Or if they can't abide by our laws in Australia, we just say, well, you can't operate in Australia. And I know that opens another can of worms of geographically blocking, but you watch them clean up their act if we turned around and said, we're geographically blocking you from Australia because you can't abide by our laws.
Because you deliberately set to hurt and harm people. That's right, that's right. So do we say, look at China, they block Facebook, so is that an option? Sorry, Wayne.
We've now got a critical mass now. It's starting to build. Like as Emma said, 21 countries, you know, and that will grow. There's an enormous interest in what we're doing here in Australia. As Mia and Emma know, we have organisations from all over the world contact us and ask, you know, how it occurred. So this in a year's time will become a critical mass, and they will have to tidy up their act, because if we work collaboratively, and to ensure that there's certain rules and they can't come into our countries unless they're abiding by them, as Mia said, then that's a good start.
Could I ask one final question, because I know other people will want to ask. One of the other proposals that is on the table, and we're about to hear from Chanel Contos from Teach Us Consent, is for those who do have social media accounts, and so therefore we're talking, you know, over 16-year-olds, legal social media accounts, that actually people should have the option to control what is in their feeds. You know, when Facebook first started, the feed was full of your friends and family, the people that you followed. Right? Now it's almost impossible to find who your friends and family are, because you're bombarded with content that's pushed into your feed of people you've never seen before. And I think, you know, there is a real danger. We know that it leads to radicalisation. We know it leads to negative attitudes towards women, negative attitudes towards men. And negative attitudes of young men of themselves. So I'm just wondering how you, as both a parent, an adult and a general user of social media, do you think it's time for Australians to be able to control what's in our own feeds?
Absolutely. I heard Chanel speak at a QUT Bold Forum this year, along with the eSafety Commissioner, and talking about this, being able to reset your algorithm and have control, obviously, for the over 16s. I think it's a fantastic idea. But it's whether people will do it, because, again, it's that hook. You know, social media is designed to keep our attention, whether that's an under 16-year-old or an over 16-year-old. So, sorry, Em.
What I was going to say is I absolutely do agree with what Mia has just said. And I think just as a global answer, these are Australian laws. We expect people who operate in a corporate space to follow Australian laws. And so we have to do more than we are currently doing because they're not doing it. And we're just sitting back and going, that's okay, you can keep having access to our people. We must be stronger in this regard.
I think that's an important point. I mean, what's the point of putting in place these types of restrictions and laws if then they can just go, well, we just won't follow? I mean, it makes a mockery of the whole thing, doesn't it? Thanks, Chair.
It does.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms Bannister, Ms Mason and Mr Holsworth, thank you very much for your attendance today. Can I express my sincere condolences to you and thank you for all that you are doing to honour the memories of Mac, Ollie and Tilly. Your message is resonating loud and clear with us as a committee, and the reason that we, and certainly from the Coalition's perspective, wanted to hear from you and other witnesses today examining this bill is because from our perspective and from my perspective as the Shadow Minister for Communications and Digital Safety, I don't believe these amendments are tough enough. Much more needs to be done, and I'm very interested in your views in relation to what more we can do. We could take policies to the next election in 2 years' time. This is too urgent. And so our view is, and my view is, that if we can do more right now as a parliament, including in relation to some of the horrific conduct of the tech giants, we need to do that now. So thank you so much for your evidence today, including in relation to the dreaded algorithm. So can I ask you to comment perhaps on what more needs to be done? I'm cognisant that there is a case in the federal court against Meta by the ACCC. It's been going on for 4 years. So providing the E-Safety Commissioner with additional powers is all well and good, but if cases are going to end up in the federal court for 4 years, that is a shocking scenario. So can I ask, perhaps if I start with you, Ms Bannister first, what more do you think that we can be doing right now as a parliament to make things safer for kids online?
I think time is of the essence, and technology, as I said, evolves so quickly. Legislation moves much slower, so we're going to have to keep up as the technology evolves. We can't afford every single time there's a loophole or the technology evolves to send things back to a Senate inquiry. We need to do things now, and what that looks like is giving the E-Safety Commissioner more power. But again, we can't afford to have things held up either for 4 years. That's just absolutely ridiculous.
That's exactly right. And of course, if the recourse is back into the courts, in this particular case, which involves scams, Meta is doing everything to slow down this litigation. Yeah. And so can I just ask you about the algorithm, the doom scrolling, which is so addictive? Would you like to see more immediate action in relation to things like the algorithm? Absolutely.
The algorithm just needs to be shut down altogether, especially for our children. I think, Chanel, and I think the idea of a reset or controlling that is great for adults, but it's not great for children because children are still too young. Their brains are still developing. They're not going to get that at all. So there should be no algorithm for children under 16. In fact, I'd love to see it 18, to be quite honest, and I would have loved the legislation to have been 18. I know, Emma, I said that in 2024 when I gave evidence as well. That algorithm needs to change, and it needs to change now. Okay. And so does the advertising that keeps our children addicted.
Ms Mason, can I ask you about other ways that you think we can make kids safer online and other urgent action that you believe is required?
Certainly. I think mine centres on education. You look at someone like Wayne and Mia, they are both going out of their own volition into schools, speaking to groups of 200, 300, just out of the goodness of their heart, trying to tell their children's story, trying to engender change. We know that humans really can change when they have motivation to change and when they really understand the risks. And so those personal stories are really important. But funding humans like Mia, like Wayne, like myself to do this work, that's very important, because we also have lives we actually have to look after, families, homes to care for. So funding of education, but it goes further than that, mandatory education for teachers so that they can learn even when they're delivering this content in schools at every level. Those kind of mandatory education when we're teaching them, mandatory education as part of the curriculum for every student for every year. And of course, as things change, re-educating teachers so that they're keeping ahead of the mark. I think education is so incredibly important, and I echo the issue with regards to advertising and access to children via advertising. I do know that the current model of this legislation in Australia means that federal cases have to start. So the only process of proving ultimately that the social media companies have not taken reasonable steps is actually to start court proceedings. So we will end up with very long, drawn-out court proceedings. And that troubles me. As a lawyer, I know they are very long, and if you've got the money behind you, it's worse.
Mr Holdsworth, could I ask you to add any additional comments about what more we can do? And I also just want to raise the issue of safety tools which are available to large government departments and corporations. So those enterprise agreements, when corporations and departments are purchasing devices on behalf of their employees, they've got access to a whole range of safety tools that can limit the content that their employees can access. But unbelievably, Mr Holdsworth, parents can't access those safety tools in this country. So I'm keen to also hear from you and anyone else whether you would like to see more immediate action on that front as well.
What you've just said is music to my ears, and I am just so buoyed by the fact that in opposition you have that opinion. I think that's wonderful. The point that I'd like to make is this: I do not trust the tech giants. They have had plenty of time to do what they're supposed to have done, and they haven't done it. I don't trust them. So my experience is when that happens and something's outside of your control, you can control what you can. And as Emma and Mia have spoken about, education is going to be the silver bullet. And we're going to beat these people by educating and taking control of our own destiny. And so what Mia and Emma and myself do regularly, like I've spoken to 36,000 people now outside of my work life, and most of them have been kids, right from grade 5s and 6s all the way through to year 12s and then corporates and adults. And it is alarming, the lack of education that those children as well as adults have. So I think you educate, and as I said before, the sanctions and the legislation is key. But we've got to start to culturally change as adults as well. You know, have a movement of unplugging. Like, don't use our phones or don't use social media for a period of time to set an example in this world. You know, we're the first country in the world to set an example with regards to, you know, the social media restrictions. Why can't we also introduce that sort of culture? Because if we don't, as we've seen, and you know, every time I hear Mia and Emma speak publicly, it breaks my heart too.
Well, Mr just one more question. Mr Holdsworth, I just want to commend the incredible work that you're doing, talking to children around this country, and also to Ms Mason and Ms Bannister. And to do so after losing your own children is just an incredible contribution to our country, frankly. Look, I would really welcome you might want to provide some further information to us. The issue we've got is if this bill is not improved straight away to deal with these additional online safety measures that we think we should take right now, then, you know, we may have to wait another 12 months or perhaps after the next election, and that's why I think this is so urgent. So while, you know, I don't have any in principle concerns about the amendments that have been put forward to date, I don't think that they are tough enough. And so I'd welcome anything more that you might want to add. Apart from education, Mr Holdsworth, can I ask you just to comment briefly on the addictive nature of social media? Because the addiction is horrific, isn't it? And that is what is driving so much harm.
Yeah, it is, you know, and this, I'm alarmed by the fact that we have boys as young as 5 here in Australia that are addicted to violent pornography. You know, we have girls as young as 9 that have anorexia because they're body shamed online. The addictive nature of social media is abhorrent. And I don't want to underestimate, but the addictiveness of social media damages and kills our children.
So let's get rid of the
abhorrent.
So let's get rid of the algorithms. Is your position?
Absolutely, definitely.
Educate our children.
And now,
do it now. Yep.
And now, because as every day goes by, as I mentioned earlier, you know, we lose 10 Australians, and some of those 10 are our kids. So as every day goes by, that happens. You know, so let's do it now. You know, there's nothing more important than protecting our kids.
Absolutely. Thank you so much all for your very significant evidence and contribution today. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Senator Nandarajah.
Firstly, thank you all for your courageous advocacy. I think it's certainly really hardened the resolve of us to get this done. I've heard a lot of urgency in your voice in the sense that there is no time to spare in getting this done, but I just want to draw you out on this. What do you say to arguments within the Parliament that are circulating that we should delay these amendments while we debate broader online reforms such as the digital duty of care?
I say the longer time you delay these laws, it gives the third parties and the social media giants time to shred evidence, and that is exactly what they will do. So in the last 5 weeks, while you've been on winter break and while this is held up in a Senate hearing for the next couple of months, they will be shredding evidence. Have no doubt. Have no doubt.
My response is that we know that Meta has already gone to seek protections from the United States government to say that they can't be sued. One of the richest corporations in the world saying, please don't let us be sued. We know that their eye is not on protecting children. So the urgency is now, and to delay means ongoing harm to children. And I want to take a phrase that Kelly O'Brien used once. Once you've picked out your child's coffin, once you've picked out those flowers, once you've organised their funeral, you will know that urgency is now. It was last week. Mm-hmm. It was when Tilly died in February 22. We cannot wait. It could be your child. It could be your niece. It's not okay for us to sit back and say, we must get this right. We haven't got the time. We've got to do the best we can with what we know, with the tools we have, and move forward and change as we need to. And the person, in my view, who is best able to inform this committee about what she needs is the E-Safety Commissioner, who's managing this process. She is the key.
Mr Holdsworth.
I endorse exactly what Mia and Emma has said, and I'll say it again. As every day goes by, we're losing Australians. So I don't think that unless you've gone through what Mia and Emma and I and the hundreds of other parents here in Australia have gone through, you really understand what the urgency is about. Now, we could just go back into our normal life or our lives and not do anything. But we have chosen this pathway to influence people to make change today. Don't let us down. This will never be perfect. It's not supposed to be perfect. but don't let perfection get in the way of a magnificent idea that Australia started first that will save kids just like Tilly, Ollie and Mac. Don't wait.
Thank you. Thank you. I wish this had been passed 8 weeks ago, but here we are. Would you agree that the digital duty of care obligations and social media minimum age enforcement are not mutually exclusive, and that children are better protected when both prevention and platform accountability are pursued? In other words, are these complementary approaches or are they oppositional?
They're complementary without doubt. They really are. You know, prevention is the key. You know, we've got to ensure that we prevent what we're in control of, and that's preventing our kids going on social media platforms that they're not supposed to be, because as we've seen, they've found their way around, and Meta have allowed them, Google have allowed them to do that. You know, I always say that they do have blood on their hands, they do, these tech giants. So, you know, that prevention piece is critical, and that's underpinned by education, you know, programs that Mia through Ollie's Echo and through Smack Talk deliver every day, that prevention piece, along with the sanctions, along with the legislations.
And I often say prevention doesn't happen in a clinical setting. Prevention happens in a cultural setting. It happens in the conversations that we're having here today. It happens in conversations where Wayne and I are speaking to students. It happens in conversations that Emma has every day to media and other advocates. So prevention is cultural, and it needs to start now.
Absolutely. Mrs. Mason?
I'm reminded of the words of Anthony Albanese on the 10th of December at Kirribilli House when he said, it's success because it's happening now. We have to do it now. Children are talking about it, families are talking about it, schools are talking about it. And that's not a political statement around Labor, that's about social change, because that is what we are trying to achieve here. And you don't judge it on day 1 or day 7, but it must be driven and it must be moved forward. Cigarette packets, no one understood about smoking in hotels, smoking in restaurants. Then the rules were coming, how would we ever cope with it? Look at it now. There's so many different changes that we have enacted when we've recognised a harm and it's hard for the community to manage it, and yet we do. Somehow we cobble it together. We can do this. You can do this, and we beg that you do.
I hear you. Thank you all for your contributions and for your ongoing advocacy, and for honestly for the emotional labour in doing this time and time again, over and over again. Please look after yourselves as much as you're trying to look after the rest of this country. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Anandaraja. I would also reiterate my thanks and the committee's gratitude for your evidence here today and the candour and insight you've brought to it. So it's definitely going to be of assistance to us. Thank you. If you have taken any questions on notice or there's other information you'd like to provide, please do so through the Secretariat by the 19th of August 2026. And you go with the committee's thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I now welcome Ms Chanel Contos from Teach Us Consent, appearing via video conference from overseas. Ms Contos, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you?
Yes.
Thank you. I would just note, because you're giving evidence from overseas, and that's the reason I mentioned it, that parliamentary privilege does not apply outside Australia. So if you wish to provide any evidence that you consider may expose you to disadvantage or penalty outside of Australia, you may wish to request that the committee receive that evidence in camera. So I just wanted to let you know that.
I understand.
For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Chanel Contos, and I'm the founder and CEO of Teach Us Consent.
Thank you. I invite you to make a short opening statement, and then I'll go to the committee members for questions.
Thank you so much for having me here today. It's a privilege to be representing Teach Us Consent. We are a sexual violence prevention organisation. Firstly, Teach Us Consent strongly supports strengthening the enforcement of social media minimum age legislation in the interest of safety. However, we duly recognise the limitations of this legislation and seek to offer additional recommendations through this to ensure platforms are safer for all people, especially young Australians. We would also like to note, I know it's been mentioned before, that the sheer wealth of these companies indicate that even with the maximal penalty increase, that alone may not sufficiently incentivise compliance. We would recommend a percentage of global turnover to be used to calculate penalty amount for violations of compliance. Teach Us Consent also strongly supports expanding the eSafety Commissioner's powers to compel select social media companies to provide evidence that they have taken reasonable steps to prevent young people from creating accounts on their platforms and other systemic harms. We do see age-gating social media and creating a delay in access to it as an essential step towards protecting young people, but we see this as a first step. Largely, what we are protecting them from is the content that algorithms serve them online, not so much content that their immediate friends and family may be sharing. We see the next step being to address algorithmic-induced harm. Teach Us Consent launched the Fix Our Feeds campaign recently, or actually it was late last year now, calling for the federal government to introduce a world-first reform, an opt-in feature for algorithms on social media platforms. This would require platforms to obtain active consent before accessing users' behavioural data to serve them algorithmic curated content that we know is addictive and engineered to keep them online for longer. This gives individuals the option to be able to turn off their algorithm on or off for any reason. And an algorithm-free social media experience would be reflective of what we had pre-2016, when your feed was filled with content only from people or hashtags that you intentionally followed. We know that social media algorithms are both designed to be addictive and engineered to prioritize content that promotes strong emotions such as rage, anger, insecurity, and desire, with a clear intention of keeping us online for longer and at the expense of our own mental well-being and social cohesion. Young men who are seeking community and validation in online communities are being systematically funneled into misogynistic online spaces through recommendation algorithms because it fills the pockets of big tech. Research shows that misogynistic content encourages violence towards women, normalizes aggression, and creates pathways towards other extremist attitudes. And experiments conducted time and time again show us that it only takes minutes after signing up to be served extreme misogynistic content on these platforms. Organisations concerned with men's mental health, eating disorders, and democracy have all given this explicit support to this safety by design feature. On top of support from 2 former prime ministers from different parties, polling conducted in June 2026 shows that 71% of all Australians, regardless of their voting patterns, support the policy. The majority support the policy, 71% overall. It was between 68% and 73%, depending on who they voted for. The Fix Our Feeds campaign is content neutral, crucially. We are not asking to classify what counts as harm and what shouldn't be on the internet, but instead to acknowledge that it is the recommended systems themselves that are powered by algorithms that push harmful content en masse onto the screens of individuals who are not seeking it out. It helps promote freedom of information and free speech, as it will no longer be up to an algorithm to decide what's censored and what's promoted. This policy change takes power away from big tech and puts it back into the hands of Australians. It gives them a choice, and it could also be used as a parental control to provide a softer landing onto social media for teens. It's worth noting that New York State has just announced they are restricting algorithmically driven addictive social media features for users under the age of 15. As of January 2027, parental consent will be required in the state of New York to unlock algorithmic feeds, which is essentially an opt-in feature that parents allow for children. However, we believe that all Australians deserve access to the safety feature to protect themselves from predatory algorithms if they choose to use it. Thank you very much for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for your evidence, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms Kontos, for being here. Just firstly, just a declaration that my husband does pro bono work with Chanel Kontos and is on the advisory group for Teach Us Consent. Ms Kontos, thank you for your evidence today. I think what you are describing is that we've got to tackle the lack of safety online in a number of different ways, and you're identifying the algorithms and the danger of the algorithms. In particular here, I did note that you were online earlier, so you would have heard some of the evidence from a number of parents who have lost children due to terrible the captive nature of social media and how it infiltrates and manipulates young people's minds. I want to ask how much pushback your campaign to fix our feeds has had from the industry itself, because we're talking about companies that have a lot of money, a lot of power. I want to know, what type of engagement have you had with the tech industry?
Yeah, we have met with pretty much all the big tech platforms, their representatives in Australia in policy or government relations. They've been interesting conversations where we've told them about our policy. Of course, they said that they would not support it because it is contradictory to their business model, and they're also very protective of their algorithms because for them it's their secret sauce. That's the ingredient for their platforms that makes it better than another because you spend more time on that one if it's more addictive. We've been in conversations and they have kindly shown us different safety features that exist on their application. Some of the tech companies say we already have a feature like this. And I'm like, well, that's great. Then we just want all the other ones to have it. And again, for the consent to be given so that it's opt-in and by default, you're not on there. Because if you download it and you're instantly being served content from people that you haven't chosen to follow, that's kind of where those wormholes get taken down. And in essence, they obviously have not been publicly supportive, but they haven't been hostile either. And when they showed us the other safety features they had, we didn't feel satisfied that they were adequately addressing the sudden resurgence in misogynistic attitudes that we're seeing in young boys and men that is translating to real-world harm, with teenage boys now being the most likely perpetrators of child sexual abuse in Australia, and teenage boys now more likely than ever to be perpetrating rape.
Thank you. I'm not surprised that the tech companies don't want this. Kind of says to me that's why we should do it. If they don't want it because it's bad for their business, well, that says everything. I'm keen to hear the distinction between, as we heard from witnesses before, that children or minors, whether that's under 18 or under 16, perhaps should be protected from algorithms, full stop. But what you're putting forward is that even for adults, we need to be able to have the choice as to whether we want to opt in or opt out. That actually it's about having control of what we are having to see. Otherwise we're just walking around with, other people's. It's advertising, it's promoted posts that are pushing content that is damaging and harmful straight into everything that we do, and using our own data against ourselves. How much do you think that choice element is important to putting in place rules around algorithms?
I think it's absolutely key, and I think one of the reasons our policy suggestion to fix our feeds has gathered such wide support from all people from different walks of life with different motivations for wanting this sort of thing, and again, different political voting patterns, is because it is ultimately about choice. So it's not as if we're regulating and saying, the government is now going to choose what's okay and what's not okay. We don't want that. Most people don't want that. but putting the power back into the hands of the individual for them to have control over the content that they see is very key, regardless of age, to us. And that also means that if you really love your algorithm, then you can keep it, and that's great, and that's fine. It's for people who aren't being served content that makes them feel good about themselves or about others that require this policy change, which also means that people who think, oh, I don't actually necessarily need to use this myself because my algorithm is just cats and cooking videos, can still be very supportive of it because they're concerned about the content their teens being served or their parents or their uncle or whatever it is. One thing that I think is worth noting as well is that the EU also attempted something similar to this. I'm paraphrasing the legislation here, but it essentially said that within 2 clicks you should be able to exit the algorithm, which would be an opt-out. And what we saw from the tech companies was what I would call malicious compliance on this. In a way, I can actually potentially show you. I'll open my Instagram. I'm not sure what's going to come up. Oh God, it's Batuta Advocate. 1 second. Okay, this one. So if you go to Instagram, which has got one of the most interactive user faces in the world, and it's, very intuitive how to use it. If you look at this screen, the way to get off the algorithm is to click the logo, which is extremely counterintuitive and most people don't know about. And then you can click following, and then you can be on a follower-only feed and view that content. However, on this feed, 1, it's hard to find and access. 2, you can't DM anyone, you can't see your own profile, you don't get access to stories. It's intentionally designed to not be something that you particularly want to use or would use. And then you close the app, and as soon as you open the app again, it's Allegra, you're back on the algorithm. And so it's... Technically they did it, but they didn't do it right, which I think speaks to the necessity to ensure that we are airtight with the legislation around any online safety reforms, because the big tech companies have the best lawyers in the world figuring out how they can continue to increase their profits.
So we should be learning from the mistakes of others, really, is what you're saying. I know the Chair wants to share the call, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms Qantas, good morning. How urgent do you believe it is for the Parliament to act on fixing our feeds?
I think it is urgent, and I think the Digital Duty of Care is a great bill for this to be a great piece of legislation for this to be put in, and I think, reiterating, it needs to be done right. That means implementation. I would rather wait a little bit longer for adequate implementation, but it is urgent and pressing and should be a top priority for that. And I haven't thought too deeply about this yet, but I strongly suspect that we would need to increase the eSafety Commissioner's powers in order to ensure this is implemented adequately, and to we can take learnings as well from the social media delay in that.
So you just explained the limitations with what Instagram and Meta, of course, offers in relation to a follow-only feed. And can I ask you about the experience in Europe where they have taken some action in relation to algorithms, but the tech platforms are doing everything to make it as difficult as possible for young people to, get the algorithm off their feed?
Yeah, so I think this was the what we've been calling malicious compliance around the legislation, in that the EU's Digital Safety Act, it had many, many reforms. It was a big piece of legislation, and this kind of specific line has slightly gotten a bit lost in it, which makes it hard to find things about because the reforms were extensive, except we know that they haven't been implemented correctly. And I'm actually tuning in from London right now, so what I just showed you was the experience of how the EU opt-out algorithm allegedly works. But essentially it doesn't. I mean, I try to use it all the time and it doesn't work for me because as soon as I close and open the app again, I'm back on the feed.
So that particular option for a follow-only feed, meaning you can just choose who to follow, the way Instagram and Facebook used to work in the old days. So that is only available in Europe and the UK.
I believe they have expanded it to other jurisdictions. I haven't been in Australia since that's been implemented, so I don't think so. I'm not sure personally, but you can definitely check on your apps. But it's basically a filter instead of a setting, and what we want to do is make sure that it defaults to that and stays to that.
Why is action on the algorithm so important? Can you just describe the harm that the algorithm itself is doing?
Yeah, so algorithms take people down funnels, and I mentioned this in my statement. They are engineered to promote and invoke strong reactions and emotions from us because that is what keeps us attached to our phone and away from experiencing or doing other things that may be less stimulating. And usually those strong emotions are ones that can have negative consequences on the individual and then also the people around them. So they're promoting outrage about false allegations of rape, for example, or saying women are taking all of men's jobs. I'm coming at this from a misogyny angle. They're promoting fear about what their lives may be if they don't succeed in being an ideal and a perfect man and like reaching these standards of masculinity that's being preached to them and how to act online. They're being promoted insecurity by seeing content that's probably not real or enhanced with steroids to make people look a certain way that they think, I don't look that way, I don't earn that much money, I'm not fitting into this picture. There's also evidence to show that more time spent in the quote-unquote manosphere or following manfluencers results in higher risk behaviours, including steroid intake in young boys and men. And it's, also promoting desire and these strong feelings. We know that a lot of algorithmically driven content is extremely explicit in terms of its sexualized nature. We also know that porn companies use algorithms to drive people down into more explicit and extreme content that they're watching. And again, it's recommended to them and it's a pipeline there. And with all of those strong feelings, attitudes inevitably get changed. And attitudes translate into behavioural actions in the world. And what we're seeing is a variety of problematic behaviours, but we are also seeing a growing body of research to link extreme misogyny with violent extremism, and we're also aware that recruitment for violent extremist organisations can occur in these misogynistic online platforms because you basically have disenfranchised young men who are prone to follow whatever ideology so long as they're in the in. And it's a constant reinforcement of us versus them. So it is a threat to our democracy, our social cohesion, and our girls and women, and also our boys and men themselves, because it creates these feelings of insecurity and self-hate that then gets projected onto the world.
All right, Ms Kontos, thank you very much. Chair, no further questions.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Senator Anandarajik, you had a couple of questions.
I just have one question. Thank you, Chair. Ms Kontos, in an adjacent inquiry, when I questioned Meta directly about switching off the algorithm, they said to me, well, we tried that and it turned out that, and I'm paraphrasing here, that most people didn't like it. And so they went back to the algorithmic feed. And I'm just curious as to whether what you've told us with regards to their default option and it not being as maybe not being quite the same as the original experience has something to do with that. But what are your thoughts around this claim?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that claim because I don't remember having any sort of like. I've been a daily Instagram user since about 2010, so I think I would remember, unfortunately. But I'm not sure what that is specifically referring to. But yeah, again, the way that that was implemented in the EU was, I think, intentionally designed to not encourage engagement. You obviously want to message your friends on Instagram. You want to view stories, you want to view your own profile. These are all features that are taken away when you go to this setting of chronological only follower feed. And if the majority of people decide to keep their algorithms, that's okay, because again, it's a choice. But if the people who think like this is actually leading me into having really harmful thoughts about my body image and the way I'm eating, or people who think like, oh, I'm this close to getting influenced into taking steroids, I need to take a step back. Or people who are thinking, this is making me really angry at the world and I don't want to be angry at the world, but when I am angry at the world, it's hard to not watch this content and think, yeah, women are the problem. And again, a lot of people have said they would love to turn off for their older parents who have lower levels of media literacy on social media potentially, which is funny and relatable. And also, again, a parental control for teens. So I just truly think all Australians should have this option. And I think if no one's going to use it, then why do the tech companies care? Because then their profits will stay the same.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Anandaraja. Ms Contos, thank you for your evidence here today. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please provide your answers to the Secretariat by 19 August 2026? But we appreciate your evidence and the work that goes into preparing and appearing at these hearings, so thank you.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I now welcome Dr. Catherine Page-Jeffrey, Dr. Danielle Einstein and Dr. Courtney Barnes and Professor Luke Wolfenden, who are, as I understand, all but one appearing or all but two appearing online. All right. I understand that the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you? Yes, there's nodding at the table. If you could just confirm online.
Yes.
I see nodding.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Wonderful. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names, the capacity in which you appear today?
I'm Dr. Catherine Page-Jeffrey. I'm a senior lecturer at the University of Sydney. And I wouldn't say I'm representing all of the University of Sydney. I think that would be a bit of a stretch. But I do represent the views of many of my colleagues within the Department of Media and Communication at the University of Sydney, although as I'm sure that you're aware that academics do, of course, hold different views on these things, and I cannot speak for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. sorry.
No, you go.
Sorry, okay, thanks. I'm Dr. Danielle Einstein. I'm a clinical psychologist and researcher. My research is done as an adjunct fellow at Macquarie University. I work with doctors, with teachers, and in private practice. So, and my views are my own.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. Courtney Barnes. I'm a research fellow within the National Centre of Implementation Science at the University of Newcastle. My views are my own.
And I'm Luke Wolfenden, Professor of Public Health at the University of Newcastle. Work with Courtney in the National Centre for Implementation Science, also expressing my own views.
Thank you very much. I'll now invite each of you to make a short opening statement. If you have one, at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Just so we do it, let's do it in the order of Dr. Jeffrey, Dr. Einstein, and then Dr. Barnes and Professor Wolfenson. Thank you.
Thank you. So thanks again for the opportunity to appear here today. So I'd like to begin by reiterating the position that myself and some of my colleagues from the discipline of Media and Communications at the University of Sydney had put forward in earlier submissions, that prohibiting young people under 16 from holding social media accounts is not the most effective way to keep them safe online and may undermine their rights as that are outlined in the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Instead, myself and along with a bunch of other colleagues, we advocate a multifaceted approach that includes digital media literacy education in schools, alongside stronger support for parents, carers and young people. Developing digital literacy is essential for building the agency and resilience needed to navigate online environments safely and responsibly, and removing them from online spaces entirely directly contradicts this important development work. Part of this multifaceted approach does require regulation of social media platforms, and this is a central part, I think, of keeping not just young people but everyone safe online. So we do support action against platforms that do fail to comply with online safety education. However, increased penalties alone will have little impact without robust enforcement. We do think it timely and appropriate that the government move decisively to enforce legislation and take prompt action against non-compliant companies. We also support the development of a digital duty of care in Australia, requiring technology companies to prevent harm through safety by design measures. Strong laws, effective enforcement and greater information gathering powers so that the Safety Commission are able to effectively carry out their enforcement obligations are essential to ensure platforms comply with their obligations and regularly demonstrate the steps that they're taking to keep all users safe, not just young people. Thank you. I'm happy to respond to any questions in due course.
Thank you very much, Dr. Einstein.
Thank you. As I mentioned, I'm a clinical psychologist and researcher. I work with teenagers, with their parents, with teachers and with doctors. And I've spoken with politicians and school principals around the world. Since the law came in, I have observed other clinical psychologists and parenting experts change their minds on the need for a social media minimum age. And we've seen even more evidence published in international journals of the harm. In light of the damage caused by addictive technology, the eSafety Commissioner should be given the powers and the funds to force platforms to comply with the minimum age restrictions. But it must be kept in mind that this law is only one step of what's required within a multi-layered public health approach. And it's really important that our government understand that they need to be investing in professional development for teachers and doctors, in parenting education, and in co-designing interventions with youth. Finally, I agree with everyone who's spoken so far today that we need a very strong duty of care protection to be put in place, in which social media platforms actually have to show that their products do no harm before they design features, and that before these features are introduced for all Australians. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our final witnesses.
Thank you. Hi, Chair, Senators. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. As mentioned before, we work within the National Centre of Implementation Science at the University of Newcastle. Our research evaluating Australia's Social Media Minimum Age Act provides some of the first empirical evidence on the early effects of the legislation. We recruited over 400 adolescents aged 12 to 16 from across Australia and surveyed them before the restrictions commenced and again 3 months later. Our aim was to assess whether the legislation had resulted in a reduction in social media use among adolescents under 16. There's 3 findings that we would particularly like to highlight today. First, we found little evidence of a reduction in social media use 3 months following the introduction of the age restrictions. Our analyses did not identify a significant effect on either daily social media use or time spent on social media. Second, more than 85% of adolescents under 16 reported using at least one platform subject to the legislation in the past week, and many continued to access these platforms through their own accounts. Third, implementation is an important factor in understanding these findings. Age assurance measures were not universally experienced, and adolescents reported numerous strategies to circumvent the restrictions. And it's important to emphasise that these are early findings. They should not be interpreted as definitive evidence that the legislation cannot be effective. Instead, they suggest in its initial months, implementation and compliance were inadequate, and the legislation had not yet produced a substantive reduction in adolescent social media use. Our study also highlights the importance of continued independent evaluation. Longer-term research is needed to determine whether implementation strengthens, whether social media use changes over time, and ultimately whether the legislation achieves its intended benefits for young people's wellbeing. Thank you, and we welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you very much. I will now hand over to the Deputy Chair, Senator Hasnian.
Thank you. I'd like to ask, in relation to the duty of care proposals, how important is the definition of harm in this conversation? Because I suspect that there'll be some who want to put the duty of care obligations at a one end of the spectrum where we're talking about serious harm, and there'll be others who think that actually, well, no, social media companies should be required to create no harm and should be responsible for having no harm on their platforms.
So as a clinical psychologist, I have to ensure that everything that I do is causing no harm to the best of my capacity, because I know that I have the capacity to influence young, vulnerable people who I'm providing counselling for. And I disagree with the idea that we should be differentiating between harm that is serious and illegal from harm which induces anxiety. Anxiety is then a gateway to other sorts of problems. There's a range of harms that come through social media, not only the algorithms, there's also we see a lot of harm coming through comparison with others, through the metrics that come when someone posts, through the anonymous posting online, and what it means when someone gets a big audience for posting something nasty. So I think it's really important to see that the harms are coming through multiple angles, and therefore that duty of care protection has to recognise harm both at the more minor as well as the more major levels. And that's why I keep thinking that when it comes to that framework, we have to see that the platforms show that there's no harm to Australians before they're approved.
Look, I'll just be really blunt. The reason I'm asking these questions, and I'm happy for any of you to jump in, is because the government is currently working on their duty of, they've been saying for a long time now that they would come forward with the duty of care legislation. We're still yet to see it. But I understand that there is significant debate about the definition of harm, and I am very worried that if it is only about, quote, serious harm, we are waiting until people are actually being hurt, are actually at the crisis point. And the whole point of forcing these companies to have a duty of care is to avoid people getting to a crisis point because a company is making billions of dollars off an addictive product that is hurting them. What is the point of a duty of care requirement and legislation if it's only going to be a problem when people have attempted suicide? I mean, is that what the definition of serious harm is going to be? I'm really interested from an expert opinion just how flawed that debate could be and how damaging and dangerous that could be if the government isn't strong on the definition.
I think it's a really important and interesting and also difficult question. From an academic perspective, I would say that harms are also contested within the literature about what are some of the harms that do arise from social media. Now, there's very clear evidence of some, clear harms, but certainly at the sort of day-to-day use, and if we're talking about potential mental health effects, I think that is a much more contested area. I think it would be important to actually consult with young people about this, and this will probably be a key message that I keep coming back to, is that we really need to talk to young people to understand what their experiences are. A lot of my research has been with parents and looking at their concerns. And a really interesting thing that came through strongly in my research is that parents acknowledge that there are potential harms, but we do also need to distinguish between risk and harm. So we should absolutely take action in relation to harm, but there are risks imbued in everything that we do, and also risks often provide important learning and development opportunities. So just as an example, some of the parents that I've talked to have talked about their young people getting upset, so talking about their daily online interactions, getting upset from things like online exclusion. This is really common, where all your friends organise something and you're left out of it, you're excluded. Now, this is hurtful for young people. It is arguably a form of bullying, but when you talk to parents and young people about this, young people are very careful to distance themselves from saying, well, this is bullying and this is really harmful. Parents are also like, yeah, okay, I know this is hurtful for them, but it is also, part of learning to manage social relationships and friendships, as we do in the offline space as well, and we have those same dynamics online. So it's a fairly long-winded way of saying it's a great question about harm. I do think we need to be careful about not overreaching or not being too broad here, because it is subjective, and I've even argued, that it's kind of a bit of a continuum. And even a lot of research looking at young people and social media has sort of drawn this distinction between risk and opportunity. How do we minimise risk and maximise opportunity? And my research has actually shown they are not always clearly distinguished. Sometimes opportunities come through managing risks. So, yeah.
What is your view of the vulnerabilities of young people? And when I say young, I don't just mean under 16. I mean, I'm very concerned that the way the current law is set up is that you get to 16 and you're off the deep end. If people are, and the platforms were to be abiding by the current law around actually enforcing the age restrictions, which we know, this is why we've got this piece of legislation, because the companies are just flaunting it. I'm concerned about the next group of young people, and at the moment we're debating, of course, gambling legislation, for example. One of the most dangerous forms of gambling advertising is on social media and on digital platforms, which is not being banned by this government. And we know it's targeting particularly young men, 17 to 27-year-olds. They can. These companies they know so much about you. They know they've got all your data. They know when you pause on a particular post because that looks interesting. They know who you want to be friends with based on who you follow that doesn't follow you back. They know who your sports heroes are. And they have all this data and they're using that against people to sell them rubbish. And in the gambling industry's case, to sell them a harmful product. So they're using an addictive platform to sell an addiction. I mean, I just find it staggering that the current government gambling bill doesn't ban that. Using an addictive platform to sell an addictive product. I mean, it is just double whammy. From a psychologist's perspective, how can that be? How can that be legal?
Well, I mean, we talk about whether the harms are contested or not. There's more evidence for harms when it comes to brain development and cognitive capacity that's coming out all the time. Now, do we ask teenagers to provide consent, to be able to say, are these products fun? Okay, if we ask the question of is it fun, of course the answer is yes, it is fun. So when it comes to actually educating and appreciating what's being fed, whether it be the gambling advertisements, right, or the messages coming from influencers to amplify inadequacy, amplify fear, amplify insecurity, we need to understand that the evidence, until it's translated really clearly to the public, whether that be teachers, whether it be the young people, whether it be any user, we actually do need clear explanation of this going out to the public so that they can back stronger reforms and stronger demands for laws. And you're quite right. I guess my greatest concern is the impact on brain, and we're also saying now academics. So it is actually having impact. The question is, just like smoking, when we're talking about addictive products, with smoking, people in the early days didn't want to see it as being damaging. They didn't want to be told first that they needed to smoke outside, right? Restaurants started to observe changes. We changed norms slowly, but with clear calling out of what these harms are, and we're sadly missing that. So there's many things that will need to be done.
Thank you.
I just have one other question. I'm happy to put it on notice. I'm keen to know, is there any studies done about the addictive nature of social media and the impact on sleep and therefore productivity? Whether that's academic or workplace, and I'm happy for you to give that to us on notice, but I just think it is part of this problem.
It is part. I'll come back to you with more details, but it's been recognised for a long time that sleep is one element of this problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair. Senator Henson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dr. Einstein, if I could just start with you. Just in relation to the proposed duty of care, and I just want to reflect on what the department is saying about the digital duty of care and the statutory review of the Online Safety Act. So it found the Online Safety Act works primarily to help people after they have experienced online harms, and that a duty of care on online services requires the tech platforms to take reasonable steps to prevent foreseeable online harms in Australia. How can we trust the big tech giants in relation to a digital duty of care when they are already saying we're doing everything we can to stop people from being harmed online? I mean, how can we trust them with that broad premise, if you like?
Well, that's why I think it's really important to consider the risk framework. Like, are we asking them for reasonable steps, or are we actually asking them to show us that the new design features actually offer benefits and that they do no harm. Just like with pharmaceuticals, we actually expect pharmaceutical products to prove their benefit and to not do any harm. And given what we have been seeing in young people and even in 17, 18, 19-year-olds, I'm not sure why we are not expecting them to be able to show proof first and ask permission to come on, rather than going through assessment of risks and reasonable steps.
I mean, shouldn't there be strict liability offences?
Yes.
Because that's not what a digital duty of care is about. And we already have duty of care common law, a common law framework in relation to negligence in this country. So I'm just concerned that if we are just saying to the tech platforms, you need to take reasonable steps to ensure Australians are safe online, that Australians will not be able to trust the tech platforms to do that.
My view is that we need both a duty of care as well as the social media minimum age, as well as many initiatives, as I talked about before, to bring about change. Dr. Paige Jeffrey, you have argued that preventing under 16s from accessing social media is not the best way to keep young people safe online. So could you just expand on what you believe is the right and effective balance between young people's digital participation and their rights in that respect and keeping them safe online?
Yeah, sure. So I'll just preface this by saying I definitely think that we do need to regulate big tech and we do need to regulate the platforms, and that is a really important part of this. I have many concerns about excluding young people from these online spaces. Something that hasn't really come out yet is the benefits that a lot of young people do get from engaging in online spaces, okay? And I don't want, that doesn't take away from the risks and the harms that we know are there as well, but we just need to look at the whole picture here. And a lot of young people, and certainly young people in particular groups, those that are sort of geographically remote, those that are sort of either, gender or sexual minorities or otherwise marginalised, find community and support in online spaces and via social media. I've been doing some research recently with sexual health organisations who talk about one of the most important ways that they get their sexual health information to young people is via social media. They're very concerned about their ability to educate about sexual health because they're meeting the young people where they are on these platforms, because a lot of young people won't necessarily sort of seek it out. So there's that. So there's many benefits, and just sort of going back to what I was saying before about having the opportunity to navigate some risk, again making that distinction between risk and harm, navigating some risks, learning how to be a digital citizen, a good digital citizen, a respectful digital citizen, having the critical digital literacies. These are all skills that need to be developed. So we need, something that I've heard from everyone is the importance of education. I think that's absolutely right. I wouldn't call it the silver bullet and the only answer. I think we need to be very careful about saying that any one thing is the answer. It requires, it's a shared responsibility. So absolutely, a critical digital literacy education in schools early on. We need to support teachers to deliver that, and around sexual health information as well. Research shows that they're not really well supported or trained to deliver this kind of education. Parents as well. A lot of people, who criticise the legislation say, well, it's the job of the parents. I would also caution against lumping it all on parents. Most of my research has actually been with parents. Parents do find it very difficult. They need help. They need resources.
So
they need support.
Just on that point, can I ask you about giving parents access to safety tools, which are available to large corporations, government departments through enterprise agreements? None of those basic safety tools which sit on perhaps apps or devices are available to children and parents. What do you say to that?
Well, I know that Apple certainly has a number of tools, safety tools at the device level, which are really quite powerful. I use them with my own children. So, there are some there. Just as a bit of as an aside.
But there's a whole, just on that, there's a whole range of safety tools which are not available to individuals in this country, only through enterprise agreements. Would you like to see greater access to those safety tools right across all devices, all apps?
Potentially. I think we need to be careful again in relying too much on these forms of what's known as restrictive mediation, which is about restricting young people's use either through these sorts of tools. They can be quite effective, particularly when used with younger children. When we get to older children, some forms of restrictive mediation are effective, but generally parents will shift to what's called enabling mediation.
Okay, we've got limited time. Can I just ask you to respond to that particular question, Dr. Einstein?
100%. I don't understand why they are not offered, and I think it's important for parents and everybody to be able to see the amount of time that's spent online in a day, just as a metric for themselves.
Yes,
or
because
for a parent to be able to see the child's time.
Because some applications give parents the ability to have complete insight into how much time children are online, but also to prevent access to certain websites, certain types of content. And, of course, the full suite of safety tools are just not available to parents in this country.
It's ridiculous. Yes.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank
Chair.
you, Senator Henderson. Senator Anand-Rajah.
Thanks, Chair. Just everyone watching, this hearing is really about a bill that is designed to empower the E-Safety Commissioner with more powers so that the Commissioner can do her job. I might come to you first, Dr. Einstein. You've already elaborated briefly around some of the harms associated with social media, and you've argued that social media, there is no evidence that social media is in fact safe for children under 16, but there is substantial evidence of harm. You did also mention some emerging evidence around cognitive harms. I was wondering if you could elaborate on, again, the span of harms that children are exposed to and at risk of, and particularly if you could do a deep dive into the cognitive harms, that would be great.
Okay, so just briefly, the ability to focus, the ability to make decisions, the impact on attention, and what we see is with exponential, we see that with extensive use, that there is this exponential build-up which is not recognised. So at the time, a child or a young adult doesn't actually realise that they're losing their capacity to focus, and they don't. But later, we then see that impact on executive functioning. Now, as you're noticing, cognitive capacity, actually a study came out of Italy just, I think last week it's been published, showing that there's reduced academic performance when children have started on social media younger, and reduced sense of self-efficacy in their schoolwork. So we see it coming out in actual academic competence, and then we also see the impact on the social group. So we see when there's this increased sense of belonging from a certain group, we see that people feel closer to one another within the in-group, but they also feel more dislike and distrust towards people in the out-group. So there's actually not only an effect on the individual, there's also an effect on the whole school community, and that's what some of the school principals have been talking about. The fact that teenagers, when they're getting to the later stages of high school, are less able to resolve conflict with one another than before. And finally, the mental health data has been coming out, even of a study in Australia this year, showing the impact on anxiety, on self-harm, on depression. Some of those impacts are in early adolescence, some are in mid-adolescence, others are in late adolescence, but they are there and they are extremely concerning.
Perhaps on notice, would you be able to supply the committee with some better quality studies that are demonstrating cognitive harms, particularly impairment of academic performance or anything related? That would be helpful.
Sure.
Just staying with you, we know that the ban or the delay, the social media delay, has not been perfect. There has obviously been leakage, but have you observed any early signs that the law could be having a positive effect on young Australians?
There's one of the studies that's been done actually noted that I think it was 27% of 14 to 15-year-olds had opted. I think it looked to me like they've probably opted to comply with the social media regulation. I think that was actually a survey that was done by Leonardo Burslin and colleagues 4 months after the regulation came into effect. I think anecdotally what I see is that parents of younger children are very happy about the regulation coming in, and they are willing the government to make it work, and I think they really want the Safety Commissioner to be given the powers to ensure that we get to the next step, which is enforcement of the regulation. So it's all very well for us to have made a big fuss about how we're going to do something, but we don't want to have raised expectations and then, oh goodness, we can't actually get to the next step. So I think it's unreasonable to think that the government should have been able to, as the first country in the world, come in with exactly perfect legislation and the regulatory powers. I think this is a work in progress. We're working with countries around the world now, and we should be learning from them and also contributing and not afraid to be making amendments to continually improve how we're tackling this issue.
Thank you. And I might go to Dr. Barnes and Professor Wolfenden, just on this topic of enforcement. You note that there's been very little change in adolescent social media use, but I guess you also mentioned that the effectiveness really depends on the robustness and the consistency of the measures that are adopted. Can you please elaborate for the committee's benefit?
Sure. I think we thought that there were two opportunities to strengthen the impact of the legislation based on our findings. The first was that age verification needed to be more systematically applied. So we found that about a third of participants in our study didn't report any exposure to age verification despite using social media. We need systems in place that make sure that is, far closer to 100%. And they also need to be more robust. So we found that the most commonly reported age verification measure was simple self-declared age, so just having a platform asking whether you're over 16 or not, or how old you are. And so, we think that there's probably opportunities to address both of those things, having it more systematic and having more robust age verification techniques. Potentially through providing greater specification around what represents acceptable age verification techniques, and also having those that are kind of multi-layered, so you're kind of not relying on a single strategy. So we think they're probably two areas that there could be opportunity for improvement.
And do you have any concerns, my last question, Chair, do you have any concerns with regards to the delay that we've already had? especially in light of reports that Meta have been accused of shredding evidence by a US judge.
The delay, can you just explain a little bit more about what you mean by
the amendment? The amendment. This amendment, it's 1 page long, even less than a page long, and it's it's been delayed for 8 weeks. So that means that the commissioner, e-safety commissioner, has been denied the necessary powers to investigate for this period of time.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is clearly an important issue. There's good evidence now that social media is causing harm. Any kind of delay, I think, is increasing the period at which you're exposing children and adolescents to preventable harm. And so I think we'd certainly like to see more timely action and more expedient action in this area to address these sorts of issues.
I think our research clearly shows that there is an implementation gap at the moment. As Luke suggested, we do have a number of ideas in terms of why that is and what could potentially be addressed. So particularly from an evaluation point of view, making sure that if the legislation is tightened, it's evaluated continually as these tweaks continue to be made.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Anandaraja. If you've taken any questions on notice, please provide the answers by the 19th of August. And you go with the committee's thanks. We appreciate your evidence here today.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, I've got some questions. I've been waiting patiently. Thank you.
I understand. If you'll because you're online, Senator Payman, if you'll just let me know when you've got questions, that'd be wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate you sending a message. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for the evidence you've provided so far. I've just got, I'll present my first question to the entire panel, depending on whether you've got anything to contribute, jump in. In their submission, the Free Speech Union of Australia, they've raised some serious concerns about the academic rigour of the age assurance technology trial report. Now, I'm curious to understand what your view is on the report itself and whether it presents a solid foundation for age assurance in Australia. We can start with Dr. Jeffrey.
I don't think I've really got any expert insight into that. I imagine that my colleagues at Newcastle may do, but I'm very happy to pass over to them.
Thank you. Dr. Barnes?
We haven't read the specifics of the report. I think it definitely shows the importance of independent evaluation that coincides or goes alongside anything that's commissioned specifically by the government or evaluated by the government, which is definitely what we intend to do. And we know that a lot of other people in the research space are doing something similar.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Einstein?
I haven't gone in depth through that report, but I believe that we can see how well the platforms can target specific teenagers, their emotions, they can amplify them, they can reduce them. I cannot believe that they are not capable of being able to implement careful age assurance.
Thank you. Dr. Jeffrey, my next sort of line of questioning refers to your submission. You say that the ban is not the best approach for keeping young people safe online and compromises young people's rights as set out under the United Nations Convention of the Rights of the Child. Do you believe that the current debate and the introduction of the ban has been conducted in good faith, or do you feel like, good policy making may have fallen prey to politics?
Yeah, I feel the latter. The legislation was, passed, introduced very quickly with a very, very short period of time for consultation. I feel that there has been a real building momentum for regulation of big tech, which is great. But at the same time, the whole risk narrative, which I would suggest was kind of, came from Jonathan Haidt's book, which became a bestseller, but which a lot of academics have some issues with in terms of its conflation of causation and correlation. So I think there is a lot of anxiety about young people and technology. This is not new. It's been, we've had it for decades, in fact, around other technologies. And I feel that the ban is a blunt response when we could have actually had a more nuanced and multifaceted approach, which I believe will protect young people, but also afford them the opportunities to participate in online spaces.
Absolutely. I agree 24 hours isn't long enough for consultation on such an important piece of legislation, but also, education is really important. Now, you go on to say that we consider it timely that the government now move into enforcing the online safety legislation and take strong and prompt enforcement measures against offending companies. I'd love to know, Dr. Jeffrey, why do you believe the government has yet to make any serious enforcement moves, if we're seeing non-compliance being so rife? I don't know, is it doubtful that there is a firm legal basis for penalties to be imposed?
I'm not a legal scholar. I think it does make sense to wait. I mean, it is still early days and there are going to be issues to be teased out. But as has already been pointed out, we do know that the platforms do have quite powerful tools at their disposal at estimating age, although there is other evidence, of course, that suggests that, there's quite a couple of years margin in terms of accurately doing this. I mean, I know it might sound contradictory for me to say I'm against the ban, but we actually need to move into, enforcement mode. I suppose what I'm saying is that we do need, the platforms, we can't trust that they have our best interests and young people's best interests at heart. They are driven by profit. They do monetize attention. And I think that if we are going to implement these online safety laws, and particularly things around the digital duty of care and so on, the government does need to enforce that and show the platforms that, okay, no, you can't just do what you want. And I guess I have some concerns and possibly some speculation that this is a world first. Australia is doing this. The rest of the world is looking on. Are platforms dragging their feet because they know that other countries are looking at doing this? And if it's perceived to be a failure, then, perhaps other countries will think twice. So I think the enforcement and the strong regulation is a really important part of this.
Thank you, Dr. Jeffrey. And in the interest of time, I'll put the rest of my questions on notice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Payman. I will now close this panel. Thank you very much for giving evidence. Thank you for all the work that goes into preparing for a Senate hearing and appearing here today. If you've taken any questions on notice, if you could please provide the answers to the Secretariat by 19 August 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from the Heads Up Alliance, the Alana and Madeline Foundation, Aura Alpha, International Justice Mission Australia, and 36 months. While you're all coming to the table, I'll just observe that we're running a little bit behind time and we have quite a packed schedule this afternoon. So to my colleagues, I would implore efficiency in the way you question, appreciating that there are a number of issues we need to discuss here today. I also just note that we've gone a bit wider than the scope of this bill. I appreciate that that's inherent in the nature of this, but given the time, I'd appreciate as much focus as possible. On that note, thank you very much for being here. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you.
That's
yes.
right. Yep.
I see nodding at the table online. If you would just confirm that for me, please. Okay, I see nodding online as well. Thank you very much. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear here today? I'm going to go in the room first and then online, please.
Tim Levy, CEO and board member at Aura Alpha, and representing the company and my own views as well.
Thanks.
Danny Alachi, founder of the Heads Up Alliance. David Braga, CEO of International Justice Mission Australia.
Thank you very much. And online?
Ariana Kurseem, I'm the Director of Policy and Prevention at the Alana and Madeline Foundation.
Thank you.
Jessie Mitchell, I'm the Director.
Sorry, I just lost you there.
I beg your pardon. Jessie Mitchell, I'm the Advocacy Manager at the Alana.
Thank you very much. All right.
And Greg Atwells, I'm Managing Director at 36 Months.
Great, thank you. Is that everyone? If so, wonderful. I will invite you to make a short opening statement. I note that there are 6, I think, groups giving evidence in this panel, and you've heard my note about our timing. So if it's possible to keep those as brief as possible or table them, that would be appreciated so we can maximise time for questions. Thank you very much. And if we just go in the same order for opening statements.
Thank you, Chair and Senators. I run a digital safety company, as you probably know, so let me deal with that up front. I'm not asking the government to mandate a benefit for our company or anything special treatment. I'm simply asking, along with Ms Contos of her testimony earlier about choice. I think our parents deserve choice, and choice is more effective. For years I've been making 2 simple points in my representations on these issues. One is safety must empower parents, and 2, safety starts with the device. It is the gateway to the internet. The early evidence from the social media ban is consistent with, I think, our warnings and warnings of the safety industry, which is platform by platform gates are porous. It's a leaky gate. Children circumvent them and move elsewhere. My concern with this legislation, this proposed change, is that we spend the next time, the energy of civil society, of government, of industry, in trying to perfect something that is a fundamentally leaky approach. There are better approaches. Now, rather than debate the ban again, let me ask you to consider why we accept some very obvious inconsistencies. Firstly, if I go and buy a computer, a Windows machine from Harvey Norman, and I set it up, I'm asked who would I like to provide my security services. I get Windows Defender, I get AVG, Norton, McAfee. I have options delivered to me. Why can't I do that for safety? Apple and Google support a competitive ecosystem for health apps. They allow the sharing of incredibly intimate and personal data with third-party apps. But why don't they let competitive ecosystems for safety apps? Why is there no category for parental controls in the App Store and Google Play? But there is for health. So clearly there's some misaligned objectives here. They're not giving parents the safety tools that they would, and so that takes me to my third point. Schools and businesses, as the Senator just mentioned a moment ago, get licensed access to extraordinarily powerful enterprise safety technologies to manage devices, apps, websites and features, and parents don't get this. Why can a school IT admin have better tools to protect my kid at 2 in the afternoon, and I can't protect my kid at 8 p.m. at night when the risks are worse? Why can a business monitor, or a government in the case of the people in front of me, protect and monitor what you're doing on your devices better than I can protect my kids? How is that allowed? And why isn't the government or the E-Safety Commissioner asking that question? As I've said before, the majority of the core capabilities parents desperately need already exist. They're routinely used by businesses and schools. They work at the device level because that is the gateway to the internet. Now, this isn't my company's idea or ambition. The devices that, as I've said, the devices given to you by government have device level safety running now. Meta has been advocating for device level and app store level controls for many years. Even Pornhub's owner, ALO, has been impressing upon the government at these sorts of hearings, please leverage the technology on the device to gate the internet. And more recently, Governor Newsom in California has legislated device level age safety signals. Look, there is no fundamental technology issue to providing strong, powerful safety tools to parents. The problem is access. Parents are not being given access to it. So my advice to government is this: keep the platform age gates, keep platforms responsible for safety by design, but stop treating a gate around a handful of apps as a child safety system. It is not. Open up the safety technology that exists, mandate interoperability, and empower parents. We need to protect the child, not the app.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm a Sydney father of 5 children, aged between 10 and 16. I represent the Heads Up Alliance, a national grassroots movement of thousands of Australian families. navigating a tech-saturated world with their children. Our aim, since our inception, has been the rolling back of the screen-based childhood that has wreaked havoc on Australian children and indeed on children across the globe. I sat here in this very room less than 2 years ago giving testimony before another Senate committee when the national debate at the time was raging on the question of whether social media was harming children at all, and if so, whether we ought to legislate a minimum age. That debate has been had, it's been settled. It culminated in a bipartisan support for our world-first minimum age law. The Heads Up Alliance submitted back in 2024 that it wanted the law on the books even if it were wholly unenforceable, even if it were entirely symbolic. We wanted an acknowledgement in legislation that social media is harmful to children, and we saw that as the foundation stone for the changing of cultural norms. And indeed, it has been. For the past 8 months, it has, and it will continue to strengthen the arm of Australian parents who can now say to their 10 or 12-year-old children, I'm sorry, we can't let you sign up to TikTok. It's harmful and it's against the law. The law has been a success in other ways too. It brought national attention to the scourge of social media in the lives of children in an unprecedented way in this country. No parent in Australia has missed this message. It has inspired other jurisdictions as well across the globe to consider similar legislation. And there is no doubt that in time, we will learn from those partners as they have learnt from us, and we will move steadily towards more effective enforcement in each of our respective jurisdictions. But today, we're focused on a narrower question. What do we do about the fact that tech companies have not made a serious effort to comply with laws as it affects current account holders aged in the middle teens, 13, 14, 15? What do we do about global tech giants who think so much of themselves that they believe they can override the will of the Australian people as expressed through its democratically elected parliament? I'd like members to imagine for a moment that if we had Australian law, as we do, that mandates the installation of airbags, not for the front two passenger seats, but for the backseat passenger seats, where the children sit, and car companies simply refused to comply with that legislation, what would our response to those car companies be? Would we permit such companies to keep selling their unsafe, non-compliant vehicles to Australian families? And if Australian children continue to suffer injury as a result of that non-compliance, mightn't we consider criminal sanctions against the executives of such a company? Just some food for thought for the committee today. In that light, doubling potential fines to $99 million for companies who make billions in profit annually in Australia alone is akin to inflicting 2 slaps on the wrist instead of just 1. It's a no-brainer. Just last week, as has already been mentioned today, an American court in New Mexico handed down a $1.3 billion judgment. I believe some of the figures mentioned earlier were American dollars, but in Australian dollars, we're talking in excess of $1 billion judgment against Meta for failing to protect children, because Meta has been found knowingly to harm children. So it kind of makes our discussion today look a little bit inane, that we're arguing about whether we ought to double a potential fine that could take years to bring into effect from $49.5 to $99 million. And of course, the tech companies are absolutely loving this inquiry. They love the opportunity to tell us again how much this law had failed. The gall of them, the very ones who have flouted the law, and then to point to its failures, apparently, as proof that no other jurisdiction ought to follow Australia's example. Yes, that is the playbook, and we need to be alive to it. The gall to use this inquiry, I've read some of their submissions, as an opportunity to relitigate the question of harm being done to children. We expect there to be amendments. We expect there to be other amendments, perhaps again only in a few months' time. And if the amendments sought are reasonable, then we expect the coalition to put politics aside and to work constructively with the government. We don't need a Senate inquiry each time. This issue is not one for politicisation. Energy policy, economic policy, defence, have at it, but not this one. Our time ought to be spent better pressing more important issues in this space, and some of them have already been highlighted today. I'd like to highlight a couple of extra ones very quickly. Why don't we force the tech companies to be more transparent about how their algorithms work? The algorithms and psychological manipulation experiments that they conduct on our children should be public. We should be able to see how and why big tech censors citizens and to check their privacy safeguards. The e-Safety Commissioner is about to end her tenure soon. Who's replacing Julian McGrath when her tenure expires, I believe, in January of 2027? We expect her replacement to be absolutely committed to the job of protecting children. We expect someone to replace Ms. McGrath, someone who believes in their bones that social media causes harm, including mental harm to Australian children. We don't want an e-Safety Commissioner who opines in the media openly on the so-called tenuous links between social media and mental health, effectively doing the bidding of social media companies. We want an e-Safety Commissioner who is not distracted by ideological legal frolics, but who remains laser-focused on the job of protecting Australian children. The Office of e-Safety needs to return to its original mission, the protection of children, and be less concerned about policing the free speech of adults. The Coalition might put their energies to better use on these questions. They might also put their energies to better use scrutinising e-Safety's evaluation of the minimum age law. How on earth did the advisory group of academics assisting the evaluation come to include figures who are on the record as having already negatively prejudged the law? Figures such as Professor Amanda Third, one of the leading signatories on an open letter of dozens of experts who attempted to scuttle the very law she will now help evaluate, who has ties to tech companies and who has threatened to sue at least one advocate for defamation, myself, for suggesting that those links ought to be disclosed as potential conflicts of interest when she gives her expert commentary on such issues in the media. Indeed, the Coalition might wish to instead expend its energies bringing to light the often opaque relationships between tech companies and many other academics, cyber safety experts and youth mental health organisations. Or you may wish to hold journalists to a higher standard than they have met to date when they use commentary from such potentially conflicted experts. I look forward to answering your questions and clarifying any matters.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity to address this inquiry. I represent International Justice Mission, the world's largest anti-slavery organisation. In the Philippines, we work alongside local authorities to protect 6 million children from the threat of live-streamed online sexual exploitation and abuse. This crime is not distant from Australia. According to data from the Philippine Anti-Money Laundering Council, Australia is the third largest buying country for this horrific crime. Australians continue to be arrested by the AFP, directly linking harm to vulnerable children overseas with criminal activity here. The reality, though, is that this crime is outpacing law enforcement's capacity to respond. This should concern every one of us. The Australian government is to be commended for their commitment to reducing online harms and strengthening protections for children. However, this inquiry highlights an important reality. Australia's online safety framework remains incomplete. Additional reforms are required to ensure meaningful protection for children from social media facilitated harms. Much of the focus has been on children operating their own devices with their own accounts. However, the everyday reality is that children are harmed by adults using adult devices and adult accounts. We also need to protect children when they are not the user of the device and they are not the owner of the account. In IJM's casework in the Philippines, we've seen that social media is regularly used by perpetrators in countries like Australia to communicate with Filipino traffickers on platforms including X, Instagram and TikTok. The perpetrators then move to encrypted messaging services, most commonly Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp and Telegram, to view the real-time sexual abuse of children. Despite obligations in the Act, eSafety's transparency reports have consistently revealed that popular video and messaging platforms are still doing nothing to detect and disrupt child sexual abuse material in video calls. As part of this bill, IJM urges the Parliament to address the broader systemic gaps that permit social media facilitated harms to children by requiring tech companies to protect the best interests of all children affected by the use of their services. We recommend this bill increases the penalty amounts under sections 143 and 146 of the Act to 5% of annual global turnover. This would be consistent with recommendation 34 of the Rickard report and comparable with other international jurisdictions, and ought to achieve a shift in big tech behaviour. The eSafety Commissioner currently lacks the powers necessary to require companies to take measures to remedy breaches of the Act, including in relation to illegal content like child sexual abuse material. IJM recommends that the eSafety Commissioner is given powers to order specific action to remedy breaches under sections 143 and 146 of the Act. The proposed digital duty of care would complement this bill and is a necessary step to convey our social expectations and require tech companies to provide technology products that protect children, even when they are not the device user or the account owner. Strengthening enforcement of existing industry obligations will prepare industry for future compliance with an Australian digital duty of care. Whilst this bill would improve online safety for children by more effectively restricting their access to social media, it is missing an opportunity to protect children from the most egregious forms of social media facilitated harms. I commend the recommendations IJM has made to the inquiry and welcome the opportunity to discuss them further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The Alana and Madeline Foundation is a national charity working in partnership with Dolly's Dream to keep children and young people safe from violence and trauma wherever they live, learn and play. Through our work with communities across the country, we see every day online harm affects young people. One of our key initiatives is eSmart, a national online safety education program made freely available to all Australian schools through Commonwealth Government funding. Our submission supports the intent of this bill. Whatever view is taken on social media minimum age restrictions, one threshold issue is clear. If Parliament sets standards for digital platforms operating in Australia, those standards must be enforceable. Regulators need the powers, evidence and resources to test whether platforms are taking reasonable steps to comply. We support stronger penalties where platforms fail to prevent age-restricted users from holding accounts and where they collect government-issued identification without reasonable alternatives. These are not technical details. They go directly to children's safety, privacy and trust. Children and young people have told us they worry about scams, hacking, identity theft and being asked to provide more personal information than is necessary. We also support expanding eSafety's information gathering powers to include relevant third parties such as age assurance providers and app stores. Accountability cannot rely on self-reporting alone. Australian families have told us that they have little to no trust in tech platforms. Public confidence depends on clear evidence that platforms and wider digital ecosystems are meeting their obligations. This bill is part of broader reform agenda. The same focus on enforceable standards should underpin the Children's Online Privacy Code and the proposed digital duty of care. Education and digital literacy are important, but they are not enough on their own. Children should not be left to manage risks created by systems designed to maximise engagement, amplify harm, content, or expose them to avoidable harm. A digital duty of care would place responsibility where it belongs, with the services that design, operate and profit from digital environments, requiring them to prevent harm before it occurs. Our message today is simple. Children's safety, rights and wellbeing must be backed by practical regulatory tools, meaningful consequences for serious non-compliance and a well-resourced eSafety Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to go next? 36 months.
Hello. In 2024, 36 Months started a petition and led a national campaign to raise the minimum age for social media from 13 to 16. Became the first law of its kind anywhere in the world. Our mission is to rebuild the ecosystem around adolescence, because healthy teens don't raise themselves. They're raised by adults brave enough to build better systems. The big question, is it working? And if not, why? And what do we do about it? We would say that we can't judge generational reform after 5 months. It's clear we still have a compliance problem when it comes to the social media minimum age obligation. The platforms are taking the mickey, as we like to say here in Australia. Some suspect, as mentioned in the previous panel, that they're prepared to pay the fines as long as the policy can be portrayed as a failure to other governments considering similar reforms. But despite incomplete compliance, a recent YouGov survey reports that 30% of 13 to 15-year-olds are spending more time playing sport, 27% report better sleep, online bullying is down 9%, and exposure to inappropriate and violent content has fallen 18%. Imagine what those numbers could look like if the platforms fully complied. Now, if we zoom out for a second and put some of this in context, no new law achieves 100% compliance from day one. When seatbelts were first introduced, no one wanted to wear them, but over time, policy shaped cultural norms shaped behaviour. Now, when I get in my car, it won't stop beeping at me until I put my seatbelt on. And if we visit a high school house party on a Saturday night, we're probably going to find some teenagers drinking underage. Just because they've gained access to something they shouldn't have doesn't mean we abolish the law or declare the policy that sets a minimum drinking age a failure. The same thing has happened with smoking restrictions and countless other public health measures. We may have a hard time shifting immediate behaviour amongst the cohort, aged 13 to 16, who had existing access to social media taken away. But think about everyone 13 and under who has never had an account. They don't know what they're missing out on. They simply accept that social media now begins at age 16. Policy is a long game. It's generational impacts, not immediate results. This isn't a 5-month test. It's a cultural shift that will change the way young people experience growing up for generations to come. So can and should we hold platforms accountable for non-compliance? 100% we should. In the words of Scott Galloway, NYU professor, he says, what's more challenging, figuring out if someone's younger than 16 or building a global real-time communication network that stores a near infinite amount of text, video and audio retrievable by billions of simultaneous users in milliseconds with 24/7 uptime. The social media giants know where you are, what you're doing, how you're feeling, and if you're experiencing suicidal ideation, but they can't figure out your age. You can't make this up. So on behalf of the 150,000 parents that signed our petition, please give the eSafety Commissioner what she needs to do the job we asked her to do.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for those opening statements. I will now pass the call to the Deputy Chair, Senator Hanson.
I know there's other members who are desperate to have some time, so I'm happy to go at the end. And
oh, yes, sorry. Thank you very much. Senator Henson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you all very much. We're going to try and race through questions as quickly as we can because time is our enemy. Mr Alachi, firstly to you, thank you so much for your evidence today. I just want to reiterate my concerns that I think we as a parliament need to do everything possible to make children safe online. And so today's inquiry is not about delay. Today's inquiry is about ensuring that we fulfil our responsibility, because this bill currently before our committee is very narrow in terms of the amendments which are being proposed, and you today have just given evidence that much more can be done, including the publication of algorithms. What else do you think needs to be done to keep children safe online?
So thanks for the question. I've outlined a number of things in my opening statement. There could probably be a never-ending list of things that we can be doing to keep children safe online. I think what the parents in our movement are concerned about, as you said, the amending legislation is very narrow in its scope. Why couldn't we just go tick on doubling the fines, for example, and move on? Like, I understand there might be some questions about the additional powers to the eSafety. Unfortunately, eSafety has proven sometimes not exactly responsible with the powers that they've had to date. But if the powers simply were to gather evidence for the ability to take social media companies to court and be able to prove the case against them, then surely that was something that could have been nutted out behind the scenes and without the need for an inquiry holding us up for eight weeks. Now, of course, there are other things to be done, and I'm happy to have the inquiry on those issues. But I think what parents are expecting is when reasonable amendments are being sought by the government, and it may be the coalition government next time round, and because this is not going to end in another year or two, this is ongoing, and it may be that the coalition needs amendments to similar legislation. We would expect the other side of the political aisle then to be reasonable in their
Sure, sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to quickly return you to my question.
Yes.
Just, you want action on the publication of algorithms.
Absolutely.
What about the evidence that Mr Levy has given this morning in relation to safety tools?
Absolutely. Device-level protections, no problems whatsoever. It was always a case from our movement to say, it was always pitted as though it were one thing versus something else. We always said, let's have the whole suite.
Great, okay, and that's what this is all about, and that's certainly the coalition's position, that we have a responsibility to do everything now and not to put this on hold for 12 months or 2 years, because every single day matters. Mr Alachi, would you not agree?
Yes, absolutely,
okay,
every day
you.
matters.
Thank you. Mr Levy, I thank you very much for your evidence and submission. Can I ask you to expand on why you think further action is required now in relation to access to safety tools for parents?
Yeah, look, I agree with you. It's very urgent. I guess if I reflect on some of the statements that I've heard at this panel and previously, there's this kind of view that, we need to do something, and parents demand action. They want sort of social media bans or delays. And I agree, they're very worthwhile objectives, but the tool being used is very ineffective, and we can keep increasing the fine, but it's not going to make the internet safer. It might make it harder for some kids to go to some places, but the experience of what we know as social media is changing so quickly, and kids are now doing those things in gaming platforms. And frankly, I don't believe social media as we know it will exist in 5 years. I think the AI platforms are going to change the game completely. So I think we have a risk of fighting yesterday's battle with poor tools. And there are very effective approaches that are used today that are used by businesses, governments and schools, that it frustrates me immeasurably that those tools are not made available to parents. The device-level safety settings in operating systems, in browsers, and by extension in app stores are incredibly powerful. They are peculiarly limited to their enterprise licensing agreements, which you mentioned before. And yes, Apple has, I think they're appearing later on today, yes, they have parental controls. And in fact, recently they announced some substantial changes to parental controls. By the way, features that the parental control industry have had for a long, long time. You can now block a web page. Isn't that amazing? But our industry's been doing that for a long time. But what was silent in their announcement is they haven't made those new capabilities available to parental control providers. The industry that is desperate to provide services to parents are being locked out of that. So it's window dressing this fake concern that they have around safety. If we truly want to give, imagine thinking about it like this: the vision that we have is a world where the safety tools that are in an iPhone, that are in a smart TV, that are in an Instagram, that are in a home Wi-Fi, all can interoperate. And so that my rule should apply wherever my kid goes, wherever they connect to the internet, and then I can hand my child to the trusted care of the school admin, who has a legal obligation to protect my child when they're at school, who can then hand control to a teacher in a modern digital classroom and make sure that classroom experience is age appropriate and curriculum linked and safe. And then my child can be handed back to me. The tools to do that exist. We actually do this with millions of students today. As you know, in the US, we've got about 1.2 million kids where we've got a single platform, and schools and parents and teachers are sharing control and visibility, and the kid knows about it, and we're delivering better outcomes. Again, I'm not saying this because I want you to use my technology or Australia to use our technology, but that's what the community really wants, empowerment, with the tools that are available, and that will bring the shift when parents know. Well, I suppose when the conversation go to a parent, that is, the tools are there, interoperability is there, you're giving a device to your child, there is now an onus on you to do something, make sure it's set up correctly. That's, I think, where the conversation needs to get to.
And so can you just expand on what is available to those students you mentioned in the United States, which is not available generally to Australian students?
Yeah, so it's made available because schools in the US typically own these devices, and fleet owners of devices get licenses from Google, Apple and Microsoft to use a tool called MDM or various forms of that, and that gives you full control of the device and the browser. So there are privileges that a school admin can run on a student device that a parent will not be able to do on a personal device. And those are things like controlling the apps that are being used and for how long, not only controlling the websites that the kid accesses to, but literally we can, and our industry can very easily look for adult content, sexualised images, fake images. We can see synthetic images and materials on a website and obscure it before the kids see it. We can even send signals. This is the frustrating thing. We can send signals to YouTube to say that this is a 12-year-old without sending any personal information about who that user is. And then YouTube and Google, through Google Search and YouTube, can provide an age-appropriate experience inside an app. And that's the ultimate dream of online safety, not only controlling the gates, which is what the social media ban is about trying to do, but also enforcing moderated experiences inside those platforms as well. So we're not having a debate about social media good, bad, we're having a debate about what level of features inside those social medias should kids have at certain ages. The technology to do that exists, and it's used in enterprise environments, and parents don't get it.
And so what would need to happen in this country in terms of giving parents that access? So we would need to change the law.
Yeah, I think the conversation needs to shift to interoperable safety, with the primary focus being the operating system providers and the browser providers, because they are the gates. And just to emphasise this point, just making it harder to access 10 social media platforms doesn't make the internet safe. The device controls everywhere that child goes. If we can make all devices safe by default, then we have a much better chance of creating a safe environment for kids. So what needs to be done, we need to shift the conversation to interoperability. Safety tech needs to be, all safety tech that's available on devices and in platforms should be available to parents. The primary focus, of course, has to be with the device manufacturers, because they are the gate to the internet. They're the ones that seem to be absent mostly from these conversations, frustratingly. And it's an internal stat from our company, so I can't back this up, but we kind of estimate about our Australian community spends about $2 billion a year with Google, Apple and Microsoft, and yet we're giving these unsafe devices to kids. I think that's a very easy conversation the government should have with those providers.
Thanks, Mr Levy. Look, I just one question. We've just heard from International Justice Mission, Mr Braga, in relation to the horrific streaming of child sexual abuse online using applications such as WhatsApp and other messaging applications, which are not, of course, part of the social media ban. Would access to those safety tools allow parents and others to stop that sort of content hitting children's phones?
Look, the technology exists. So in browsers, the school enterprise safety providers embed what's called an extension in browsers today that can look for that content and hide it. But if that content's being served inside an encrypted environment like a WhatsApp or a Snap or Telegram or Signal or something, then that needs to be done inside, with essentially the acquiescence of that platform provider. So, as I said, Google do that. Google allows safety providers to send signals to them saying, this is some stuff, these are rules that you need to apply for this user. So it is possible that WhatsApp could provide an age-appropriate experience and age-appropriate access to content inside their platform, definitely. But that's not the conversation we're having, because we're having this conversation about blocking people's access to Instagram. But I think this is where the conversation needs to go.
And what about, so you say that is possible in an encrypted environment?
Yeah.
And so at the moment, those images, those horrific images are hitting phones here in Australia at abhorrent levels.
Yeah.
What do you say about the failure of Meta and others to act in relation to the live streaming of child sexual abuse?
Oh, it's unconscionable. It's so many every day. I'm witness to something that big tech does that is unconscionable from specific instances like what you're talking about, but broader kind of policy, and licensing arrangements that allow them to discriminate between markets. Yeah, it's immoral. But they're just one of the various actors in this space that I feel like their stances just need to be called to account.
Mr. Brager, obviously, thank you for your submission. Just briefly, and Mr. Levy's obviously made very strong comments in relation to what many people are able to access in this country. How serious is the problem of the live streaming of child sexual abuse?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. The problem is horrific in its reach. So International Justice Mission conducted a study in the Philippines in 2022, and that population survey found that in calendar year 2022, 1 in 100 Filipino children were trafficked to create new live stream child abuse in that year alone. That's 500,000 children from one country. Unfortunately, as I said in my opening statements, the Philippine Anti-Money Laundering Council data shows that Australia is the third largest buyer of that content. So it's based on the financial transactions of people purchasing that. And obviously it is a financial transaction. That's why the families in the Philippines are trafficking their children. One thing I would say is that we need to remember these are children being trafficked on adult devices and adult accounts. And so the types of protection that have been talked about wouldn't be applied to this type of crime. But if we act with the best interest of the child, we need to have technology on all devices that will also protect these children.
And that technology is accessible. I have seen some examples of that technology, AI type of applications where they can detect these sorts of images prior to them effectively hitting the phone. So
that's
that
right,
technology,
Senator.
I mean, the tech platforms, and I do look at your recommendations, including there should be a change to the Online Safety Act to make it clear that tech platforms must promote the best interests of the child. Well, they would argue they're already doing that. But clearly they're not.
Demonstrably they're not. So AI classifiers can be produced to block child abuse material. Apple was referenced as an example earlier. Apple's sensitive content controls only act if you turn them on, and they only act for some applications. What we believe can be done, because we've seen it, it's possible, is a classifier that works to block child abuse material and is built into the operating system. So it works on every application on that device, whether it's a child device or an adult device, and that would block this content on that device full stop. And once that's in place, it can be updated as the classifier is improved, and it would work in an encrypted environment as well. So if you're running an encrypted application, it would still block that content.
And so what needs to happen in terms of changes to the law to ensure that the device manufacturers are held to account in relation to this material?
So, Senator, in the context of this inquiry and this bill, we've made specific recommendations tied to this bill that we think would help at this point in time. So that relates to introduction of language around promoting the best interests of the child. That would be of assistance. The other recommendation we had was around giving the E-Safety Commissioner more power to require a remedy of a breach that currently doesn't exist. But in the bigger frame, this is where the digital duty of care that's been talked about feels like it will be a more appropriate long-term solution. But as you yourself just said, we need this urgently. Children are being harmed today. And so in the spirit of responding to this bill, we've got those particular recommendations for today. But we'd want to see the digital duty of care brought in with appropriate penalties, with appropriate detailed legislation that allows us to hold tech companies accountable for the products that they're giving us.
Thank you very much, Mr Braga. Chair, no further questions.
Thank you very much. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you all. My line of questioning, I'll start with Mr Levy, and we'll jump straight in given we're running out of time. The first finding in your submission was that the ban creates a false sense of security for parents. eSafety's research was released last week, and that found that a proportion of parents who were unaware that their child had recently used social media increased from 23%, which was before the ban, to 33% 3 months in. And young people are also less likely to discuss social media use with their parents because there's the perception that they're breaking the law. To what extent do these facts, if you were to take it together, show that the ban has in some way increased the risk of social media harm by pushing it into the shadows?
Yeah, it's a really good observation, and that was always my biggest concern with this this regime, is that parents would go, thankfully the government's solved it for me. I can kind of relax, and the truth is that's not it was not possible, and it's been clearly not shown to be possible. And yeah, that idea now that we're leaving, I hate to say the term, but leaving our kids to their own devices, believing now that they're safe or inherently safe is really tragic. And yeah, so I've got no doubt that there's kids are in more harm's way because of this social media ban or delay than out of harm's way. And we're certainly seeing evidence of that with matters like what you spoke to, but also kids moving or being displaced into more dangerous places.
And your fifth recommendation, amongst other things, mentioned that public reporting should distinguish accounts from unique users and include false accept and false reject rates, repeat attempts and circumvention. I'm curious to understand, do you view the government's secrecy around the 4.7 million accounts figure and its refusal of, the Senate's request to provide further detail as unsatisfactory?
Look, I'm not across the background of that, to be honest, but look, at some level I do have sympathy for the symbolic nature of this whole program and those sorts of stats, like trying to create some momentum and some awareness and get people behind the initiative. So I always predicted that. We were talking I was part of that social media age verification, the age verification committee, and I remember speaking at a committee meeting about that. We're expecting, the easy to close down accounts would be signalled as a sign of success. Yeah, it needs to move away from measures about account level stuff and into, are we truly creating better and safer outcomes for kids?
Okay, well, thank you for that. Mr. Atwells, it was noted that some of the out-of-pocket costs for the now infamous UN General Assembly social media ban event that so damaged Banneker Wells last year, that 36 months covered the out-of-pocket costs for that event, or at least 36 months founders. One of the co-founders, Rob Galuzzo, is also the CEO of advertising company Finch, which has had clients like Tab Australia, Ladbrokes, Sportsbet and CrownBet. Mr. Atwells, you were reported to have said Finch has supported 36 months financially, more than any other brand to date. They have been our main supporter and source of funding. How do you justify bankrolling a campaign to tackle one harmful product, social media, using revenue from another harmful product, gambling advertising?
Yeah, let me just clarify a few things there that aren't sort of factually correct. So it probably cost us around $500,000 to run our sort of 2-year campaign to ultimately kind of changed this law. We were able to, raise funds to do that from the corporate sector via some brand partners, which we're very open about on our website. There's a full transparency statement there. But there was roughly around sort of $200,000 to $250,000 in costs, were a shortfall that came out of Robin Whipper's own pockets, basically. So that money didn't come from Finch. It came from Rob's kind of own personal money. And so, it's Rob is Finch, he's sole director of that company, do you know what I mean? So that's the connection there. But 36 Months is a very separate entity to Finch. Michael Whitfley and Robert Galuzzo are the two co-founders, and they were the ones kind of responsible for covering that sort of financial shortfall for us to do the work that we were trying to do. Finch is not an advertising agency, it's a film production company. So the clients that you mentioned are not Finch's clients, they're advertising agencies' clients, and those advertising agency use film production companies like Finch to actually make the commercials. So there's a few degrees of sort of separation there between the mission of 36 Months and revenue flowing into a production company, if that makes sense. There's no way in which money that came from a gambling company was actually funding the work of our mission. It's just simply not true. The personal money of Rob Galuzzo and Michael Whitfley covered the shortfall, and then on our website you can see the other brands that contributed to the cause.
So if we were to look at the lead up to the event where 36 Months gave a presentation to major Australian companies, which asked for $150,000 to sponsor the event, with the payoff being exposure to high-profile celebrities and heads of state, does 36 Months believe cash for access is healthy for our democracy?
I wouldn't call it cash for access. Just so you know, we completely funded that entire trip ourselves. So the only money that came in was about $10,000 from Omnicom, which helped us put on an event at Old Mate's Pub, but again, not covering the full costs of that event. So all other flights, accommodation, all the bits was like we wore the cost of that, as a sort of independent entity. Yes, we were trying to raise money from our brand partners to help us get over there for that moment, because we felt like it was a significant moment to celebrate the work that Australia had done on the world stage. But ultimately, we were completely kind of self-funded in the way that we went over there. And yeah, that's just the truth of the matter.
So just on what the 36 Months PR and government relations lead Simone Gupta was reported saying that
Chair,
36 Months wasn't a pro bono project.
Can I have a point of order here, please, on relevance?
This is very relevant.
Chair,
sorry, hold on. Let's deal with this in an orderly way. What's your point of order, Senator Anundraja?
Well, on relevance, I mean, how is this relevant to debating the substance of the bill, which is around enforcement powers for E-Safety Commissioner? This has already been prosecuted. You could perhaps put this on notice, and the witness could provide a written answer.
I don't think this has been covered, Senator Anundraja.
Thank you, Senators. Look, as I indicated earlier, it is my intention to be reasonably permissive on relevance today, given the range of issues that are being raised. I will always invite senators to consider the relevance of their questions and to keep them as pointed as possible. But at this stage, I'm not going to rule that question out of order. But I will say, Senator Payman, if we could wrap up at the conclusion of that one or your next one, because we need to go to our break and then bring the next panel on. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. So just on what Simone Gupta was reported and saying that 36 Months wasn't a pro bono project. We went quadrupled, but everyone got paid. Mr. Atwells, is 36 months a pro bono project?
Simone Gupta is an external contractor, so she's not a member of our team. So she was referring to the fact that her company, Supermassive, got paid for their services. So we paid Supermassive and Simone Gupta as PR kind of consultants. So they didn't.
But they were representing
work for us pro bono.
36 months.
Wasn't representing, like they were a contractor or we were paying for their services as PR
Okay,
specialists.
just finally, sorry, I'm running.
So they got paid,
schedule.
definitely. 'Cause
I wanted to ask what one of your co-founders said about corporate influence on experts. Last year, Mr. Whitfley told the ABC, and I quote, "What's fascinating too is the amount of experts you can actually buy if you're a corporation. Very quickly, you notice they're on the board of Snapchat," end quote. Which specific experts was he referring to there?
I'm not sure. I wasn't aware of the comments that Michael made about that. I think Mr. Alachi pointed out earlier
that on
some
notice,
frustrations. Yeah, okay.
Just because, yeah, I understand that 36 months was very influential in campaigning for this ban, so it's very relevant for us to get that information. I'll put my other questions on notice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Anandaraja. On that note, you go with the committee.
Senator Payman.
Sorry, my confusion. Senator Payman. Thank you very much for your evidence today. We appreciate the work that goes into preparing for these committees and appearing. If you've taken questions on notice, which you have, can you please provide the answers by the 19th of August 2026? And you go with the committee's thanks. On that note, we're going to take a very short break for 5 minutes and then we will return with Digital Rights Watch, Electronic Frontiers and Free Speech Union of Australia. Thank you very much. All right, we'll start our next session now. I welcome representatives from Digital Rights Watch Australia via video conference, Electronic Frontiers Australia via video conference, and the Free Speech Union of Australia in the room. Thank you very much for being here. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you?
That's correct, yes.
That is correct.
Thank you. And the final witness online, if you just nod or affirm that you've received that information on parliamentary privilege.
I did reply.
Oh, you did, yes. I thought we had two online.
Hello, Chair. I'm online as well, and yes, I have received that information.
Thank you very much. Thank you. For the Hansard record, in the exact order you responded to then, please, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear? I'll start with Free Speech Union.
Dr. Ruben Kirkham, Free Speech Union of Australia.
Thank you.
I'll jump in. My name is Tom Selston. I'm the Head of Policy for Digital Rights Watch.
And I'm John Payne, Chair of Electronic Frontiers Australia.
Thank you. You may have heard me say earlier that we're running a little bit behind time, so while I will invite each of you to make an opening statement, if it could be kept as brief as possible, and if you have something longer, please feel free to table it. But I invite you to make short opening statements, and at the conclusion of those, I'll invite committee members to ask questions.
You're asking me to do it first?
Yes, please.
Okay, all right. Thank you for inviting me to speak today on behalf of the Free Speech Union of Australia. We say that this bill is about an important issue, namely transparency of how social media platforms operate. As it happens, we are strongly for a lot more transparency, especially around online censorship. We think the public should have the right to know how content is both promoted and suppressed. X has announced this morning that they'll be providing some of this, so it is time for other social media companies to be required to join them. We are also concerned about the chilling effects of potential censorship, as well as the undermining of online anonymity. Without full transparency, we do not know if these age verification systems actually respect privacy as they claim to do. We also think that the public should have a real right to choose which platforms they use. They can only genuinely choose if they are fully informed. And coincidentally, we're all winners. This is what is needed to protect people and to assess whether reasonable steps were taken to prevent under-16s using a platform. It feeds into any genuine consideration of a digital duty of care. How can we know what, if anything, is needed if we do not have a full picture as to how these platforms operate? We think that each platform should let all Australians see how content is being moderated, censored or manipulated. This should not be exclusively known to the E-Safety Commissioner. All Australians have the right to know and the right to decide which platforms they use. We have some serious concerns about the bill as it's presently drafted, in that it gives the E-Safety Commissioner powers she should not have, and unfortunately, based on the experience, are likely to be misused for alternative purposes. It is a regulator that you cannot trust, whichever perspective you come from. This is a regulator that has appointed Professor Jeff Hancock, who previously did unethical psychological manipulation research for Facebook, as the person to oversee and run her research studies on the social media ban. We propose moving these enforcement powers to a different body that has the relevant expertise and is independent instead, such as the ACCC. So what we are proposing today genuinely advances online safety and it supports free speech. It is something that everyone should be able to get behind. And we hope the Senate will be able to amend and improve this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll jump in. Chair, Senators, thank you for your work on this issue and for making time for us to talk today. Digital Rights Watch is an Australian charity that campaigns for freedom, fairness and fundamental rights for everyone who participates online. And we recognise that there are many issues with the manner in which social media companies conduct their business, specifically around algorithmic feed generation, privacy invasions to micro-target advertising, and the proliferation of hate speech and mis and disinformation. We've been campaigning for legislative and regulatory action on these and related issues for a decade, and I'd like to recognise the important work that the E-Safety Commission does in keeping Australian children safe online. All of that said, we remain opposed to the social media age ban for a number of reasons. It was rushed through Parliament without sufficient public consultation and is half-baked experimental legislation. We have not seen any compelling evidence that it has made any positive difference to young people's well-being, but we have seen some evidence that it has caused harms to vulnerable children through increased call volumes to mental health helplines as well as individual stories. We're concerned that it doesn't actually address any of the harms caused by social media companies and merely allows us to pretend that they're not happening to children. And that's not due to insufficient compliance from platforms, insufficient regulatory powers, or insufficient penalties. The social media ban doesn't work because it fundamentally misunderstands the manner in which the internet works. It treats censorship, of which age gating is a type, it treats censorship like age gating as damage, and it routes around it. And we need to regulate social media more cleverly than a blunt age ban. Our thoughts on this bill specifically, we have not seen evidence that stronger enforcement of the ban will lead to better outcomes for Australian children. But we do strongly agree with the OAIC that age assurance is not a blank cheque to use personal or sensitive information. We cannot force social media platforms into increasingly invasive age verification technologies in order to meet their minimum age obligations. So we think that information gathering powers for e-safety should be expanded to include the Privacy Commissioner at the OAIC, because privacy invasions for age verification are an issue. And we support the OAIC's submission to this committee in its entirety. Furthermore, we think that information gathering powers should be limited to those people working for platforms and their suppliers rather than private individuals, and that to go wider than that is a disproportionate overstep. In terms of penalties, we haven't seen any evidence of penalties having been issued or evidence that increasing them will increase compliance. We note, though, that the platforms have vast financial reserves and we're not sure what difference a relatively small increase to the penalties will mean to them. We are all in favour of moving money from big tech corporations into the Treasury, so we don't object to this, but we would rather see a digital services tax rather than increased fines. I'd like to make two more comments. We support the Human Rights Commission's call for an early review of this legislation rather than waiting for the current 2-year review. And I'd like to support the Fix Our Feeds campaign, from whom I think you heard this morning, and their call for an opt-in to algorithmic feeds. That would reduce a huge amount of the harm caused by social media platforms and is a far better solution than the blunt instrument of the social media ban. And so I urge the committee and government to progress legislation in this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. Against the committee, on behalf of the EFA. The EFA is a not-for-profit digital rights advocacy run by volunteers and has been doing so since 1994. The EFA opposes the proposed bill. And this bill arises due to the existing blatant ban on under-16s accessing social media from 2024, which, with respect, has the appearance of a political syllogism based on a flawed problem definition and categorisation. The 2024 bill, passed in an incredibly short timeframe, was essentially a blunt instrument for populism and political expediency that has not worked in practice as the advantage, and instead isolates and harms young people by removing them of their rights and agency. These harms are amplified in particular subpopulations such as young people, people in remote communities, LGBTIQ+, disabled youth, young people impacted by familiar religious beliefs or other harms. EFA maintains its opposition to the federal government's policy framework on social media and related restrictions, but due to its reliance on ineffective and harmful prevention. The existing framework seeks to solve the vague and undefined digital risks by excluding users under 16 years of age from internet platforms, rather than addressing systemic design flaws inherent in commercial digital products and services that affect users of all ages and not just children. To that point, the primary drivers of online risk are surveillance-based data extracted business models, engagement maximising algorithms, dark patterns, harmful or extreme content, unregulated AI platforms and tools and inadequate default privacy and safety protections affecting all users. An age-based ban also requires continuous population-wide age assurance, introducing significant privacy and cybersecurity risks for other users not subject to this regulation. In terms of rights impacts, the existing exclusionary framework denies youth their rights under recognised international treaties, drives them towards less regulated online environments, erects digital surveillance barriers for all citizens, and cuts off essential support networks for vulnerable groups, specifically LGBTIQ+, disabled children, young people, and households affected by domestic violence or something like this. Where we are right now, though, is what the big tech mantra of move fast and break things has rendered upon us through our own regulatory action and inaction. In the context of social media as a digital product, it has not really resulted in a better world, nor a more harmonious or safer world. Instead, we have a more unequal world, more unstable world, a more surveilled world, an angrier world, which through deliberate technology design choices has resulted in harm to both children and adults alike. In less than 20 years, big tech and social media platforms have shaped a world that increases political and interpersonal polarisation. It has been architected for social disharmony as a profit generator. It is a place where power is concentrated, where regulatory capture is a readily achievable enabler, and where platform accountability is absolute. There is a better regulatory alternative. EFA again strongly recommends repealing age-based exclusions in favour of a robust statutory digital duty of care with a focus on the best interests of the user. Strict mandatory privacy and safety by default laws, restrictions on engagement-driven recommender systems, and prohibition on behavioural profiles, accompanied by strong ex-ante AI safety law, not voluntary cover. These activities will not be a panacea. They must also be enhanced through continuous digital simplification, through primary, I should say, and secondary schools, and more educational resources made available to members. In closing, to solve our current society-wide problems with social media and big tech, our lawmakers must pass proper, fit-for-purpose laws. To do that, we must first dispel the commonly accepted list of technology which have resulted in the absence of regulation or regulation that's not fit for purpose. Those lists include the myth of technological exceptionalism, the myth that regulation stifles innovation, the myth of technological neutrality, and the myth of the party paradox. Ultimately, true digital safety for everyone is achieved when we strip the platforms and big tech of their power to exploit the user, rather than stripping the user of their power to navigate and participate in the digital world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dr. Kirkham, thank you so much for your time today and for your submission. We've got quite limited time, so I'm going to cut to the chase on what is a pretty detailed submission that you've made. You've made a number of recommendations in relation to transparency, including the publication of social media platforms' algorithms. Can you summarise why that is so important?
I mean, how would you regulate these platforms if you don't know what they're doing? How would people choose which platform to go on? And you fundamentally need to know what they are doing to understand what a reasonable step is. So to be able to enforce this legislation, one of those matters you need to know is what these companies are doing to their users. If it's evil or particularly, shall we say, abhorrent, then the standards that might be expected to keep children off them would be higher. And if it's the other way around, if it's a benign platform, then the standards are the other way around. But you won't know that until you understand how they're manipulating people. But also, people should have the right to know. If I'm being psychologically manipulated on the internet, or I'm only being shown certain content through censorship or otherwise, why should I not get to know this? As an Australian, it should not be being kept secret from anyone. If you want a digital duty of care, now, I'm not a supporter necessarily of a digital duty of care, but if you want to protect the public, the first step is to make them informed. And that doesn't even require a duty, that just requires a duty of care. It requires a duty of just transparency.
And so if there was the intention to psychologically harm children or others on a particular social media platform, do you think that would be evident in the details of the algorithm?
Yes, you'd be able to at least see what it's doing. You'd at least be able to have the chance of proving it if you were a victim of that. Potentially, you'd be able to bring a claim. You probably need more to make it more obvious in that these social media companies are doing what's called A and B experiments all the time on users. Facebook's notorious for that, including Jeff Hancock's emotional contagion study. They know how they're manipulating their users. Require them to publish the data, require them to publish what they are doing to people. And that would be basic scientific research ethics. If it was just done by a university, you actually inform the people who participated in your study, even if they were unwitting users in this case, what the results were and what the implications are of them, rather than hiding it in an office somewhere or on a company server.
Because it is the algorithm which is helping to drive that harm, in your view?
Well, there's features in that algorithm that is helping to drive that harm. There's also features in devices. So, for example, if you're protecting children, the most obvious way to protect children is to stop them having smartphones. If they were just accessing the internet on a laptop instead, parents could supervise them, but also the addictive quality is reduced because you haven't got this device notifying you on a screen that's very confidential, that you can't be passively supervised on. So there's a mix of measures that could be taken, but I'm not convinced, for example, that a social media ban was the best step. Making the social media platforms a lot more transparent would be the way forward, and also stopping kids having smartphones. You're
also advocating for social media platforms to publish their policies, practices, the algorithms, including model weights for relevant AI systems, and I'd just like you to explain what that means. And source code, why are those
particular elements?
Why are those things so important?
So if you wanted to actually check what they were doing, you need the source code. The algorithm, it might be not being fully implemented by the source code. If you want to run an experiment to actually see how effective a particular intervention is or to understand the effects, you don't have millions of dollars to go and build that code yourself necessarily. And therefore, to actually subject them to scrutiny, you really need those materials. And similarly, if you want to see if an age verification algorithm works, most of these are models, trained models. How would you run an experiment on them without actually having the trained model in question? So how would you see, for example, if a system worked for Indigenous people? There's hidden trial data in the age assurance technology trial actually showed it didn't work at all for Indigenous people, at least most Indigenous people. And therefore, you've got these tools that are being recommended. They don't work. And that makes the ban unenforceable because it's not a reasonable step to go and implement these tools. And that is why the social media ban cannot be enforced at all, because tech companies can defensively say, we've done the reasonable steps.
So, I mean, I hear what you say about your concerns about the social media ban, but should the underlying law and the requirements of compliance on digital platforms be tougher?
Absolutely, in terms of their transparency. I mean, it's a winner all around. Free speech advocates want the platforms to be more transparent. Parents want the platforms to be more transparent. Everyone wants the platforms to be more transparent. And it doesn't involve things like jawboning. So the current problem with the legislation is that the E-Safety Commissioner selectively used her powers. Will she be being as aggressive with Meta as X? Probably not, given that she employs one of Meta's flunkies to run the social media study, Professor Jeff Hancock. So if every platform is required to publish it to the public, then it cannot be selectively enforced and everyone can see in real time and everyone can make decisions. Parents can immediately, if they want to advocate, they can see the data, they can advocate. They don't have to wait.
And do you think if Meta, for instance, and others were required to publish their algorithms and their source code, that would be a real constraint on some of their insidious practices, which, as we know, are harming children?
Absolutely. I mean, there's social pressure, but also it makes it far easier for someone who's been harmed to litigate that case because they've got the data and they've got the evidence. I mean, it's like consumer law. You wouldn't let all these sort of secret things happen with your food. You wouldn't let this happen for any products that are using any other products. So why are they not required to be honest about how they're censoring and manipulating content for engagement, but for other reasons as well? Let's have it all out there.
And just very briefly, you also want to see transparency in relation to what words and what phrases are censored by the various platforms. Why is that so important?
Because otherwise you'll end up with censorship being hidden in the system. So the European Union has it alleges as a transparency report, but in practice it doesn't tell you how content is being skewed. And that could be people with gender critical views, it could be people with views on the Israel-Palestine conflict, take your pick. We want to know that if these platforms are being even-handed in what they're moderating and how they're moderating it, but also for the social media ban, as it's been termed. Again, to assess whether a step is reasonable, you have to actually assess how it's being moderated. And a platform that, for example, is heavily moderated on certain topics is quite different to a platform that is not moderated at all.
So these changes to the legislation, you believe, would help the E-Safety Commissioner enforce the law as it currently stands?
Yes, or ideally, I mean, the further proposal that we made is actually to move this to the ACCC because that's a far more effective regulator. It's not politicised and it's got experience and expertise of this type of litigation, which the E-Safety Commissioner lacks. But
putting aside the regulator, you believe that this transparency would make it easier for the current prohibition on under-16s accessing social media, would make it easier to enforce that particular law?
Absolutely. I mean, if this is out there, every academic, every researcher can evaluate the material. At the minute, if you've got a small team sitting in an office doing it quietly with no public pressure, it's not going to be that effective. And in the E-Safety Commissioner's office, I doubt they have anyone with expertise, let alone the capacity to analyse all that information.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kirkham.
Thank you.
Appreciate your evidence. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, all. I'd like to first ask, or my first questions to Dr. Kirkham. You suggest in your submission that the age assurance technology trial report contains citations that appear to be AI hallucinated. Last year, Deloitte partially refunded the Commonwealth for a report that contained false AI-imagined citations. That was for a $400,000 report. The age assurance technology trial report cost $6.5 million. Should the Commonwealth be seeking an explanation and/or refund?
Absolutely. I mean, this is an appallingly conducted trial. I'm a computer scientist by training. I used to be a computer science academic. Any academic who produces work should be dismissed. It involves AI hallucinated citations. It involves a complete lack of methodological rigour. It involves hiding some of the results on the... I mean, I managed to actually take the trial data and understand exactly what was going on. And they were literally hiding the fact in their final report that they were promoting systems that let over 40% of 10-year-olds through an age gate. And these systems discriminate. I mean, if you're Indigenous, they're talking, some of these are rating Indigenous children as being in their 50s and 60s, literally. So it is pseudoscience, a lot of the material in the report. And the AI hallucinated citations, well, I'm very, very interested to hear from the people who authored that report what the actual citations were if they were not AI hallucinated.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Dr. Kirkham. Mr. Payne, in your submission, immediately after stating your opposition to the increased penalties, you're at pains to note that, and I quote, "This is not because EFA are friends of big social media platforms or big tech in general," end quote. Do you feel that there has been an attempt by supporters of the ban to create a dichotomy with parents on one side and big tech on the other, with very little room for nuance?
I think definitely big tech have been trying to control the narrative around this as much as possible. But I think they would be reasonably happy with the outcome of having to comply with an obligation of taking reasonable steps to authenticate the age of producers, because it's such a vague term, and it's also a vague term that has been used in privacy law for over 25 years. That has been a matter of some discussion in the debate.
Yep, okay. And this is a question to anyone on the panel. In January, the government was celebrating the 4.7 million accounts banned. In March, they discovered serious concerns with compliance by social media companies. Was there a big change in compliance in the 2-month period, or was this an attempt to set the narrative and when that failed to find someone to blame?
Can I possibly take this? I was actually a member of the Data Assurance Advisory Board for the project. Was the only privacy specialist on that board. I raised some very strong concerns from the outset about the structure of the project, given that it was being run by an organisation which was the industry group for age identification providers, benchmarking against a standard that they developed. And without what needs to be, in my view, after spending some time on the board, a proper understanding of the requirements of Australian privacy law. And that it had, to me at least, in my opinion, that I've spent 30 years practicing in privacy law, the attributes of privacy watching exercise. It was remarked that the terms of reference of the project would exclude specifically how children might circumvent the controls that might be being used. And had that been done, I think it would have rendered it completely without confidence.
Would anyone else like to make a contribution? Mr. Sulston?
Yeah, just a very short point. The ultimate arbiter of whether the social media ban is successful or not is, first of all, the well-being of Australian children. Specifically, I think we need to look closer at vulnerable children, those who will be less well served by being banned from social media because they may depend on it to reach their people. So that might be ethnic minority groups, that might be LGBT youth, or those who are living in kind of remote locations. So counting how many accounts have been banned is not a useful metric in terms of measuring that efficacy. We don't know how many accounts there were in the first place. We don't know how many were held by children. We don't know how many were banned in error. And then we don't know how many of those children then immediately went and made new accounts on the same or different platforms. But I note from the report that eSafety released a week and a bit ago on a Friday afternoon that market penetration for social media amongst children has decreased, but from something like 84 to something like 81%. So clearly it has not made a significant impact on children's use of these systems.
A very important point, thank you. Dr. Kurgan, would you like to make any contribution, or I can ask?
Well, I mean,
next question.
Let's put it bluntly. I have no idea why they're not. If they show me the receipts for this 4.7 million accounts, I've not seen the receipts. I'm not convinced. And if all these accounts have disappeared, why are the same number of kids still online? Why is there no statistically significant evidence as to kids moving off social media platforms? Any reduction, it will be a study design flaw because. Like the eSafety study, for example, is asking the parents, do they know their kids on social media? Well, if they're not supposed to be on social media, are as many kids going to be telling their parents? Well, of course not.
Yep, no, absolutely. Wonderful. I'll put the rest of my questions on notice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Payman. On that note, we will say thank you very much to the witnesses for your evidence here today. The committee appreciates the work that goes into preparing for these hearings, and if you've taken anything on notice, please provide the answers by 19 August. We now welcome KJR Australia. Thank you. I welcome a representative from KJR Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you.
Sure has.
Wonderful. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear here today?
Andrew Thomas Hammond, I'm a General Manager at KJR Australia.
Wonderful. You've heard, I'm sure, what I've said earlier, so if you have an opening statement, we invite you to give it now, but if it can be as brief as possible, and then if you want to table anything more, that would be wonderful. And then at the conclusion of your remarks, I will invite senators to ask questions.
Okay, definitely. So thank you very much for inviting us along to the inquiry today. KJR is an independent quality assurance company. We started on the Gold Coast in 1997. We were part of the age assurance technology trial. We ran the testing and the evaluation of the solutions that were put forward. And I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. Senator Hanson-Young, did you have?
I'm okay for now.
Okay, thank you, Senator Henderson.
Look, there's a lot of concern that the age assurance technology is simply not working on the social media platforms, and that the design of the various ways in which social media platforms are using age assurance technology, if they are, is flawed. What would you say to that?
I would agree. From my own personal research, we found that 9 out of the 10 platforms weren't doing anything other than asking, are you old enough to join the platform? So we, as interested parties, just on our own independent, or for our own independent research, created a number of accounts post-ban, and as recently as a month ago, just to test what was actually happening in that space. And as I said, except for the Kick platform, all the other platforms simply asked, are you over 16, and then allowed you onto the system. Our protocol was then to use the systems for up to an hour immediately after that. And during that time, we saw that we were getting served ads for people that were of 16. So there was, not to put Westpac under the bus, but they had a Youth Saver account advertisement where they were doubling the amount of dollars. And so the accounts that we had were getting those, and those accounts are targeted at 8 to 18-year-olds. We also had advertisements for consent. There were some recent changes in the consent law, and so there was some advertisements coming through from that. So I think the evidence that we saw on device was that the platforms knew, obviously because they asked, were you over 16, and we said yes, that the age of that person or the person using the account was in that target area.
But isn't the issue not just with the fact that the social media platforms aren't appropriately age assuring new accounts, that the underpinning trial did not appropriately identify the flaws with age assurance?
I would disagree with that. We were asked to say, could age assurance work in the Australian context? We trialled a number of different solutions. We weren't asked to pick a solution nor recommend a particular solution, so it was the trial was non-biased in that. We trialled systems that were from startups all the way through to doing millions of account checks over a year. So our role was to see, could it work in the Australian population? I personally went around Australia working with our young people and our First Nations brothers and sisters, testing that technology to see, could it work in the Australian population? So we went everywhere from Darwin to Innisfail to Perth to Canberra, testing that with our young people. And what we found was there was a variance, there was no silver bullet, but you could get, if configured correctly, you could get those systems to work quite accurately.
Well, we've just heard evidence that for Indigenous Australians particularly, age assurance did not work.
Yeah,
and age assurance was, in fact, allowing many Indigenous adults. They were being incorrectly categorised.
There was definitely a range of estimations.
And that's, I've looked at the data, so I'm just saying, in relation to the trial of age assurance, I put to you that there were many flaws, such that, in particular, in relation to Indigenous Australians, they weren't being appropriately identified at all as to whether they were under 16, as a general rule, looking at the data.
Looking at the data and the range of systems too, because there was no silver bullet, and we did declare that in the report that there was not one size to fit all. And I think the issue that we're having with the implementation at the moment is we're not even getting to that point that we're arguing about our children getting through the age assurance technologies to get on the platforms. Is they're just saying that they're over 16 and they're on the platform.
So in the trial, why don't you believe that free and open source alternatives were considered, not just commercial systems?
No, any provider from around the globe that came forward to have their technology trialled were considered. We didn't exclude anyone. So some of those were open source, some of those were closed source, and some of those were commercial. It was a global call for participation, and no one was excluded from that trial.
And so in terms of the operation of the Online Safety Act with age assurance, what would you say about what needs to change to ensure that digital platforms, the social media platforms, are age assuring every single person who opens an account?
Yeah, I would agree. That's exactly what happens at the moment. And what was recommended in the report was a waterfall method, essentially. So you ask the person how old they are, then you go to the next level of assurance, which might be a facial age estimation. It might use your biometrics or another purpose. If that wasn't conclusive, then it would go to potentially using an ID or some other form of method. And so what you have there is increasing sort of rigour around determining how old someone is. And at the moment, what we've seen is that those questions are not being asked routinely. The Australian population is not massive, and with this legislation being now in and quite topical, I think that asking each person that creates an account is not necessarily an unreasonable step.
Yeah, look, I have further questions, but I'll put them on notice because we're run out of time. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Henderson. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Mr Hammond. Interested to hear that there's a variety of different ways this could be done, but, your point is that's not even being implemented. Those technologies aren't even being implemented.
Yeah, that's right.
Two things I'm interested in. One strikes me in a number of the other countries that have now taken up some form of social media ban for young people. A number of those countries are able to implement it in a much simpler way because they actually already have existing national IDs.
Yep.
Is that a fair assessment?
Oh, based on my understanding, yes, that's correct.
Yes. So if you've got a citizenship number that the government can easily verify, your date of birth, it's very simple to do.
Yep.
No one in Australia is advocating for that. But it strikes me that we're trying to compare apples with oranges in that sense.
Yeah, I would agree.
In the EU and France, where there's a national ID, it's very easy to work out who is a minor and who isn't.
Yeah, exactly right.
Thank you. Secondly, I'm interested because this, obviously the social media ban and the age verification has not worked. 80% of young people, at least, are still being able to access social media. And yet the government is currently asking the Parliament to implement a new version, which would not just be on social media, but across a large number of digital platforms, including streaming services. Mm-hmm. How do you think KO or 7plus or Netflix are going to be able to implement age verification?
For those that are commercial, so Netflix and KO, where you need to provide a credit card to sign up for said services. In Australia, you need to be 18 plus to get a credit card, and there's a whole range of sort of tests that go into issuing that. So from that point of view, that's what we would call an age inference, because to have a credit card, you need to be 18 plus. So therefore, you're all good.
So every household that has a paid subscription account will automatically pass that first age verification tick because you have to have a credit card to sign up.
If that's the way that they do it there. And then the sub-accounts to that would then need some other form of age assurance to be able to demonstrate how old the holder of that sub-account is. So whether that is that they had their own credit card or whether there was another method to provide that evidence to see what they were doing. And I think it's important to note that there is, once someone is using a service, then you get usage patterns, and there's a question about, well, how long is long enough for those patterns to emerge? So it might be the case that the primary account holder is definitely over 18, and then sub-account holders are watching Bluey or something like that, one of our Australian shows, that indicates that that's a user that is a bit younger and maybe should be limited in what they should see.
So in terms of an account, a KO account that's, KO is not cheap, by the way. It's bloody expensive. So I can't imagine there's households who are going to have more than one account.
Yep.
You then sign up. It's on the family TV. At the moment, you assume it's just on that the primary account. That's what the footy comes up on, and the KO is not going to know whether the person watching is a minor or not.
Yeah, that's right. And I think KO is probably an interesting example in that most of their content is not restricted. So there's only a few types of sport that are restricted. So it's probably easier to think about Netflix, where there is a wider variety. I'm not a Netflix expert by any stretch, but being a father of 3, I have some experience in that space. And it was the onus when we were setting up the account was for us to put an age limit on those accounts for our daughters. So I think that at that point, if we were asked to provide some evidence about why is that a younger account, then that would be, as a parent, I wouldn't have any problems at all in providing that evidence there.
And so then what about accounts where there are platforms where you don't have to put your credit card? So YouTube and say, 7+.
Yep. Yeah, so YouTube is an interesting one because when you create an account to log in, and so having done this through the research we did just recently, you need to put an age against a Gmail account to get a YouTube account. So there's an area there where you could actually ask for more information about the user, or is there, if you were 18 plus and you were setting up sub-accounts, you could provide that information there. So I think 7+ would be similar in that at the moment, it's just a free service, same as you turn the TV on of an evening, and if you have it on all night, usually the later it goes, the more more content that is restricted or could be restricted is showing. So if you have a child walking through a through a lounge room and there happens to be an M16+ movie on, like it's up to the parent in there to change the channel. And I think for 7+ or those sorts of applications, again, I'm not an expert user on those applications, but there is the ability to restrict content based on who's in the session there. And that is largely at the moment, same as the TV on the wall, would be based on the parent or the person who turned the TV on to restrict.
So perhaps those age restrictions then still have to be based not on, the problem I've got with this is because, of course, these streaming services, whether it's 7+ or KO or Netflix or Disney, right? They're on-demand services and catch-up services as well as live.
Yeah, exactly.
And they run advertising regardless of what time of day it is, based on the show that is being, the program that has been selected, whether it is live or catch-up or on-demand. Yeah. So perhaps then actually the restrictions need to be about the content, at the very least, the content of the show, not the hours.
Could quite possibly be. And I think the piece that I would potentially equate that to is if you're at a restaurant and you go to order through a QR code and you try to order an alcoholic beverage, at the moment you're asked, are you over 18? And it's a yes, no, and then it goes through. Again, I'm not necessarily the expert in the streaming services, but there is definitely an option there that if you selected a show that needed to be 18+, that there could be a code sent to your mobile phone or to the account holder's mobile phone to approve it. And I mean, Apple has that similar functionality for their parental control accounts. If a child or a sub-user of an account tries to purchase an app that has a cost, then the notification goes to the parent or the holder of the account, they approve or deny, and then based on that, they get access. So I think there's definitely a range of possibilities, and there's for sure and certain going to be more technology available going forward than there is today to be able to help that.
And as you say, watching patterns or searching patterns or doom scrolling patterns can offer so much information as to who is actually consuming that information. I mean, these big tech companies take that data already to work out whether we're a young person who's interested in younger person's products. And that's what they then flog advertising to.
Right? It's the same reason my Instagram feed is full of makeup and clothes that my daughters are interested in, because that's what they talk about when they're around me. And
that's what you tell your mates.
Well, that's exactly right. So, but there's no the algorithms are quite well defined.
Yes, exactly. They're very highly tuned, which also then makes them very vulnerable, very dangerous if they're being used to target vulnerable people. And I guess that's my concern around the fact that in the government's current gambling legislation, there is no ban on online advertising. That is social media, sponsored posts, YouTube, websites where actually the data of the user is being collected and then sold as to advertisers to target their ads. I find it extraordinary that we're talking a lot about age verification for streaming services, and yet online it's going to be a free-for-all still with the most highly targeted advertising.
Yes, in this online world where everything we do is, and where we are and all that sort of stuff is there and for sale, it's from that perspective quite scary.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. May I just go now to Senator Anandaraja?
Thanks, Chair. Would you mind just taking us through what layered age assurance is, why it's effective, and whether it's something that's technically feasible for the platforms to deploy?
Yes, definitely. So it is 100% technically feasible to deploy, but so it starts with the minimum amount of information that a person can give about how old they are. So essentially that where we start with, and is currently the case with asking how old you are. Are you over 16? When you answer yes, then you progress through that gate. What we saw in the trial and what we've seen with the technology and most of the technology providers is they can then have a workflow that says, okay, you've said you're 16, now prove it with a bit more information. And that could be a facial age estimation. There's a one tool that uses the movements in your left hand, and there's a number of other things that can be there. And that won't be enough to prove that, obviously, if I'm doing it, it knows that I'm over 16 and off I go. I don't need to provide any more information. Where there is a question about, are you actually over 16 in this case, then they might ask for some more information. It could be that the next step might be that there's a licence, so you might be able to provide your L's or your P's or something else, or you might be able to provide a passport if you have one. But I think the legislation as it stands has the default that shouldn't be the only mechanism, so that's why we should be seeing other ways to provide evidence of how old you are based on other information that's available about you. So essentially you can configure most of the systems that are available to deliver age assurance to provide these different layers and to go through until they're comfortable that you're of age. And if they're not comfortable you're of age, then it gets referred to another party to do that, and you might provide some other form of information to them.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I was just going to ask some questions around the Free Speech Union of Australia. They appeared before the committee earlier, and in their submission they outlined some criticism of the report of the trial. It suggests that AI hallucinated citations exist in the report. Now, firstly, was generative AI used at any stage in preparing the report?
No, it was not.
It wasn't? Did KJR write the entire report?
No, we were restricted in the areas we provided information, or the information around the results of the testing was our main contribution.
So just the results of the testing?
Yep.
And that was the only part? Okay. Can you, so in that part, can you guarantee that citations in the report all correspond to real and correct sources rather than AI hallucinated ones?
Yeah, it's certainly in the areas that we wrote, yes. And we have, we became aware, also the report became aware of those, the questions through the submission, and the rest of the team that was responsible for that writing of those areas of the report confirmed there was no AI. There was a mix-up in the numbers for the references, and they actually do equate. So with the correct reference, you get the correct result that was being referred to in that literature review.
Okay, just because on page 94 of Part K of the report, there is a citation for Weber et al. If you follow the digital object identifier provided next to that citation, it actually links to a paper which with no one being named as Weber who worked on it. So
yes.
Why is that?
I believe, from what I've been told, that is because that link goes to the incorrect incorrect citation. And I'll provide the actual correct citation after this. But if you go to that article, then it's actually the correct one. So there's an error in the citation link as opposed to the article that it refers to being hallucinated.
Okay, so the digital object identifier is incorrect.
Yes.
Okay, because there was another example as well.
Yeah.
Now, what was the consortium of which KJR was a member paid in total to conduct the age assurance technology trial and produce the report?
I'll have to grab that one on notice because I'm not aware of the total cost because we're a subcontractor to that consortium. So I think it'd be wrong of me to provide a number that's incorrect. So I'll take that one on notice and provide it if that's okay.
Okay, yep, that's fine. It's just that it's reported to be around $6.5 million, but I'd love to get the accurate amount from yourself. And is it acceptable for this report to contain basic citation errors like, you know, having the incorrect digital object identifier when taxpayers have paid millions of dollars for it? It's just bizarre that, you know, whoever is in your consortium that was responsible for this should offer some form of compensation to the government for these errors.
Yeah, I'd have to get that one on notice too because we weren't the primary author of the report nor the head contractor, so it would be wrong of me to suggest that they should do or do not do something. But I'm happy to provide that on notice.
Thank you, that'd be wonderful. I'll put the rest of the questions on notice as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Payman. Thank you for your evidence here today and for appearing. We appreciate how much work goes into these appearances, and so we are grateful. If you have taken questions on notice, so if you could please provide answers to that Secretariat by 19 August 2026. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thanks for having me.
All right. That takes us to our lunch break. We're running a little bit behind time. We will shorten the lunch break to 50 minutes or so, and we will return at 1:30. Thank you very much. Thank you, Broadcasting. I now welcome representatives from Meta, Google, YouTube, TikTok Australia and Snap, who are all appearing via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. I see some nodding. If you could just verbally confirm for me, please, given you're all online. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, Senator, I had a little bit of an audio problem. Can you just repeat that one for me?
Sure. I understand that the information on parliamentary privilege has been provided to you, as well as information about protection of witnesses. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Two, three, four. And the fourth one, who didn't confirm then?
Sorry, yes.
Oh, great. Okay. Thank you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today, and we'll go Meta, Google, TikTok and Snap, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Mia Garlick and I'm a Regional Director on the APAC Policy Team at Meta. I'll throw to Google.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Chair. Rachel Lord, I'm YouTube's Government Affairs and Public Policy Lead here in Australia.
Jessica Lovestead, the Head of Public Policy for TikTok in Australia and New Zealand.
I'm Ben Au. I'm Snap's Head of Public Policy for Australia and New Zealand.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. You may have heard me earlier say we're running a little bit behind time, and I apologise for that. But I will invite you each to make a short opening statement. But if you wouldn't mind keeping them relatively brief, and then if you want to add anything further, you can put those on notice or table them at the conclusion. And then at the end of your opening statements, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Thank you.
Great. Did you want us to go in the same order that we introduce ourselves in?
Yes, please.
Yep. Okay, great. Cool. All right. Well, thank you so much, Chair, Deputy Chair and Senators, for the opportunity to appear before you today. I wanted to say at the outset that Meta shares the Australian Government and the Parliament's commitment to provide young people with age-appropriate experiences online. And this is something that we've been investing in for a number of years. Most recently, we launched Teen Accounts in Australia. We launched that in September 2024 after many years of research, and that represents the most significant change that we've made to young people's experiences on our platform. It has stronger privacy settings, stronger content controls, and parental oversight built in by default. When it comes to compliance with Australia's social media minimum age legislation, I want to be very clear that Meta took this seriously from day one. And whilst we believe that legislative frameworks that incentivise industry to invest in age-appropriate experiences are preferable to blanket bans, our approach has been to disagree but to commit. We were the first major platform to begin notifying and removing underage accounts before the law took effect on the 10th of December last year. By the 11th of December, we had removed access to almost 550,000 accounts, 1,000 accounts, and that enforcement has continued every day since. And we've been reporting our progress regularly to the eSafety Commissioner, and we've now removed more than 750,000 accounts across Facebook and Instagram in Australia for people that are under 16. So for us, building out an age-appropriate experience is an iterative process. We've adopted a waterfall approach, which is a data minimisation approach consistent with the regulatory guidance from the eSafety Commissioner and the findings of the Age Assurance Technology Trial Final Report. Consistent with that, we've also started rolling out AI-powered detection, both text and visual, to proactively identify underage users. And we've simplified user reporting, we've augmented human review with LLM-based systems, and we've implemented anti-recidivism measures to prevent young people from simply re-registering. Enforcement is only part of the job. Between June and July this year, we ran an education campaign across Facebook and Instagram in Australia that reached 1.3 million parents, pointing them to practical guidance on how we detect and remove under 16 accounts, what happens to a teen's account and memories, and how to check and correct stated age. We think this is really important because we need to keep parents informed as part of making these protections work. Outside of our work to comply with Australia's social media age ban law, we continue to invest in and advocate for industry-wide whole-of-ecosystem age-appropriate experiences. We're a founding partner of the Open Age Initiative, which is a non-profit focused on interoperable, privacy-preserving age assurance. And we're working to test the launch of the age keys as part of this initiative for Australian Facebook users later this year. So this is another step forward in reducing the burden on individuals while giving platforms stronger signal to ensure compliance. So I hope that this framing is helpful, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Google?
Thank you, Chair. We don't have an opening statement today.
Thank you very much. TikTok Australia?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I'll keep it brief. And thank you to you and the committee for the invitation to appear today. TikTok is a global discovery platform where more than 10.5 million Australians come to connect, share their passions and find inspiration. Our top priority is keeping our communities safe, and we share the government's policy objective to ensure people have safe, age-appropriate online experiences. We take our compliance obligation under all Australian law seriously. And since December last year, a key plank of our online safety work has involved supporting parents and their teens through the changes introduced when the government's new social media minimum age law came into effect. As you're all aware, these laws were a world first, and both the government and the E-Safety Commissioner recognise this and have acknowledged that its implementation needs to be iterative. At TikTok, we agree, and we continue to work closely with the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner and the government, sharing how we're implementing and complying with the law. We strive for our engagement to be grounded in cooperation and continuous improvement. And you should all have a copy of the submission TikTok made to this committee, which sets out our approach to the law. I'm here today to help answer your questions, so let me conclude by saying we take our responsibility to protect our community incredibly seriously. It's the most important thing we do.
Thank you very much. And Snap?
Thank you, Chair and committee members. SNAP respects the critical role this committee plays in scrutinising policy and informing public debate. We have appeared before you on multiple occasions to share our perspectives and to answer your questions, and we remain committed to assisting your inquiry today. While SNAP does not agree with eSafety's view that Snapchat is within scope of the social media minimum age, SNAP is acting consistently with the law and taking the necessary steps to meet the requirements in the legislation. This includes a range of measures to prevent under-16s in Australia from holding accounts with Snapchat, including the use of facial age estimation, where a user takes a selfie, which is then processed on device, Connect ID, where age is verified through a connection to an Australian bank account, Age Key, which is a reusable token users can create by verifying their age, and submitting government photo ID. While it is an unusual situation to testify alongside an active e-safety regulatory process, we welcome this discussion. We will endeavour to be as helpful as possible to the committee today, while ensuring we remain respectful of the Commissioner's ongoing work. I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go first to Senator Anandaraja.
Thanks, Chair. Just as to all the platforms, in February, Apple announced that it had released its Declared Age Range API, which could share age signals with platforms to help determine under 16 users. Despite this, I understand that not all platforms have opted into this. I'd like an explanation as to why, and I might start with Meta. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. I think it's an excellent step that Apple has taken, because it demonstrates, the way in which we can have a whole of ecosystem age assurance approach, which is certainly something that a number of people within the industry have been advocating for. And so certainly we're looking at all different signals that we can be ingesting, and hope to have more to share on that soon.
So does that mean you haven't opted into this? Is that right?
I think we're working on it, and we've started the conversations to allow that to commence, but I don't think that that's been part of our suite to date. We've adopted other proactive detection signals, in part because the strength of the signal is very weak. It's actually less strong than stated age, but obviously we're working on a range of different signals.
And do you have a timeline as to when you would consider actually adopting this?
I don't have anything I can share with you now, but I'm happy to come back to you with details if that's helpful.
That would be helpful. Thank you. And the others? Go ahead.
We'll keep going in the same order. Thanks for that, Senator question. We have agreed to start ingesting the Apple API signal. That will be rolling out imminently, as far as I understand it. And I should also flag that we have made a similar Play API signal available to developers as well.
Okay, thank you. TikTok?
Thank you, Senator. And from TikTok's perspective, again, this is a signal that we are currently actively testing. And obviously, we welcome, again, the availability of this signal from Apple, and are actively testing it at the moment.
Okay. Do you have a timeline as to when you will deploy it or adopt it?
As you can appreciate, Senator, with all these type of signals, we want to obviously verify that it actually helps in the overall process. So that's a current evaluation.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. I can confirm that Snap has been actively testing the Apple Declared Age Range API. I don't currently have a time frame, but it is actively being tested.
Okay, all right. And to Meta, what steps have Facebook and Instagram taken to identify users who may have falsely declared their age? And how do you test whether those steps are effective?
Sure. So we've got a range of different measures that we take. Obviously, one signal that we have is stated age. We also have enforcement checks so that people can't create accounts under the age of 16 in Australia. We've also started rolling out proactive detection on text and visual sort of signals, and then we also have been improving and augmenting our user reporting flow and responding to user reports as well. And then we have a range of anti-recidivism
I'm going to just stop you there.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. That sounds a bit jargony. Can we just strip back some of the jargon and just, if you could just describe to us some of those measures in plain language?
Sure. So basically, we're trying to stop people from being able to create an account that is under 16. We're using measures to try to identify if people's stated age and what we suspect to be their actual age are different, and then we're taking proactive steps to remove those accounts, and then we're also trying to make sure that people can't try to create an account if we have removed it. So there's a range of different measures that we're taking, and obviously if someone is, for example, changing their birth date, for example, we were one of the first platforms to start giving people notice that they would lose their account if they suddenly change their birth date to be over 16. We put them in an age check where we then ask them to confirm their age either through ID or facial estimation. So there are a range of different measures that we're taking to comply, and we rolled these things out gradually in the lead up to the law, and we've been rolling them out gradually since the law so that we can continue to test and iterate on them to check their effectiveness.
Have you got any data on how many people try to join the platform, young people?
I don't think we have specific data on that. We've certainly disclosed that we've removed over 500,000 accounts in the lead up to the law taking effect, and now the total number of accounts as of today's hearing is over 750,000 accounts. So wherever we're aware of someone that we suspect to be under 16, we're removing those accounts.
And what's the denominator? Just remind us. How many children do we believe, or users under the age of 16? Are using your platform?
I don't have that to hand. I'm sorry. That might be a question for the e-Safety Commissioner.
You don't know?
Well,
so you've removed 750,000, but you don't know what the denominator is?
Well, from our perspective, if we suspect someone is under 16, we're removing that account.
Okay, all right. Okay, but you don't have an estimate. You don't have any sense of how many children are on your platform who are in that age range? Not even an estimate?
Well, from our perspective...
1 million, 2 million? Any idea?
No, I'm sorry.
And there's been a disturbing report from the US of Meta shredding evidence. in response to the in regards to the Andrew Forrest trial. Have you shredded evidence or destroyed any evidence in the period that we've been debating this amendment?
Absolutely not. We certainly take our legal and ethical obligations very seriously, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to clarify that for you today.
Okay, that is reassuring. To TikTok, how do you identify underage users who access your service through repeat account creation, altered birth dates, VPN use, or other circumvention methods?
Yes, thank you, Senator. And in our submission to the committee, we've obviously set out the waterfall approach that we take to age assurance. And upfront, obviously, we have what we call a neutral age gate. So when you try to create an account on TikTok, you get asked to input your date of birth. So we don't try to probe anyone to put in any one particular date or another or ask them what their age is. They have to obviously declare that upfront. If you do make it onto the platform, we have an ongoing monitoring system. So it's a combination of what I'd call AI smarts and technology tools, human moderation, and also reporting systems. So if I can just kind of step you through very quickly in the least jargony way possible, on some of the technology tools that we use, it's obviously looking at someone's profile pictures, the type of engagement they have on platform, as well as potentially messages that they send. If someone says, for example, send a message to someone saying happy 15th birthday, that would kind of cause a flag in our system. So that's part of the technology suite that we utilize. Then obviously we have human moderators as well. And as part of the implementation of these laws, we've invested quite significantly in additional training for our human moderators who are focused in particular on age assurance to make sure that they are up to scratch with the new requirements in Australia and know what to look out for. And then obviously we have a suite of what we call reporting functions as well. So we have a particular under 16 button in our app that if you suspect that someone is underage, that you can simply report it in through that directly. But that is not just for people who use the app. We also do have a web portal so that if you are not on the application itself, but you have suspected underage users, that someone that you think might be online that shouldn't be, you can report that into us directly as well.
And you might have mentioned this in your opening statement, but have you declared how many user accounts you've removed?
Yes. No, that's okay, Senator. So yeah, it was in our submission. So upfront, as we were leading into these laws coming into effect, we deactivated 550,000 accounts upfront. And on top of that, we continue to obviously take accounts off platform if and when we find them. So we take proactive enforcement actions, and there's approximately 24,000 accounts a month since the implementation of the law that we continue to take down.
Okay, and do you have a sense of how many users try to get back onto the platform?
That's not a data point that I have with me today, Senator, but again, I come back to this is an iterative process. So unfortunately, young people do try to make it back onto the platform, which is why we have this ongoing process of improvement and ongoing monitoring to make sure that we deploy the technology suite that we have available in combination of human moderation coupled with proactive reporting from parents, guardians, teachers, and people who basically see suspected activity online so that they can report it into us, and we continue then to take accounts down as that is.
Do you have any data on reporting from adults on your platform?
It's not a data point I have with me here today, Senator, but we would have some data on that, yes.
Okay, if you could maybe supply that to us on notice. And is it an easy process for parents or teachers or people in authority to navigate?
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, in the app itself, you have a very simple way of reporting through our under 16 reporting button. But even if you're not on platform, there's a web portal and a form that's very, very straightforward where you can go in and report to us. And again, we look at every single one of those through human eyes, and we basically try to bottom that out as quickly as possible.
Okay, and my final question to Snapchat. It was previously reported that Snapchat was using its facial age estimation tool without a liveness test being turned on, meaning the tool was not primed to detect whether or not the face being shown was just a still image. why wasn't it turned on, and what advice did you receive from your third-party age assurance provider about the liveness test?
Thank you, Senator. I can confirm that our facial age estimation tool does have liveness detection, and it has always had a liveness detection since the social media minimum age law has come into effect. For our facial age estimation, we use a third-party provider. It is a provider that was a part of the age assurance technology trial. They were assessed at the highest technology readiness level. I am aware of the reporting in the potentially in the media around the liveness issue. My recollection is that we sought to correct that report immediately.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Appreciate you all being here today, or virtually. Would have been good to have had some of you in the room. Firstly, could I ask, just to clarify from Meta, the 750,000 accounts, what was that directly related to?
Under 16-year-old accounts that we've removed across Facebook and Instagram.
So you started off with 500,000, and you're saying it's since the social media ban first came into play, you've removed an extra 250,000 accounts. Am I understanding that properly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right. And you don't have a figure of how many accounts you suspect are still underage?
No, from our perspective, if we suspect it's underage, we're removing it.
Yeah. How many accounts are you removing per day?
I'm not sure that we have a daily figure. We've received, I think, 8 information notices, so we're getting information notices monthly from the E-Safety Commissioner, and have disclosed this new number of the 750 based on these monthly information notices that we've been providing.
Okay. So you've got the figures for at least each month.
That's right.
Okay. So how many would have you removed in the last month?
I don't have that to hand. I'm happy to come back to you if that's helpful information.
Yeah, we're here for a little while, so if someone could text you that through from your team, that'd be helpful. Could I ask the same for a Google? How many accounts, just so that we're clear, how many accounts overall have you removed since the inception of the ban?
Thanks, Senator. Just to be clear, we have a single Google account that's used to access multiple services, and that includes YouTube. So what we've done in response to this law is to block access to YouTube via that Google account for suspected under 16 users. What I can share is that since the 10th of December, 740,000 accounts have been prevented from signing into YouTube that had tried to use the platform since that day.
Okay.
And that we suspect are under 16.
Okay, so that's pretty comparable to Meta then, actually, in terms of the 750, 740 overall. So how many under 16-year-olds have Google accounts?
I don't have that data point to hand. I'm sorry, Senator.
I'd be interested to know how many, seeing as it's a different scenario to, say, Meta or TikTok in that regard.
It is a different scenario. So just to be clear, I mean, obviously people own Google accounts for a whole host of reasons. That could be because you've created a Google account to set up Gmail, or that your parents have created a Google account for you when they're setting up an Android device. So multiple reasons, not necessarily to use YouTube as a service. That's why we've given you that figure, which is a way more accurate representation of, the number that, like, really the impact here of this legislation.
If you could take on notice, I'd be really interested to know how many broad Google accounts exist for under 16s for all of those reasons. Thank you. Could I understand how many? How do you have data that says how many people access YouTube logged out? You must have that data somewhere.
I don't have that data, Senator, and I don't believe I've seen that data either.
So you don't keep a record of how many people use YouTube in the logged out state?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm happy to take that question on notice as well and see what we can provide.
You must have it, because there must be a difference between how the advertising works for a locked out account versus a logged in account, surely.
Well, I mean, of course, because we apply different restrictions to advertising depending on the age of the user. So as you'd know, we don't target ads to under 18s, for example, but for an over 18. And we have additional protections in place, or we did, for under 18 account holders in Australia with regards to advertising. But look, I'm happy to take that on notice and see what we can share with you that might be useful.
Okay. I'd like to know what the level of revenue Meta, TikTok and Google all gather from gambling advertising.
Are we doing the bit where I go first? I'm happy to. I'm sorry, Senator. I'm happy to take that one on notice. I'm sorry I don't have that to hand right now, but happy to share what we can.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Google, do you have the?
Yes, I'll have to. I'm in the same position. It's not an issue that I cover in my role, but we'll see what we can provide on notice.
TikTok.
Senator, I came prepared for the social media minimum age ban legislation, so that's not a data point I have with me today.
Okay, could you? I'd like it answered, because it relates directly to age verification, because of the next iteration of how age verification may or may not be used, given the government's planned gambling legislation.
Happy to take it on notice, Senator. Thank you.
And Snapchat, do you take any revenue from gambling advertising at all?
Senator, there are gambling advertisers on Snapchat. Gambling ads are not served to users aged under 18.
That's for those users you know are under 18.
That is correct, Senator.
And how does Google determine whether somebody who is underage is receiving gambling advertising in their, whether that's on YouTube, whether that's on their, when they're searching, when they're on a website and you've got Google ads popping up? How does Google determine whether the advertising is age appropriate on gambling?
Sure. So across Google's products and services, and bear with me because my area of responsibility is obviously YouTube. As we've talked about, we rely on the age associated with the Google account. We take that to be a strong signal for a number of reasons, and we have protections in place to prevent users from changing that age date associated with the account, depending on the circumstances. At the Google account level in January, we rolled out age inference models across the Google account to detect whether a user, based on signals on that account, is over or under 18. And where someone has a declared age of over 18 or an age associated with that account of over 18, but their behaviour suggests that they are in fact under 18, we will default them into a minor experience and give them an opportunity to verify their age to correct that if that assessment is wrong.
And for Meta, are young people being served up gambling ads across your various platforms?
No, Senator, we do have additional protections in terms of advertising that is shown to people that we believe to be under 18, and we've spent many years building out what we call an adult classifier that looks at a range of different signals to identify if someone is over or under 18. I do think it's important to note in the context of our discussion of the social media age ban law, one of the things that I think we have shared with earlier versions of the committee's inquiry as the law was taking effect is that 16 is a globally novel age boundary. And so that's why I think we're all talking about these iterative approaches that we're taking as we're trying to build up new signals and markers around this globally novel age boundary. So it's not quite a simple comparison between how the industry has worked towards the 18 age boundary versus this new one that we're working towards now.
But if you're over 18, you can just see gambling ads, can't you, on your various different platforms?
You can see ads that comply with our policies and with applicable laws and advertising standards, yes, and there's various controls that people have if we're not serving them ads that are interesting.
I'd like to ask, we've been given all the data and analysis that 80% of young people under the age of 16 are still on your platforms. So who's failing? Like, whose fault is that? And Meta's removed 750 accounts. Google's blocked 740,000 accounts from getting onto YouTube if you're under 16. And you're telling us you're doing all this stuff, but 80% of under 16-year-olds still accessing your platforms. Whose fault is that? Let's start with Google, maybe.
I had a feeling you were going to ask me to go first, so I was reaching for the unmute button. Look, I think there's a few things I'd like to share in response to that. Firstly, I think you might be referring to the eSafety Commissioner's latest research. That was clearly at a point in time in March. So I would say, obviously, as we've discussed here today, the technologies that we are using to detect users at the 16 age boundary are evolving because that is a novel and complex age gate. So I can say on our end, at least, we've been working towards improving those systems since the 10th of December. And we've been clear with the government about that from the get-go. I remember that conversation when this law was first mooted before we even had the age of 16, that anything outside the adult to minor age boundary was new, and detecting a user at a distinct age of 16 was also new. So we are iterating in that space and have been taking steps from day one and will continue to do so. And we do keep the eSafety Commissioner updated on that work.
Does Meta take any responsibility that 80% of young people are still accessing your platforms, regardless of the fact that they're not meant to be?
Well, we're certainly doing everything we can to identify and remove and to have anti-circumvention measures in place. So we're continuing to invest and work to comply with the law. I do think as well, sometimes it's challenging. I'm not sure which particular report you're referring to, but there can be differences in terms of people accessing versus having an account, and I do think sometimes survey data is challenging in terms of stated versus revealed. So there could be a number of factors in place that are sort of contributing to that. But certainly from our perspective, we're taking our obligations seriously and working to continue to invest and make sure that we're doing everything we can to identify and remove accounts in compliance with the law.
I know that the chair wants me to hand over. I've got one other question, and that is about whether you would all be prepared to give your users the option to opt out of the pushed and promoted posts and algorithms, as per people being able to have control over their own feeds. I'd like an answer from each of you.
Sure, I'm happy to jump in here. Look, we appreciate the desire for our users to have control over their experience when they're on YouTube, and we do already have tools in place to enable those users to shape recommendations on our platform, and that also includes the ability to turn off personalised recommendations on the homepage and on the Shorts feed. What I would say, though, that adjacent to this conversation is a suggestion that we wouldn't agree with, and that is that algorithms are, inherently harmful. I think on our platform, algorithms are one of the tools or recommendations that we use to maintain a safe and responsible platform. It also allows us to serve content to users that's useful and relevant to them. Given that YouTube is quite a different offering to other services, we don't connect users to content based on a social network. And I think when we have these conversations, they often centre around concerns about content. And our view is that, if the concern is around content, then we should be having the conversation about content rather than the feature itself.
Does Meta think that individual users should have control over their feeds?
Yes, absolutely. I think that to sort of build a little bit on what Rachel said, there's different categories of algorithms that are running across our platform at any given time. There's ranking algorithms for connected content. There's recommendation algorithms for unconnected content. And then obviously we have a range of different safety and integrity algorithms. But with respect to, what people see in feed, there's a range of different, we survey tens of thousands of people every day across the site to understand if they are or are not interested in the content that they see. There's the ability to reset your algorithm on every post that you see. You can understand why you're seeing it. And then you can certainly pause having recommended content to you. So there are a range of different controls there so that people are finding the content that they're seeing and engaging with useful and helpful.
So why don't you just give people the option to opt in and out already?
Well, there are a range of different controls that people can have to change how they're seeing. For example, on Instagram, if you only want to see content from your favourites, for example, then you can control that. So there are different tools that people have to be able to have the control of what they see in their feed if we're not getting it right in terms of how ranking or recommendation algorithms are working.
But why can't we turn off the ads and the sponsored posts? Why can't we say? Why can't a 17-year-old say, no, I don't want to be bombarded with advertising, so I'm going to turn it off?
So we're talking about advertising, not algorithms?
Well, it's the algorithms that drive that content to that person's feed. That is the only reason you've got those ads showing up in people's feeds, because they're being driven by the algorithms.
Maybe it's helpful if I just clarify that.
No, I want to understand why it is that a young person is not able to opt out of your promoted posts or your algorithmic advertising.
Sure. So maybe if I can just clarify in terms of advertising, there's very limited opportunities to advertise to young people or people under 18. And for the way in which that works, it's actually based on interest. It's based on location and their age. So it's a much more limited offering so that we're not, it's not the same experience as for an adult. And then obviously with teen accounts, there's even greater controls around the types of content that people can see so that people aren't being exposed to content that might not be appropriate for someone who is under the age of 18. So we do have a number of controls in place to try to address what I think is the concern that you're asking about.
Why can't a 20-year-old opt out of being served up gambling ads?
Oh, they can. You can, if you're served an ad that you don't want to see in your feed, then you can opt out of seeing that.
No, you can say, I don't want to see this anymore. You can't say, I don't want to be bombarded with gambling advertising. You'll just get served up the next gambling ad.
I'm happy to share more with you about ad preferences. You can actually put in controls to try to prevent certain types or categories of advertisers from being shown to you, and I'm very happy to share some more details about how that works. I think it's a really important feature that it's helpful for us to make sure that people are aware of.
So you're telling me that you actively allow people to say, I don't want to get advertising in my feed?
No,
as an adult.
No, sorry. I'm saying that you can say that you don't want a particular advertiser or category of ad. You can certainly have those kinds of controls. But obviously, it's an ad-supported service.
How far down the account is that hidden? How many clicks do you have to go through to get that option?
Yeah, sure. So every time you see an ad, there's a drop-down button where you have the option to hide the ad, send feedback about the ad, or hide ads from that advertiser, and then click through to your ad preferences so that you can set them. And I'm happy to share details with you about that. We've certainly tried to make it, sort of front and centre for people as they're engaging with content on the platform.
I don't think front and centre is an honest and genuine description, with all due respect. But the chair wants me to hand over the call.
Thank you, Senator Anthony. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much,
Thanks.
Chair. Ms Gully, if I could start with you. We've heard a lot of evidence, including today, about the online harms being caused by social media platforms, including those run by Meta, Facebook and Instagram. Do you concede that your platforms continue to cause harm online?
So from our perspective, we are trying to provide services that people find helpful and useful and want to continue to use. And that's why we invest significantly in tools and protections to remove harmful content and to make sure, particularly for young people, that they are placed into these higher settings on teen accounts.
So can I just go back to my question? Do you concede that your products are still causing harm online?
So that's certainly not the way we've designed them, and that's not the way that we have invested in the many different content and integrity measures.
Well, I would put to you that your social media feeds are absolutely designed to keep people addicted to the feed. And it is absolutely disingenuous, Ms Garlick, for you to say otherwise. The addictive nature of the social media feeds, including driven by the algorithm, is a key design feature of your platforms. Isn't that the case?
Well, certainly we have, engagement is only a very small signal that goes into how the algorithm functions. And I'm happy to share more details with you from the systems cards that show the range of different things that factor into it. But from our perspective, if people don't find our services useful and they don't feel good when they use our services, then, we will not continue to be able to provide them and have a business. And so we have every motivation to try to make sure that our services are useful and helpful to people.
Well, that's very gracious of you to offer not to continue to provide your service, including, I guess, in Australia. But the bottom line is, and I refer to the decision that was just made in New Mexico, $1.3 billion in damages awarded against Meta. I understand you're appealing this decision, but the New Mexico Attorney General has accused Meta of designing its products to addict young users and failing to protect children from sexual exploitation on its platforms. That the judge in this case ordered Meta to impose a range of youth safety measures, including monthly limits on teens' use of Facebook and Instagram, restrictions on notifications, tighter controls on adult contact with minors, safeguards for AI chatbots and enhanced review of child sexual abuse reports. Are you going to implement those measures in accordance with the court's order?
Obviously, we work to comply with applicable laws and with court decisions. And I've mentioned a number of the features and controls that we have in place to protect young people, and this is something that we continue to invest in.
Well, I just would put to you that we've just seen evidence. We've just heard evidence as recently as a couple of weeks ago in relation to this particular case that Meta is fundamentally failing in its responsibilities to keep children safe online, Ms Garlick. So, you can talk about we're doing this and we're doing that, but the evidence is that you're not. And even the fact that you haven't even implemented, made available the Apple API in relation to safety tools demonstrates that, you know, you've done so much through just being kicking and screaming rather than being proactive to keep children safe online, and we've got further evidence of this. And Meta's got, my understanding is, hundreds of court cases against it currently. Is that correct?
I don't have any figures to hand on that.
Well, that's what's been reported publicly. Before I just go back to some of the particular concerns about the social media ban, I do want to raise something that I raised with you in a meeting, and that is that Facebook is continuing to publish horrific scams on its platform. Scams which are promoting the CBA's logo, the Commonwealth Bank of Australia's logo, along with Tom Protosky. And these scams are driving certain Australians to use a WhatsApp group, and there's collectively there is a loss of millions of dollars. Now, how can you possibly publish financial information on your platform when you know that it is a scam?
Senator, I'm happy to share an update with you about that particular issue. After you raised that with us when we met recently, we did contact our counterparts that we work with, both at the CBA and the NAB, because we had looked into this scam, I think it was late last year, and disrupted it, and then it had reappeared, and then we have now taken further action. So it was a really helpful insight from you to raise that concern, and this is sort of, I mean, part of the new scam prevention framework will include the actionable scam intelligence signal sharing. We've already initiated a lot of that with the banks, and we continue to work really closely with them to make sure that as and when there are new scams that are emerging, that we're taking action on them as fast as possible and doing everything we can to sort of disrupt them at a much more strategic network layer.
Ms Garlick, can I just make it very clear? Your actions are not working. These ads are continuing to run on Facebook. I saw one that was just just from a couple of weeks ago on that particular day. Why are your systems not able to detect these logos? I mean, this is a prominent Australian bank. And I also condemn the Commonwealth Bank for not taking action when its logo is misappropriated. And as a result, Australians are losing millions of dollars. And so why are you not able to detect what are basically the work of criminal networks or syndicates, I assume, misappropriating the logos of banks, Australian banks, and promoting them on your social media feed?
So in relation to scams, we have a range of different systems that we use to try to prevent them from running. We've also got financial services verification tools rolled out for ads to give Australians greater confidence if they do see ads related to that. And then we also have
So can I just stop you here? If you've got financial verification tools, how are you running an ad with the CBA logo before you've verified that it is in fact a CBA ad? That's what's going on, and that is what's driving millions and millions of dollars of losses by Australians. Many Australians have lost their life savings as a result of this, just this one scam.
Senator, why don't I come back to you with the details about the actions that we've taken in relation to this particular scam? It's certainly something that, we have been working very closely with our counterparts in the banking industry on. But more broadly, I think we have discussed scams through various of these committee conversations as well. And I think this is something that does require sort of whole of industry and government collaboration, given the source and origin of these scams. It's something that we'll continue to get ahead of.
Ms Garlick, I'm not going to accept that. You are publishing these ads. You have not verified that they are genuine. I also, as I say, condemn the CBA. So you are continuing to publish these ads on your social media feeds. You are the publisher. You are directly responsible. And you are directly responsible for the losses that arise as a result, because they are not genuine financial services ads. And so something is going dreadfully wrong, and you are directly, Meta is directly responsible for the harm that has been caused to Australians. So I will welcome further information on notice. I need to be quick because I've got other questions that I want to ask you. So we've heard around 80% of Australians under 16 are still active online. Meta and other social media platforms are required to take reasonable steps to prevent young Australians being on social media accounts, including yours. What is going so wrong? Have you worked that out? Ms Garlick?
Oh, sorry, is that to me?
Yeah,
Sorry,
that's
apologies.
to you.
Yeah, sure. We've been working to respect and comply with the law since it took effect. I mean, we were one of the first platforms that started notifying people that they would lose their accounts and providing them with information about how to, save their contacts and download content. And we started our enforcement on those accounts and finished it before the law took effect on the 10th of December 2025, and we've been continuing to identify and remove accounts on an iterative basis and continued to improve and step up our proactive detection tools and our review of accounts. So from our perspective, we're working to identify and action all known under 16 accounts from since before the law took effect, and continuing to do that each month. And we've disclosed the number of accounts that we've taken action on to date.
Sure, but the point I'm making is that some 80% of teenagers are still on social media. So
something's not working.
So what is not working? Why are so many under 16s still on social media?
Unfortunately, I'm not sure I know the precise report that you're referring to, but certainly, I think that there can be challenges in terms of some of the survey information that has been shared. From our perspective, when we're aware of someone being under 16, we're removing them. I'm not sure about how the survey is being conducted and whether there are differences between account holding or accessing. So it's hard for us to surmise that, but I do want to reassure the committee that from our perspective, we are continuing to invest and doing everything we can to comply with this law.
Look, I will have to move quickly to other companies. Just to TikTok, you referred to AI technology tools that you're using to identify young people on social media. How effective are these technology tools working? Like, what's the detection rate? What's the percentage of under 16s that you're actually detecting?
Senator, thank you for that question. It's important to understand here that it's not just any one signal at any one point in time. So there's obviously a suite of signals that we look at here. So as I laid out at the start of the committee hearing, we've got that age-neutral gate. So if you were to create an account on TikTok, that's basically where you start. So we don't prompt people. They have to input their age and do so in an honest way. Unfortunately, from time to time, people are untruthful and they do make it onto platform. And that's why we have this technology suite of signals that we look at. So again, comes back to it's not one signal in isolation. There's a number of them going through, whether that's looking at account profiles. So say, for example, a profile picture, say, for example, the type of accounts that any one person follows or the type of videos that anyone engages with at any one point in time. Or say, for example, if someone sends a message wishing someone a happy 15th birthday, that's the type of signal that we would pick up. So it differs. And as I said, there's a number of them working in parallel, as well as obviously...
Sorry, could you please on notice provide us with that data? So your various AI or technology tools and to the extent to which they're working or not working. So if you could provide us with that data, please.
Yeah, happy to take that on notice. I'm just mindful, as I said, there's a number of signals that run in parallel, so it's not a stop-start approach.
We're happy to take all that data on notice if we could, please. Do you know why, an approximate 70 to 80%, the Safety Commissioner says 7 out of 10 under 16s are still on social media and circumventing the ban. Do you know why there is such a large circumvention rate from your perspective?
So is that still to me, Senator?
Yes, that's right.
From our perspective, we take our obligations under the law exceptionally seriously, and we obviously put in place the waterfall approach that has been recommended, or as part of the recommendations of the guidance from the e-Safety Commissioner.
But just going to that question, do you know why so many young Australians are able to circumvent the social media ban?
Again, I come back to the fact that at TikTok, our approach is that as soon as we are made aware that there is an account that is potentially underage, we investigate, we take enforcement action swiftly, and we deactivate those accounts.
I mean, this is across the board, of course, this data, but it can't be the case that every one of the social media platforms is properly complying with their obligations when you've got such a high circumvention rate. You must know why you are failing.
I can't speak on behalf of other platforms, Senator. I can only speak on behalf of TikTok, and I know that the process we have in place is an ongoing and an iterative process. We have put that waterfall approach in place to make sure that when we become aware that there's a potential underage user online, we investigate promptly and we take immediate enforcement action.
I'll quickly go to Ms Lord, and I just like to do this, Ms Lord, so I hope you understand that. Just to be clear and transparent, you are married to Senator Dave Sharma, and so I just always like to put that on the record. Yeah, sure. Ms Lord, how many Google accounts were shut down or disabled in the lead up to the social media ban coming into place?
Senator, I don't have that figure with me, and to be honest, we didn't shut down Google accounts. We prevented those Google accounts being able to sign into YouTube. And as I've shared, a more accurate data point would be the 740,000 accounts that had attempted to sign in or were signed in from the 10th of December that we suspected to be under 16.
Right, so, but people don't have a separate YouTube account.
There is a single Google account that's used to access multiple Google services, including YouTube.
And
yes.
So how are you able to prevent people from signing into YouTube?
So we use a multi-layered approach here, like everyone else, as was recommended by the e-Safety Commissioner. It means that there is no single point of failure, but we also, means that we're relying on, different signals. We can only use signals that are available to us on our service. They are going to vary between services, and also technologies that have limitations. And as we've been clear in our earlier testimony here, this 16 age gate is novel. And we've been working to expand those systems to use the various signals that are available to us to detect those users at that 16 age gate since the 10th of December. But that work is complex. And to be honest, we are trying to do that in a way that we're ensuring that, we are detecting those users in a way that's proportionate, that's effective, that's safe, and that respects user privacy as well. So, there is a lot of work going on behind the scenes. That work, as everyone has said, has been iterative, and it's been going on since the 10th of December. And that is why when we're talking about this 80% data point, it is a point in time. It's very early on, and we caution against over-reliance on that at this point in time.
So every other platform has been very transparent about how many accounts were disabled, restricted or shut down. For Google, I again asked that question of you, Ms Lord. How many Google accounts leading up to the social media ban were restricted, shut down, closed in total, please?
And I don't have that number with me, but what I do have is the number that I've shared, which is a much more accurate number because it actually goes to
No, I'm not interested in what you...
YouTube. It's people that were using the service, not just holders of a Google account, because as you've mentioned,
Ms Lord, sorry, just to take you back to my question, to be frank, I'm not interested in what you think is relevant. I'm asking for that figure. And I'm pretty sure that someone pretty close at hand in Google knows that figure. So I'm asking for that figure, and I would expect that figure be provided. So do you have any...
We'll take that question on notice, but I just want to reiterate, we can give you the number of Google accounts. People in Australia hold Google accounts for all sorts of reasons, unrelated to the use of YouTube.
I appreciate that because the reason I'm asking is because based on the numbers we've been given, it does not add up to 5 million. And the only platform that has not provided their numbers transparently is Google. So Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, they've all provided how many accounts were closed down or restricted. Google has not provided that data, and so I'm asking for that data because we need to work out I think the figures that the government has used are very rubbery. There are not 5 million accounts, in my view, that are being closed down. I'd suggest that there are a very substantial number of Google accounts that were restricted or shut down. But of course, they don't all relate to YouTube because there's no separate account for anyone who wants to access YouTube.
Well, as we discussed, Senator, they all would have had access to YouTube, but how many of them were actively using or attempting to use YouTube?
Okay.
That figure is 740,000.
So we're trying to work out the discrepancy between what's been provided publicly, the fact that Google has refused to provide this number, and I'm asking for this number. I'm pretty sure it's pretty well known within you or your team, but if you could, we take this seriously. We are seeking this information. We know you hold this information, Ms Lord, and we would ask that you provide it to the committee on notice.
Okay, I mean, look, we provided data to the E-Safety Commissioner that was requested of us. I understand they've exercised PII over those data points, but I'm happy to take it on notice
you don't have
you
don't have the benefit of a PII or that PII, so I'm asking for Google to comply with its obligations to this committee and provide that data, please.
Sure, we will take that on notice and see what we can share with the committee.
Sorry. Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. This question's been already asked of Meta, but can I please, in this order, maybe Snap, Google, then TikTok, can you please tell the committee how many documents relating to the social media ban have your companies shredded since this inquiry was established?
Thank you, Senator. We have not shredded any documents.
Thank you. Google?
Thank you. I think I was next, Senator. I'm sorry, but we're well aware of our ethical and legal obligations and we're not shredding documents.
Thank you. TikTok?
Yeah, Senator, we, again, well aware of our ethical and legal obligations and are not shredding any documents.
Thank you. Snapchat, Mr. Au, in January it was reported that, and I quote, underage Snapchat users are verifying their accounts by scanning the faces of people who are decades older and of a different gender. What has Snap done to address this since January?
Thank you, Senator. I'm not, I don't have a recollection of that particular report, but as I previously mentioned, our facial age estimation tool is a tool provided by a third-party vendor. It is not developed in-house at Snap. It is provided by, again, a third-party vendor that was part of the age assurance technology trial and was assessed as a part of that at the highest technology readiness level. That's the only information that I can provide on that.
Can you take it on notice just because it's, under the obligation when it comes to this ban? We'd love to know what's actually being done when there's that circumvention, people scanning other people's faces and being able to get access. So that would be great if you could take that on notice. Now, as drafted, the new information gathering powers would allow the E-Safety Commissioner to seek information from any person, including parents and even children. Is there concern about how broad these powers are in that regard? And is there a need for these powers to apply to parents or children? I'm happy for Meta to take the question and then we'll go Google, TikTok, Snap.
I don't think, from our perspective, we're working to comply with the law. If we get requests for access to documents, then we'll work to comply with that. I don't think we have a particular position on the proposed amendments. Happy to throw to Rachel.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Senator, for that question. From our perspective, the E-Safety Commissioner already has significant investigatory powers under the OSA, and I want to be clear that Google has been cooperating in response to the 7 notices we have received to date. For the committee's information, we have provided approximately 150 pages of information in response to over 200 questions in response to those 7 notices, and we received an additional notice yesterday. We do take these processes seriously, but, we'll ultimately defer to you as policymakers on whether you think these amendments are necessary.
Thank you. TikTok.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And again, we're cooperating fully with the e-Safety Commissioner, and our approach has always been one of cooperation and continuous improvement. As we set out in our submission under the provisions of the bill, that's really a judgment for Parliament.
And Senator, just in the interest of time, I don't have anything further to add than the views expressed by my fellow panellists.
Thank you. Just to Google, I'm interested in the part of YouTube submission where it says these long-standing age assurance systems had been trained to identify users under 13, drawing on audio patterns such as voice tones and visual patterns such as physical size in uploaded video content. Now, I'm curious to understand, how does YouTube tell the difference between a young person uploading video content of themselves and, say, a parent uploading a video of their child?
Thanks, Senator. That's a great question, and I'll have to give that some thought, to be honest. So we have long had age assurance systems operating to detect under 13 users based on the strongest signals that were available to us, and that is audio-visual signals in the videos themselves. I mean, to be clear, we've expanded those systems now after some investment to detect what we think to be 16-year-olds, under 16-year-olds. I guess, that would be a question of interpretation of the law. Would that, this is an account level ban, so is that account being owned by someone who's under 16? We use that to detect the video content and then to make an assessment on, who's owning the account.
Okay. Just in another submission, it was, I think, by Project Rockets. They note the story of a young person who, now that they no longer have access to an account for YouTube, is being served an increased amount of content about self-harm and suicide. Why is it that banning young people from having accounts led to obviously undesirable accounts like this? Like, what safety features are lost through prohibiting young users from having an account?
Thanks, Senator. I mean, look, this is something we've been on record on previously, and I don't think I need to rehash those earlier conversations given where we are now. But what I will share is obviously that this is an account level ban. We respect the rights of users to access information without an account, so we do provide logged out access to YouTube, but that is a watch only experience and we block access to mature content. So I find that surprising to hear that this user is encountering content that quite frankly shouldn't be on the platform, because I would imagine that would be violative of our community guidelines in any case, but would also be age restricted and unavailable in a logged out experience.
Just because what I'm trying to just understand is, do you believe the decision of the government to not exclude YouTube has increased or decreased negative outcomes for young users?
We think that the logged out experience remains, there are robust baseline protections in a logged out experience, but we did have additional safeguards applied at the account level for under 18s. We also had additional tools for parent controls of those accounts, which have also been lost as a result of the social media ban. So that includes things like adjustments to our algorithm to prevent repetition of content that might be innocuous in a single view but harmful if it's viewed repeatedly by the 13 to 16 cohort. It includes default wellness tools like take a break and bedtime reminders. It includes the ability for parents to turn shorts off for their children. So those additional protections are gone for anyone under 16 and any parents who had set up parental controls on YouTube.
So yeah, okay. The onus really is on parents to be able to put those measures in place to protect their young ones.
Parents actually have lost parental control tools on YouTube as a result of the social media ban. And that is because we had supervised accounts available, but that was account level supervision, and we can't offer accounts in Australia for under 16s.
So there's been increased negative outcomes?
I wouldn't say it's increased negative outcomes. I'd say we'd lost the decades-long positive investments that we'd been making in age-appropriate safeguards for the 13 to 16 cohort and for parents supervising their children.
Okay. Thank you, Ms Lord. For TikTok, I've just got one final question. In your submission, it states, once an account is created on TikTok, our systems look at signals to check for indicators that the account owner may not meet the minimum age requirement. We do this through a combination of artificial intelligence tools and extended human moderation capabilities. I'm curious to understand and know in which country or countries are these human moderators based?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And it's a great question. As you know, we are a global platform, and obviously we've got billions of videos quite literally every day uploaded on our platform. So as I'm sure you can appreciate, our trust and safety team is stationed all around the world. So we have what we call a follow the sun model to make sure that we do have immediate action taken on ground, and we have that 24/7 safety approach. So honest answer to your question is it depends. We have people in a number of different jurisdictions, including here in Australia.
Will you be able to provide the committee with a list of countries that you've got your moderators working out of?
Happy to take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That's great timing. We thank all of you for your evidence here today. You've taken a number of questions on notice. Please provide the answers to the Secretariat by no later than 19 August, and we will call our next panel. Thank you very much. We now welcome
Thank you.
representatives from the Australian Communications Consumer Action Network, or ACAN. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Carol Bennett, and I'm CEO of ACAN, the Australian Communications Consumer Action Network.
I'm Dr. Gareth Downing. I'm ACAN's Deputy CEO.
Wonderful. You will have heard me say this earlier today. I invite you to make a short statement, but if you could keep it as brief as possible because we are running a bit late. And then at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair and Committee, for the opportunity to speak here today. And I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. ACAN is the peak national consumer advocacy organisation for communications. We advocate for trusted, accessible, affordable and reliable communications and digital services. ACAN supports the proposal in the Online Safety Amendment strengthening enforcement for the Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2026 to provide e-safety with stronger information gathering powers and the substantial increases in penalties for non-compliance, which effectively brings the penalties under this framework into line with the Competition and Consumer Act. I think the bill represents an important opportunity to strengthen the operation of the social media minimum age framework. Earlier this year, eSafety announced significant concerns about the compliance of the 5 social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok and YouTube, with the new social media minimum age obligations, and eSafety highlighted the major gaps in compliance by these platforms. Information gathering powers and higher penalties are clearly really important tools for the regulator, particularly against global digital giants such as Meta, Snapchat, TikTok, and in the context of critical obligations to prevent harm to children and young people in Australia. In addition to the changes proposed by the bill before this committee, ACAN strongly supports the recommendation that the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman develop an ombud scheme for digital platform users, because currently there is no third-party dispute resolution body in place for consumers to escalate problems they encounter with digital platforms. And there's a clear need for free and fair dispute resolution pathways for consumers in this sector, and an independent body with jurisdiction over digital platforms that can hold them to account for their interactions with consumers. That's a key consumer protection measure that is lacking, not just in relation to social media, but digital platforms more broadly. I note that to date there's been some criticism of the legislated obligations this bill seeks to amend. There's been concerns raised about the framework's impact, its efficacy and its enforcement. Early observations assert that the ban could be more effective, that compliance is uneven and verification from platforms is often either non-existent or easy to bypass. However, eSafety's own research has shown that the proportion of children aged 10 to 15 who own a social media account declined from 52.4% to 42.1%. So they're positive early signs. I also note that account ownership has reduced from 52 to 42% in that age cohort. From ACAN's perspective, the uneven compliance with the age restriction underscores the importance of the regulatory measures contained in this bill, which will assist eSafety to achieve stronger and better compliance through their enforcement activity. The framework is one very important step, addressing the well-documented harms associated with children's use of social media platforms. And as more evidence and data emerges over time, a broader set of responses can and should be developed in tandem with the law. But no ban is perfect, and historically we've seen that they take time to change behaviours. Not everyone started wearing seatbelts overnight. In a rapidly evolving technological landscape, responses need to be swift, agile and effective. They also do need to be given appropriate time to shift the dial. The risks associated with children's use of social media services should not sit with young people themselves. They're not well placed to identify or respond to the risks and the harms. The evidentiary burden should sit with the social media companies to demonstrate that their service provides value and can be provided safely. We have yet to see a compelling case against the age restrictions from these companies. We do not allow the unregulated sale of products in a variety of markets where there are material risks of harm and a lack of evidence demonstrating the products are safe and beneficial. We should take the same approach to our digital lives and especially the digital lives of our children. ACAN believes this bill is a key step towards strengthening the framework and giving the regulator the tools it needs to hold social media platforms to account and ensure they meet their obligations under Australian law. We're happy to take any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Well, in which case, Senator Payman, I appreciate you said you'd put some of your questions on notice, but would you like to ask some questions? I appreciate the offer before.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Carol and Gareth, for being here. I was just curious to understand how confident is ACAN that platforms are obeying the privacy obligations of the social media ban, particularly when it comes to the requirement to destroy age assurance information after it's been used to estimate the age of the user?
I'd have to say we're not confident and that is one of our concerns. I think we have expressed that in previous submissions that we've put to this issue and we don't have any sort of evidence to suggest that is in good hands and safe hands, and so that is a concern of ours and a concern in the I guess the strengthened information gathering powers. That's certainly an issue. Do you want to add to that, Gareth?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And would you say that ACAN supports the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner's recommendation that it be empowered to investigate whether platforms are complying with these requirements?
Yes, definitely.
Wonderful. Excellent. Those were my two questions, Chair. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, thank you.
I just want to ask about the penalties because obviously there's been a lot of discussion about penalties in the telco space as well. One of the witnesses put to us earlier today that perhaps it should be a percentage of revenue as opposed to a nominal amount. 49 up to 99 seems still to me an absolute drop in the ocean. And then you can see the arguments that the tech companies are running. I mean, they don't think that they are responsible for this at all. They've done what they think they should do, and that's part of the problem with the legislation as it exists, is that it's basically best endeavours. And so... pardon?
Not even that.
Not even that. Well, not even that. So, I guess even if it got to a point of putting in place the penalty, it just seems to me that 99 million is nowhere near enough. Would you be more open to a percentage of, global revenue, or at least, revenue based on, Australian services offered?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to give it to you, Gareth.
Yes, so we would be supportive of that. I think there's a fundamental... So the economics on setting penalties goes back to the 60s, and I might start there because I think that's the best part of it. So in about 1968, the fundamental piece of work that was done on the economics of penalties was written by Gary Brecker. The long and the short of it is the effective value of a penalty is probability of detection times the probability of detection times the face value, the paper value of that penalty. So I think the issue we have here is, and this is what the bill goes to, obviously we have an issue with detection and we obviously have an issue with sanctions. So I think normally what you would do is you'd be striving to raise the expected costs of non-compliance. One of the easiest ways to do that is to raise the value of that penalty. So certainly we would support that penalty being raised. That obviously needs to be done in tandem with increases to investigative powers to allow the E-Safety Commissioner, OAIC and other regulators where there is a breach of the law to identify that breach and successfully prosecute that sanction. Because if and until you get to the point where, and I know large corporates do this as a matter of practice, the cost benefit of breaching the law is negative, they're going to continue to breach the law because they'll look at it and say, well, we make more money breaching the law than we do facing the penalty, which is unlikely to be both detected and then, the sanction to actually flow through. So I think there's a strong argument for those penalties being much higher.
Yeah, the cost of doing business.
The cost of doing business, exactly. I'm also interested in the way companies are getting around a variety of the kind of penalties and obligations, and you can see that with the reason why Twiggy Forrest has had to take Meta to court in the US, right? There is no, even though everyone knows that they have been using his face, other people's as well, but he's taken it on, he's personally impacted on by this. So his face to sell ads that are scams. It's making someone profit. It's making the people who are selling the scam profit, and it's making the platform profit. And it's fake, and he hasn't given consent to it. But he can't take that action in Australia because all of their business operations are offshore. So have you considered, or perhaps, I don't know whether you could take it away and think about this on notice, but I'm interested as to how we have an onshoring of some of these business activities so that there is at least some legal foothold for when compliance actually is a problem and needs to be taken to court.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we're involved in the scams prevention framework, and we see that as a really critical part of that to have that. To have the social media platforms as part of that, the digital platforms as part of that environment, and we do need to make sure that we have some powerful tools to hold them to account in relation to that. But we're happy to take that on notice, unless you want to add.
Yeah, I think one of the ways in which you can onshore some of that liability, and because this is a kind of perennial problem in terms of offshoring, one of the ways you can do that is to impose director level obligations. So, for example, when someone signs off that there has been compliance, when they provide a response to, say, the E-Safety Commission, there's a range of ways you can actually get company officer level sign-off requirements. and then you would impose those on office holders in Australia, which would then provide an incentive for compliance.
So whether that is civil or criminal penalties for executives that are based here in Australia.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it does strike me we're talking about something that is so serious, huge amounts of money, huge amounts of institutionalised power in these companies. The damage is big. I mean, we know what the havoc that is being and the harm that is being done, particularly to young people, but not just young people. I mean, these platforms, the scam stuff, is directed towards people over the age of 60, most of it.
Yeah.
Right. So it's not just young people who are vulnerable here. It's all people. It does strike me as lacking that we don't have civil, let alone criminal penalties for tech executives in Australia as a compliance measure.
Yes.
And I think and just to draw an analogy, I think one of the areas where we used to have this problem quite a lot was work health and safety, was the issue of who's the head contractor and subcontractors, etc. And the way in which that was resolved in the Work Health and Safety Act in 2011 was to effectively establish that there were cascading duties all the way down. So you couldn't, contract out of your obligation to provide, say, a safe workplace if you were the head contractor. And I think there are analogies that already exist as to how you can do this. So that's certainly something that we would be supportive of being explored.
I mean, if it's good enough for aged care providers to have criminal penalties, surely it's okay for bloody tech executives who are scamming our older Australians and putting our young people in harm's way.
Yes, agree.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. We are scheduled to go to a break at 3. So what I propose to do is we'll go to that break early. We'll return at 3:05 with the Institute of Public Affairs. Thank you very much for your evidence. If you've taken questions on notice, which I think you have or may have, if you could return those answers by the 19th of August.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your appearance here today. The Institute of Public Affairs. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. That's right. Yes, nodding at the table. Yes. Great. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and capacity in which you appear here today?
Andrew Bushnell, Director, Law and Freedom Program, Institute of Public Affairs.
Daniel Wild, Deputy Executive Director, Institute of Public Affairs.
Margaret Chambers, a Research Fellow at the Institute of Public Affairs.
Wonderful. You've heard me say this, I think, multiple times. We're running a little bit behind, so if you have an opening statement, if you could keep it as brief as is reasonable, and then I'll go to questions.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we do have a brief statement. Sorry, I was tweaking it earlier, so it's, I'll read it into the record. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. The Institute of Public Affairs has analysed this proposed bill carefully and found that it carries unacceptable risks to Australians' rights and freedoms online. The primary risk is to do with the wide scope of the information gathering powers that will give the eSafety Commission a licence to engage in fishing expeditions, trawling through the documents of platforms, third parties and even users to try to find evidence that platforms' compliance efforts are unreasonable. An associated risk of the bill is therefore in over-compliance by social media platforms. The combination of stronger powers and higher penalties will incentivise platforms to err on the side of excluding lawful users. Users too will be deterred not only by the age gate but also the related privacy and transparency concerns to do with their documents being collected. The effect of all this will be, or may be, that fewer Australians can freely use social media for speech, political participation and access to information. Secondly, these proposed powers are to be handed to the Office of the eSafety Commissioner, which has proven to be an unaccountable and politicised regulator. The political activity of the eSafety Commissioner is well known. The Commissioner herself has become a public advocate, while her office promotes politicised messages on topics such as toxic masculinity. In addition, eSafety's regulatory practices have been called into question by the Federal Court, which pulled up the Commissioner for trading on her legal powers to issue ostensibly informal takedown notices to social media platforms. It's also worth noting that eSafety has grown rapidly and now employs more than 220 staff, with further growth in its powers and the scale of its activities likely to see this balloon still more. Finally, and more broadly, the bill is part of a larger push by the government to censor the internet. The government has committed to a digital duty of care that will force all online service providers, not only social media platforms, but messaging apps, AI tools and search engines to take reasonable steps to prevent foreseeable serious harms to users. This duty will entail not only government regulation of content on the internet, but also the design of the services themselves through so-called safety by design principles. As IPA research showed with the earlier failed misinformation and disinformation bill, the concept of harm is vague and subjective. The digital duty of care is built around the same concept but goes even further. It is a stealthy and steroidal version of the same law. For these reasons, the bill under inquiry should be withdrawn and the government should review its entire regulatory approach. Thank you again. We welcome the opportunity to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much, Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you all. Thanks for your attendance and your submission. In your submission, you say, as you mentioned, that the bill would empower the eSafety Commissioner to engage in fishing expeditions, particularly with the power to order information from any user. Can you expand on your concerns?
Yes. So the bill as drafted is very broad in two ways. First, it extends to all persons, and secondly, it enables or allows the production or the eSafety Commissioner to demand the production of documents and information relating to efforts to comply with the law. So there's no restriction to reasonable grounds for believing that there's non-compliance. Because compliance is required under the law, of course, all social media platforms, all third parties and all users will have information relevant to the compliance efforts. So the framing of it as relating to all efforts under compliance means that there's a wide range of information across all of those different persons that the E-Safety Commissioner would be empowered to trawl through. And the only protection against that is the idea that there has to be reasonable grounds. But of course, that's reasonable grounds related to the steps to comply. And of course, that's everyone, because there's reasonable grounds to believe that everyone is trying to comply or to evade compliance or whatever. They're all doing something in relation to compliance.
Well, the whole intention of this legislation, whether you agree with it or not, is to hold the social media platforms to account. I agree these powers are extremely wide and on their face quite concerning. Prima facie, do you believe that would give the E-Safety Commissioner the power to order documents from children?
Yes, as written, it says the law says all persons, and it's all documents and all information.
I mean, that's pretty concerning. For a start, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, that is our main concern. Although I should say that even were the bill to be amended to tighten those 2 points that we've raised, we do believe that the ban is misconceived. Yes. And that the bill should be withdrawn.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your other position in relation to the bill more broadly. Have you looked at the privacy concerns of the Privacy Commissioner?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Can I ask you, so it seems that the government is putting all of its eggs in the social media ban basket, and then despite the fact that the government announced it was developing a digital duty of care last year, we still haven't seen any further work on that other than lots of talk, but I have to say not much action. Can you elaborate on your concerns about the digital duty of care?
Yes. So the digital duty of care, as you'll be aware, is the idea that there ought to be a single overarching duty that applies to all online service providers. So that's not just social media platforms, but AI, search engines, as I mentioned, everyone, to take reasonable steps to prevent reasonably foreseeable serious harms. Now, every step of the way through that law, there are problems with vagueness, with the scope. Our concern with digital duty of care is particularly around the concept of harm, which links it to this present bill as well, because both are part of the same regulatory approach of the government intervening upstream of supposedly preventable harms. And our concern with the definition of harm is that it's too elastic, even with the proposed restriction under the discussion paper about digital duty of care, the limitation to serious harms. There's no reason why, at least from what we've seen that's publicly available about the digital duty of care, that these harms would not extend to the kinds of harms that were anticipated by the earlier misinformation, disinformation bill. So these are harms to things like social cohesion. Again, another wide-ranging term that would allow the regulation to capture all kinds of information. So, our concern with the digital duty of care is that it effectively amounts to a government attempt not only to control the content of the internet, but it's very deliberately targeted upstream at the design of the platforms as well. The discussion paper notes that the E-Safety Commissioner is available to offer guidance to platforms for how to design their own platforms. And of course, if that guidance is taking place in that way, there's no opportunity for the public to scrutinise what's going on behind the scenes. We know that the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner has adopted a regulatory approach of dealing with its domain in a, I wouldn't say secretive, but an informal way. A lot of regulators, they operate that way. But when you're talking about something as politically fraught as platforms on which people engage in political speech, political participation, they get the information that they need to arm themselves as citizens to participate in our politics. I think it's when you're talking about that level of transparency is simply unacceptable. And so there's basically every aspect of the digital duty of care calls into question really whether this government's approach has given any weight at all to people's freedom of speech.
And Senator,
yes, I was just going to ask if you have anything further to add, Ms Chambers or Mr Wild.
Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to add that currently across the globe there are several operational models of the digital duty of care. For example, in the European Union, and something similar in the UK through the Online Safety Act. And in these various examples, there have been cases where it is used to censor political speech, particularly around the debate concerning migration, hate speech, which is a contested term, but that's built in to the requirement of these platforms under such legislation. So we're very concerned about the impact on political debate.
Mr Wild?
I think it's been ably covered by my learned colleagues. So.
Okay. What do you say about the demonstrable harms that are occurring online through the social media platforms? I mean, I even raised the issue with the horrific scam where Meta is publishing advertisements that it should know, and I would put to Meta, does know are scams run by criminals which are fleecing Australians of millions of dollars. So what do you say in terms of trying to shut down those types of harms, particularly to those who are vulnerable?
Yeah, I think it's important to note that we're not here today to contest any of the empirical claims on which the ban is premised. That we are happy to stipulate, for the record, that social media may be harmful for some users in some circumstances. But it is also important to understand as well that the alternative to this law, the under 16 social media ban, the alternative to the digital duty of care is not no regulation. It's not merely parental responsibility. It's not merely supervision of, say, vulnerable elders. But there are other mechanisms. There's existing law. For example, a number of the harms that take place online are already unlawful. You're not allowed to scam someone on the internet or otherwise. You're not allowed to be a terrorist. You're not allowed to intimidate or harass people already, so whether that takes place online or not. The other aspect of this is that it's not merely parental responsibility, it's also the community. We've already heard from consumer advocates today, and we've heard from the big tech companies themselves about what they're doing. So the alternative is not nothing. It is actually a combination of self-regulation, pressure from consumers. I think we've already seen that is effective, that they will respond, keeping in mind that, of course, they want the users to use the platform and they want the users to have a happy experience on the platform. So I just want to reiterate that point, that we're not saying that there's no harm and we're not saying that this law, the alternative to this law is nothing. What we're saying is that this law is poorly conceived, that the digital duty of care is even worse. We believe that this government has adopted a position of hostility not only to social media platforms but to free speech online. And so it's very hard, not to draw the conclusion, actually, when you put all of this together, that that actually what is to be restricted here is access to information or opinions that the government doesn't approve of, that children don't access through government-approved curriculum, or that adults don't access through government-approved channels. And I think that that's very concerning in a country like ours. And that does bring us back to the under 16 social media ban, because part of the argument against it is not merely that adult lawful users will inevitably be caught up in the ban, but also that some people under 16 have legitimate reasons for using social media to access information that they're not getting elsewhere. And if we're preparing them to be citizens later, to participate in our politics, to be fully grown, participatory, independent, autonomous Australians, then we can't have a blanket disproportionate ban on the information that they get. They just simply won't be prepared for adult life. So there's two aspects to that, really. There's the impact on adults, but there's the impacts on the adults to be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your evidence today.
Thank you very much. Look, we would say thank you very much for the submission and the evidence today. We appreciate the work that goes into preparing to appear at these hearings. And if you've taken any questions on notice, if you could please provide your answers to the Secretariat by the 19th of August 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I now welcome the Australian Human Rights Commissioner via teleconference from overseas, the Sex Discrimination Commissioner via video conference, and the Privacy Commissioner via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Please note, in relation to the Australian Human Rights Commissioner, that the protections provided to witnesses by parliamentary privilege in respect to their evidence do not apply outside of Australia. If you wish to provide evidence that you consider may expose you to disadvantage or penalty outside of Australia, you may wish to request that the committee receive that evidence in camera. I remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of the state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given a reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer to superior officers or a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for that claim. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today? Let's go Australian Human Rights Commissioner, Sex Discrimination Commissioner and then Privacy Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dr Lorraine Finlay and I'm the Australian Human Rights Commissioner.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Anna Cody and I'm the Sex Discrimination Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Carly Kind, Privacy Commissioner.
Wonderful. Now, you may have heard me say this earlier, we're running a little bit behind, so if you have an opening statement, if I might ask you to make that as brief as is reasonable, and then at the conclusion of your remarks, I will open it up for questions. So if we do that in the same order as we just did names. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Senator. I do note that we have sent through to the Secretariat an opening statement from the Australian Human Rights Commission, so I'm content to incorporate that into the record if that is the preference of the committee.
That would be. Thank you very much, Ms Finlay. And is that the same, or what's the position from Dr Cody?
It was a joint statement,
so
sorry. I'm covered by the previous statement. Yeah.
Okay. And Ms Kind?
Thank you, Chair. We don't have any opening statement to make. Thank
Wonderful.
you.
In which case we'll go straight to questioning and I will go to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd just like to know what interaction the Human Rights Commission has had with the Minister in relation to review or the rollout or any discussions since the inception of the social media ban.
Thank you, Senator. I'll pass to Dr Cody in a moment if she'd like to add anything to this answer, but in essence we meet with the department from time to time in relation to broad discussions about safety online and digital reforms, but in relation to this particular bill that's under consideration by this committee, we were first aware of it when it was published publicly and hadn't had any particular discussions about the provisions that the committee is considering today.
Mm-hmm. Could I ask whether the Minister or the department has had any discussions with you about their pending digital duty of care legislation?
Yes, Senator, they have. We became aware, let me rephrase that. There have been some general discussions across a period of time about the broad idea of a digital duty of care. When we saw the issues paper discussed, we reached out to the department. We've provided them with a submission relating to the issues paper that is publicly available and have had some discussions based on that.
And is your submission publicly available at this point? Have you published that?
No, I don't believe that it is, Senator.
Could I ask that we ask for that on notice?
Absolutely, Senator.
Thank you. Could I ask whether you've given some feedback through a submission to the department about the duty of care legislation or the notion of it? Is that the extent, or have you, since you've submitted, have you had any direct conversations about what the government's draft legislation should look like?
Our submission provides our broad point of view in terms of things that should be considered in formulating the digital duty of care legislation, but we haven't had any further detail provided to us, and made clear in the submission that we provided that really the detail is incredibly important, because while we're supportive in principle of the idea of a digital duty of care in terms of particularly taking responsibility away from the individual and providing greater responsibility on the tech platforms themselves to create a safer online environment, the detail is critical in terms of ensuring that the broad range of human rights impacts are appropriately calibrated in the way that that legislation will operate.
Okay. Could I ask the Privacy Commissioner, do you have any particular concerns about the privacy issues in the current enacted social media ban laws?
Thank you, Senator. As you know, the OAIC co-regulates the current social media minimum age obligation with e-safety, and we have specific regulatory responsibility around the privacy protections in the bill, which I think on the whole are quite robust and important for ensuring that the additional collection of personal information necessitated by the Act is properly regulated. In our submission with respect to the current bill, we did recommend some further changes that we would like to see made to improve our ability to regulate and enforce with respect to those privacy protections. But in terms of the protections themselves, we did not recommend any substantive changes.
Has the government engaged you at all in relation to privacy protections as part of their duty of care legislation that's pending, that we're all waiting on?
Senator, there's been engagement at the officer level with the department in the drafting of the duty of care. I haven't been directly involved myself, but I know that at officer level we have had some input into the digital duty of care.
Does the Privacy Commission have a view on whether users should be able to opt out of algorithms on social media platforms, whether they are paid for or sponsored content, advertising, or the types of algorithms that push content into a feed because it's gone viral?
I think the space in which our mandate regarding privacy overlaps with considerations of algorithmic feeds are probably in two main areas. The first is with respect to the way in which personal information is used to algorithmically curate content and target individuals. And as you well know, Senator, that is often on the basis of inferences that are drawn from an individual's viewing or browsing behaviour, which become forms of personal information about them. So the fact that I like looking at videos of, games to play with young children enables a social media platform to infer that I am a mother of young children, for example, and that becomes part of the profile that those platforms hold about me. And we consider that to be a new collection of personal information every time that inference is made about an individual, and we expect that information to be handled in accordance with the Privacy Act. So I think there is real scope for privacy protections, and particularly strengthened privacy protections coming to shape the way in which algorithmic feeds use personal information to curate content. The second area that our mandate overlaps is with respect to targeted advertising in particular, because there is a particular provision in the Privacy Act which talks about the conditions on which entities can use personal information for targeted advertising. And although the threshold is relatively low in the context of adults, in the context of children, we are currently working on the Children's Online Privacy Code, which will specifically require that targeted advertising of children must be in the best interest of the child and only with their consent or their parents' consent, which will be a higher standard than is currently applicable under the Privacy Act. So I think in those two ways, privacy protections can assist in addressing the issue of harmful algorithmic feeds. Where we don't have necessarily anything to contribute is in terms of content itself, because the Privacy Act is really restrained to the regulation of personal information.
Yes, but I think you've hit the nail on the head, because the reason the content that is served up is based on the data of the individual user, and that is how these algorithms inherently work now. So could I ask about the children's privacy provisions? Is that the code? Where is that up to, and what could you just take us through what the steps are going to be before that's put in place?
Absolutely. The exposure draft for the code was subject to consultation from March until June this year. That consultation has closed, and we are currently making amendments to the exposure draft of the code and returning to the drafters. And then it will need to be registered by the Attorney General by the 10th of December this year. So we're making those amendments subject to the consultation responses, of which we received a great many, both from children, parents and carers, of course, but also from industry and civil society, and I should say government agencies who will also be subject to the code. As I said, we're making those changes. We expect the instrument will be registered by the 10th of December, and it will have some form of transition period for the provisions to come into place, but hopefully that will be within the scope of the subsequent 12 months of the Act of the instrument being registered.
Mm-hmm. And what has been the response from the tech platforms to this draft code?
I think, broadly speaking, across each sector, there's been general welcoming of the code. I mean, the intentions behind the code, of course, to improve children's privacy online, and acknowledgement that the code aligns largely with the international comparators, such as the age-appropriate design code, to which tech companies, for example, have been subject to some years. There is, of course, some questions raised about the challenges of implementation as ever, and we're trying to get a good sense of how substantial those challenges are, whether they can be addressed through, for example, better guidance that could accompany the code, whether they could be addressed through transitional arrangements and periods for bringing entities into compliance. I wouldn't say that any one provision of the code raised more concerns over the other. There are some novel concepts in the code that don't appear in international comparators. For example, the requirement that all processing of children's information be in the best interest of the child. My colleagues at the Human Rights Commission, I'm sure, have something to contribute on that front, and we certainly have met with the Children's Commissioner, who was very supportive of that approach. But broadly speaking, I think most of the challenge has come around implementation challenges, and we're working through that.
Yes, well, with 80% of under 16-year-olds still on social media, I mean, it's kind of, I can see why it's going to be difficult to do. One final question, and I want to know what can be done from a privacy perspective, or what is needed from a privacy perspective to stop social media companies using and harvesting the data of users who are under 18, minors' data.
Good question. I don't know if I have a short answer to that, but I think one of the provisions in the draft code will be really instrumental to curtailing the amount of personal information that social media companies are able to collect on children, and that is a new requirement under the code that any personal information collected on children is restrained to that which is strictly necessary to provide them with the service. So that's going to establish really high default privacy protections for children when they first sign up to, for example, a streaming service or a gaming service. The entity can only collect the information they need to provide that service. And any additional information they might want to collect, for example, to curate a feed or to target a child with advertising, that will have to come later and with the child's active participation and often consent as well. So we're looking to really set a high threshold for that initial collection of personal information, and we hope that will go some way to addressing that concern, Senator.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms Finlay, I just want to go first of all to you and the concerns you've raised, where you've made clear that inadequate scrutiny of legislation, including relating to digital safety, is perilous. That's exactly why the Coalition, and including, of course, other senators, including Green senators, supported this Senate inquiry, because no scrutiny is a very dangerous thing. Can you expand on your concerns?
Certainly, Senator. And I think the really important thing to state up front is stating that there needs to be scrutiny, that there needs to be careful consideration of legislation, doesn't detract from the fact that the legislation itself might be trying to achieve something really important. So we all agree that protecting children online is incredibly important, and that there is an urgency to ensuring that online spaces are safe for children. But saying that legislation itself should be carefully scrutinised isn't saying those things aren't important. It's saying that we need to make sure the legislation is effective, that the legislation is evidence-based, and that the legislation has adequately considered the competing human rights considerations to ensure that there aren't going to be unintended consequences. And what we've seen in this space is legislation that is often introduced quite quickly, with limited consultation, and that then leads potentially to legislation that isn't as effective as it could be, and that doesn't as carefully calibrate the various human rights concerns as it could. And I might just check with Dr. Cody if she has anything she wanted to add to that.
No, that's a great summation of our position. Thanks, Commissioner Finlay.
Commissioner Finlay, under the proposed Section 63G, subsection 1, social media platforms and indeed all persons will be obliged to produce documents upon written request by the Commissioner relevant to compliance with the under-16 social media ban. Now, that includes children, which I would say is fairly alarming. There are millions of users, of course, of social media in this country. Can I ask you about your concerns, if any, in relation to the overreach of this particular amendment?
Thank you, Senator. We do have concerns about the overreach of the amendment as it's drafted. And in saying that, we're very conscious of the fact that in all of the discussion around the legislation, it's been made clear what those expanded powers are intended to be used for. So they're intended to be used to allow the Youth Safety Commissioner to collect information from app providers and, well, commercial third parties effectively. But as it's drafted, it does extend, as you said, to any person. And our concern is that relying on regulator restraint in itself isn't a sufficient safeguard. So we would say that if the legislation or the powers are intended to be targeted to a specific party, the legislation should be clear around what the outer limits of those powers are. And I think the second thing that's really important to note in all of this is that there are, of course, expanded information gathering powers in a wide variety of contexts in the Australian regulatory landscape. I note the E-Safety Commissioner's submission referred to powers that ASIC and the ACCC have, and the explanatory memorandum refers to other powers that the E-Safety Commissioner has around, for example, the cyberbullying scheme. But what we would say is that each of those powers operates within a specific statutory framework and have various safeguards around the use of those powers, whereas the proposed Section 63G seems to be very broad on its face, and we're not actually clear as to why it's stated that those powers are in fact needed in such a broad way without any of those other safeguards being attached to them.
Look, I might just go to the Privacy Commissioner on that point as well. Commissioner, do you have concerns about this particular provision in this respect, and particularly where these documents can be sought from any person, any user of social media, including children?
Thank you, Senator. That's not something that we've expressed concerns about, and I think broadly speaking, we're in support of the recommended expansion of the e-Safety Commissioner's powers. From our perspective, regulating this industry is extremely challenging from a regulatory perspective. There's a huge information asymmetry between the regulator and regulated entities. And I think our own experience in trying to oversee compliance with the privacy protections in the Online Safety Act with respect to the social media minimum age scheme has been that there's a very little transparency on the part of entities, and it can be very challenging to get information out of them. So I think the objective behind the expanded provisions is one that we would support.
Commissioner, can I put to you that I'm very surprised by your response in relation to this particular proposed amendment. The power to order any document from a child, surely from your perspective, when the threshold to care for children must be so high, surely that's not something that you're telling me right now you can support. So you're saying that the e-Safety Commissioner can call up any document, any data from a 10-year-old. I mean, how can that possibly be supported by you as the Privacy Commissioner?
My starting point, Senator, is that the e-Safety Commissioner would be working within the objects of the Act, which would be around ensuring that the regulated entities are complying with the scheme, and that the use of those powers would be done in order to ensure compliance with the scheme. I can foresee circumstances in which it would be necessary to obtain information about a child in order to establish that that child has not properly been given access to a social media platform. So that would be my anticipation of how that power is used.
There's no fetter in that regard. So the way this is drafted, it allows the e-Safety Commissioner to order the production of documents from a child, not just in relation to that child's usage. No one's really debating the need, perhaps arguably, to expand those powers in relation to the social media platforms and other relevant entities such as age assurance providers. But surely you're not telling me that you believe the e-Safety Commissioner should have unfettered powers to order the production of documents from children, perhaps as young as 10.
I don't believe the powers to be unfettered, but it's not something, that particular example, Senator, that I've turned my mind to. So it's not particularly something I'm advocating for, other than to simply say that I think an expanded range of powers may be necessary to ensure compliance with the regime.
All right, well, can I ask you to turn your mind to it, because I think it's a very important issue that's been raised. It certainly concerns me greatly. And if you could please consider that and come back to this committee, I would put to you, Commissioner, that this is a totally unacceptable power for the e-Safety Commissioner to have. And also, as you as Privacy Commissioner have very significant responsibilities in terms of protecting the privacy of children. So I would ask you to consider that in that light, please, and perhaps come back to us with further information.
I'll take that on notice.
On notice.
Senator Henderson, I have to move the call shortly.
Can I've just got to... I'll be as quickly as I can.
Do it in a minute.
Yeah, sure. Also, Ms Kind, the fact... I'm concerned that you've suggested some amendments to this bill. Is it the case, and it seems to me at least, that you weren't adequately consulted? Because if you had been consulted, then the concerns that you've raised about privacy would be included in this bill. So can you just outline what consultation occurred between you and the e-Safety Commissioner and the Department of Communications, as well as the Minister's Office?
Yes, thanks, Senator. As I said earlier, there has been considerable consultation at an officer level from the Department of Communications with the OAIC. We raised a number of issues in those communications, and I believe, were... Sorry,
please continue, sorry.
I was just going to say that those were taken into consideration, and I believe that the department decided not to proceed with them on this occasion. My recollection, although it's imprecise, was that there was some thought that there may be other vehicles for taking forward some of the issues we were raised, such as the Tranche 2 privacy reforms or omnibus legislation. And that's the extent of my recollection on those particular issues that were raised.
So you provided some feedback, you sought some further particular powers in relation to the under-16 social media ban, but they were not incorporated in this bill.
That's my understanding and recollection, and I refer you also to our submission, which includes those recommendations.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Anandaraja.
Thanks, Chair. To the Information Commissioner, I note in your submission that you're advocating for an amendment to improve information sharing between eSafety and your office. Can you just walk us through why you think this is necessary when there may be other alternative methods like Memorandum of Understanding, which you already have, or some other type of arrangement?
Thanks, Senator. You're correct that we have a memorandum of understanding with eSafety, and generally speaking, we have excellent working relationships and very frequent cadences of working. I think, generally speaking, the challenge of information exchange between regulators is an issue that many of us deal with on an ongoing basis due to secrecy provisions which are found in our respective legislation. I believe there's been some consideration of dealing with this in a more holistic way in terms of bringing down barriers for information sharing between regulators. So it's not specific to the relationship between the OAIC and eSafety, but something that we face oftentimes in other contexts as well. Our recommendation was to be explicit to permit that information sharing in this context, simply to streamline those processes, allow for better coordination and of compliance and enforcement, and make clear that those secrecy and other provisions don't create a barrier to information sharing.
So I guess to rephrase it, what is stopping you from streamlining this information sharing arrangement under your current Memorandum of Understanding? These aren't roadblocks being put up by us, so where are the points of friction that you can address, that both these agencies can address?
As I said, Senator, we have, I can't speak for eSafety's governing legislation, but the Privacy Act has various restrictions on sharing information outside the agency, and those aren't overcome by a Memoranda of Understanding. So they require consideration of a range of different factors before sharing information outside the agency, including whether commercial and competence information is affected, for example. There are, other related provisions as well. So, it's not the case that we can't share information at all, but simply that it's can be a complicated process of working through a range of different provisions before that information can be shared.
Would you mind
risks arise.
Okay. Yeah. Would you mind on notice maybe providing us with a list of some of those issues? Just because it just makes it a little bit more concrete rather than, it's quite abstract otherwise for us. And just one other question. With regards to your existing powers, you right now have a right to investigate compliance with privacy requirements under the social media minimum age framework. Can you just walk us through those existing powers?
Yes, absolutely. So we have powers with respect only to Section 63F of the Online Safety Act, which pertains to the restriction on the use of any information that's acquired for the purposes of complying with the age assurance scheme, and the requirement that that information be destroyed after use. And failure to comply with either of those provisions constitutes an interference with privacy, which can be pursued under the Privacy Act. So 63F then kicks you over to the Privacy Act, and then we can commence an investigation of any potential interference with the privacy of an individual under the Privacy Act. And that what we can't do under the current legislative framework is more proactively exercise our audit or assessment powers with respect to entities that are covered under the Online Safety Act, which is a power we have generally under the Privacy Act, but which is not imported into the Online Safety Act provisions.
Thank you. And I have a question for Commissioner Finlay. Nice to see you again, Commissioner. Just wanted to perhaps draw you out on the concerns you've previously expressed regarding impacts on vulnerable groups within children, such as gender diverse groups and their access to information or finding communities online. Have those concerns materialised to date?
Well, thank you, Senator. I think the first caveat I'd put over our answer is obviously in relation to the particular bill before the inquiry. We've turned our mind to the specific provisions and aren't seeking to re-examine the social media ban as a whole. From my perspective, those concerns are still real and present and do need consideration by Parliament, which is part of the reason that one of our recommendations in relation to this bill is that there should be an earlier inquiry by this committee, particularly into the impacts on children and the way that children are experiencing the social media ban. But given the specific nature of your question, I might also pass to Commissioner Cody to add to that answer.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Commissioner Finlay. And it is a complex question because we know that gender diverse children both use social media as a way of creating connection and community, and so it is important to their wellbeing, but that it also is a source of potential harassment, bullying and abuse. So there is a difficult equation to try and balance around how to ensure that the connection objectives are able to be met without exposing children to greater risk of harm, which is part of why in our submission we have talked about the need for greater evidence of how the social media minimum age legislation is functioning and being able to assess the ways in which different groups of children are responding and being impacted by this legislation.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Poman.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, all. I'll try to keep my questions as brief as I can. Commissioner Finlay, you mentioned a need for a focus on the perspective and lived experience of children in the review. Do you believe Australian children have been appropriately consulted on this policy to date?
Thank you, Senator. I do think more could have been done to effectively consult with young people and ensure that their diversity of experiences are captured in our understanding both of what's needed to make digital spaces safer, but also in terms of how this legislation is operating in practice. And again, children don't speak with one voice. There are a variety of different perspectives. There are different communities of children who are disproportionately impacted by this. And there is a need to recognise that while certainly we all want to keep children safe online, and that is absolutely an important objective, it does need to be weighed against also recognising that children do get connection and information and engagement online that is important to their wellbeing and development, and recognising both of those things simultaneously is something that any effective legislation really needs to do.
Absolutely, couldn't agree with you more on that. And in the submission, I think you've also suggested that unintended consequences be a focus of such a review. What unintended consequences has the Human Rights Commission observed thus far?
Well, I think that evidence is still emerging, Senator, but certainly in our submission, both in relation to the original legislation introducing the social media ban and also in our submission in relation to this particular inquiry, we've spoken about the impacts that it has had and will have on children, and I think those things have been borne out in the evidence that's emerged, and certainly also in the evidence that's emerged through civil society groups that have spoken on these issues and explained what they're seeing on the ground. But one of the things that is consistently missing is the voices of children themselves, and actually understanding what they're experiencing, how the ban is working or not working, and what is happening online, because we know that while some Australian children aren't online as a result, or aren't online in terms of social media as a result of the ban, many children still are. And in some cases, what we're seeing emerge is children actually being directed to spaces that are less safe than they were before. And that's one key unintended consequence of the ban that was highlighted when the legislation was initially introduced, and I think is coming to bear in what we're seeing. But Dr. Cody, I don't know if you have anything you wanted to add to that.
Thank you, Commissioner Finlay, and absolutely agree in terms of the importance of hearing the voices of children and the full range of children for the way in which the minimum age around social media is being implemented, but also recognising that some of the harms that this legislation is aimed, or which has as its objective, they are long-term issues such as misogyny, racism, those sorts of things that children get exposed to. So it is going to also require both a long-term measurement, so for those children who've never had access to social media, as well as those who had it and who now don't have it. So I think that we need both the immediate consequences and how it's being implemented, as well as that longer term vision for how it is implemented and the impacts it has.
Absolutely. And quickly, we heard earlier from Free Speech Union of Australia, and they've got a recommendation that basically says make information requests by eSafety Commissioner under 63G reviewable by the ART. What's your view on that recommendation?
Senator, I might take that on notice because we haven't turned our mind to that particular recommendation.
Absolutely. That's totally fine. Just finally, I wanted to clarify something. Within your submission, you recommended that, and I quote, the Senate committee commence a review of the legislation's operation, but the same recommendation is later rephrased as recommending that the Australian government conduct an interim independent statutory review. So are you proposing that the Online Safety Act be amended to bring in an interim independent review, which would not be conducted by this committee, or are you recommending that the Senate refer the matter to this committee for inquiry?
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify that, Senator. Our recommendation is that this committee should conduct that interim inquiry because we do recognise the practical needs of not having multiple inquiries operating at the same time. The reason we made that recommendation is because of the lack of evidence around children's experiences and impacts on children, and we actually think it's really important that that evidence is brought to bear ahead of the 2-year statutory review that's already incorporated in legislation, because it will help to inform that particular inquiry.
Ms. Kine, just quickly, I'm curious to know, why do you think eSafety is authorised by the current law to investigate breaches of the ban, but you're not empowered to enforce the privacy obligations put in place by the law?
Thanks, Senator. To clarify, we're absolutely empowered to enforce the obligations in the Online Safety Act. I only meant to clarify that we don't have the full range of powers in the Privacy Act that we can normally bring to bear with interferences with privacy applicable to the specific Section 63F of the Online Safety Act. It's more just in terms of the tools that we might use in our toolbox. We have most of them, but we don't have all of them.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And are you in a position to identify which platforms you're particularly concerned with, like in terms of not complying with privacy obligations?
Thanks, Senator. We have reached out to, as of December last year, all of the age-restricted social media platforms that had been identified to ask them for information about their compliance with the privacy protections. And we did receive responses to every engagement with every platform, as well as to a number of third-party age assurance providers. And every platform was generally cooperative. But I think it's fair to say that we observe a lack of transparency about how they're using certain age assurance methods, particularly the use of age inference models. And I think transparency remains a challenge across the piece. I would highlight a best practice example that we identified, which was Snap, which had much clearer transparency about its use of age inference techniques as compared to other social media platforms when we did that review.
Thank you for that. And just finally, are you concerned that by requiring Australians on many platforms to provide evidence of age, be that some form of ID, a facial scan, or some other method, that Australians will become less discerning about who to give their personal information to, which would obviously increase their risk of identity theft or, be involved in data being leaked?
Yes, Senator, I do think that there are real risks to Australians' privacy by normalising and mainstreaming age assurance processes. And we've been pretty clear in our guidance that we think that age assurance needs to be used in a proportionate manner, where it's not strictly required or where the risks are low. Then we think that lower forms of age assurance should be used that don't require the production of identity documentation. And we've really been clear that age assurance should not be about identity verification, but only about establishing age for exactly the reasons you've set out there. We don't want to normalise the need to be identified at all times, and we don't want to inure Australians to having to hand over identity documents at every turn, particularly online. So I think there's a kind of nuanced approach there that we're seeking, which is compliant with the Act is clear, but it needs to be proportionate and necessary and comply with privacy laws too.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for the evidence you've provided. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Poman. I will now say thank you to the Commissioners for your evidence and your work here today. And if you have taken some questions on notice, so if you could endeavour to have those back to the Secretariat by no later than 19 August 2026. Thank you very much. I now welcome representatives from the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sport and the Arts. And we'll just suspend for one moment, please, broadcasting while they come to the table. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Yes?
Yes, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I remind Senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for that claim. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names, the capacity in which you appear here today?
Thank you, Chair. David McKay, Deputy Secretary, Communications, Media and Sport Group.
Sarah Vandenbroek, First Assistant Secretary, Digital Policy, Online Safety and Classification Division.
Michelle Gannon, Acting Assistant Secretary of the Online Safety Branch.
Nolan Oang, Director, Online Safety Branch.
Thank you very much. I'd invite you to make a short opening statement if you have one, but otherwise we'll go to questions.
Thank you, Chair. We've made a submission to the inquiry, but beyond that, no opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you. In which case, then, I will go to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Could I ask, firstly, when did the department first receive advice that these powers needed changing?
The E-Safety Commissioner provided a report to the Minister on the 15th of May, which included the request in it. We then liaised with the Commissioner and received more detailed advice specifically to the department on the 22nd of May.
So the 15th of May was when the department advised the Minister?
The E-Safety Commissioner advised the Minister and we received a copy of that report.
The E-Safety Commissioner advised the Commissioner. And was there any advice about the limitation of these powers given to the department or the Minister's office before the legislation was assented?
No, there wasn't.
So no one raised any concerns about the limitations of the powers of the eSafety Commissioner when the legislation was being debated?
There were, during the development of the legislation, there were discussions about the powers because it was a novel law and it was a change in the way the Online Safety Act worked, going from being about specific content to being about systems and processes. It was decided that initially the baseline power to collect information would be awarded and that additional powers would be considered later if they were determined to be required, which was later the case.
Okay, so just to be clear, there has been concerns raised right from the beginning that the powers of the eSafety Commissioner have not been enough to follow through.
No,
well, that's not true. Well, that's not true because we've sat in this exact committee before and talked about these powers.
There were no concerns put specifically to the department until we saw the report on the 15th of May.
Did the department consider recommendations made to this committee when the legislation was first being debated?
I would have to go back and check, Senator.
Has the department considered any of the criticisms or concerns raised during the parliamentary debate into this legislation?
We have had conversations in the department about concerns that we are aware of.
Has the department considered the concerns that have been raised consistently by various senators in the parliament around the limitations of this legislation and whether the eSafety Commissioner was able to actually enforce them properly?
There have been conversations with the eSafety Commissioner's team since the implementation, since the law went live, and they were working through their process of gathering information and they were waiting to see whether that was adequate. And once they had collected information, they then advised that additional powers would be helpful to be able to verify the accuracy and completeness of the advice they were receiving.
Did the eSafety Commissioner ever raise concerns with either anyone in the department or the Minister's office that it was going to be very hard to implement and enforce this law?
Any laws impacting the platforms have challenges, so there have been conversations at many points in time about different parts of the Online Safety Act. It has been an ongoing conversation, as I said, and when the Commissioner advised that additional powers were required, we then started the work with the government to develop the bill for the additional power.
The penalties, why were the penalties set at $49 million in the first place?
That was in line with the Competition and Consumer Act penalties.
And was there ever a suggestion from experts that those penalties were not high enough?
There have been various suggestions about different levels of penalty at points in time.
Has the department ever considered higher penalties prior to this draft legislation, to this legislation being tabled in the Parliament?
The penalty was set by the government to be equivalent to the Competition and Consumer Act.
Mm-hmm. So why is $99 million the proposed amount in the legislation?
The maximum penalty under the Competition and Consumer Act has been raised to that level.
So it's not that you need, it's not that the department has considered whether $99 million is the appropriate level, it's just that it's going up to be in relation to an existing penalty.
We considered that consistency with other existing well-known regulatory frameworks was appropriate.
What other industries does that consumer penalty get applied to, just so that we can understand the other sectors that type of penalty is used for?
I believe it's a broad range of sectors. I'm not across the detail of the specifics.
So has anyone in the department ever considered that perhaps the tech industry and social media platforms perhaps require some separate consideration given their enormous wealth and their enormous power?
We are, of course, aware of their enormous wealth and enormous power. The decision was made to set it in line with the Competition and Consumer Act.
So has the department ever received advice from experts that $99 million is not good enough?
I cannot recall to hand the specifics of advice that we have received.
Have you sought advice? Let's start there. Have you sought advice as to whether $99 million is enough?
I don't believe we've asked that specific question, no.
Has the Minister sought advice from the department as to whether $99 million is the appropriate level?
I don't believe so.
Has anybody in the department done any work as to whether the penalties, whether there should be penalties levelled at executives of these big tech companies, civil or criminal?
That has been considered. Whether, if there aren't executives in Australia, though, that would be challenging.
But we've just had a whole bunch of executives who are based here in Australia on the biggest platforms of which are failing to keep young people off their platforms and therefore breaching the law.
The penalties have been set in the way that they are set.
So I just want to be clear. So the department has considered penalties for executives, whether they be criminal or civil, but you've decided not to do that because some executives might not be here in Australia.
I would need to check specifically what we have considered. I know that there have been conversations about different models. I don't know whether we've specifically provided any advice or sought advice on that model in particular.
Does anybody, Mr. McKay, are you aware of what work? I mean, you've obviously had discussions about penalties for executives if they breach the law.
Yes, Senator, I don't have anything I can add to Ms Vandenbroek's answer. We would need to check.
When were those conversations had? Was that in relation to drafting this legislation?
It would have been back when the legislation was being developed.
I just want to be really clear. The legislation that is before us or the legislation that has passed the Parliament?
The original version of the minimum age legislation.
The original legislation. Was there any discussion about needing to increase penalties and making executives liable when this particular piece of legislation was put forward or being drafted?
There was only a conversation about continuing to mirror the Competition Consumer Act and doubling the existing penalty. There weren't any conversations about penalties on executives, no.
Okay. Was there anybody in the department who said that perhaps mirroring the the existing consumer penalties perhaps is inappropriate and not enough?
No, that was the decision of government, that was the framework that we were going with.
Okay. What evidence do you have that data or information has been destroyed by the social media platforms since this legislation's been introduced?
We wouldn't hold any information beyond what might be in the public domain.
Mm-hmm. So has the Minister asked for any information or advice on that?
Not from us. She may have asked for information from the Safety Commissioner, but not from the department.
Where is the department up to with your discussions, with your drafting on the digital duty of care legislation?
We are well into the drafting process. We are working closely with the Office of Parliamentary Counsel on the finer details of the bill.
Okay. Could I have a list of who's been consulted in relation to that?
The digital duty of care? There have been a number of consultation processes. There was one late last year that was more of an open consultation process, and then this year we did a more targeted consultation process based on a policy paper. There was also a policy design dialogue held earlier this week, run by the Tech Policy Design Institute. There were a lot of stakeholders in that as well. If you would like the full list, we could get that.
I'm happy for you to give that on notice. Yeah, thank you. I'd like to know Has the e-safety commissioner requested further powers or changes to the existing law on the social media ban that the department is considering?
Yes, there is a third power in other parts of the Online Safety Act. So in addition to the power to request documents and information, there is an examination power. We are currently in conversation with the Minister's Office about the examination power and with e-safety about the need for that power and what that would add. So that is actively under consideration.
So why wasn't that third power included in this piece of legislation?
We hadn't had time to do the analysis of whether or not it was warranted, and we didn't want to provide excessive powers if there wasn't a good reason to do that.
And so the e-safety commissioner has asked for further powers or additional. Was that asked for at the same time as these two other powers were asked for?
Yes, it was.
Oh, so the department and the government has actively not acted on the wishes and the needs of the e-safety commissioner?
The advice that was provided in May did include a request for the examination power. However, the advice did make it clear that the request for a power to compel documents was more important and more urgent. So that was the one that we could act on more quickly, while we did some analysis on whether or not it was warranted for there to be an examination power. We now agree that that would be a good thing to do, and we have had that conversation with the Minister's Office.
Well, so maybe now you could update your legislation.
That would be a decision for the government.
I mean,
it could be a decision for the Parliament.
It could be a decision for the Parliament.
That's right. I mean, it's actually the Parliament which legislates.
Sorry, my mistake.
No, that's okay.
Is there an amendment that is drafted and ready to go on that particular examination power?
No, there isn't.
So why is that not been drafted?
I believe we have a lot of drafting resources tied up on digital duty of care, gambling, a range of other legislation that is being worked on. We haven't been assigned drafting resources for that particular amendment. We don't have authority to progress that at this stage.
Can I ask when, just to be clear, whose advice or whose advice was it that this third element, the examination power, would not be included in the legislation that was tabled?
It was agreed between the Department, the Safety Commissioner and the Minister's Office that we needed to carefully look at whether that was warranted before we did that, and that we would progress the other power more quickly because we were quite clear that that was warranted. And
you've had now 8 weeks because, we've had the Parliament hasn't finalised our position on this. So what's happened in the last 8 weeks?
We've had further time to work with the Safety Commissioner in more detail about the reasons for that power, and we agree that it would add value.
Senator I do need to move the call, I'm sorry. Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. In relation to the advice you've received from the e-Safety Commissioner about the need for additional powers to enforce the social media ban, could we please have a copy of that advice? Do you have that at the table at all?
I don't have that to hand.
If we could please have that on notice.
Yes.
Could you just go through? So there was the original advice of the 15th of May.
Yes.
And what further advice did you receive from the e-Safety Commissioner?
So the 15th of May was a broader report. The Commissioner provides a monthly update to the Minister on the implementation of the social media minimum age. So that covers a broad range of information. And in there was reference made to additional powers. So we then went to e-Safety to ask for more information about what they were referencing specifically, and they provided, I'm not quite sure of the form of that advice offhand, whether that was by letter or email or what that was, but they did provide us with more detail, and we subsequently had conversations to further understand the additional powers that they were requesting and why.
And why is the e-Safety Commissioner seeking examination powers?
To be able to compel information from people, that things that might be known to people that aren't necessarily in existing documents that will not be recovered through written documents.
Compel information or compel them to attend for the purpose of examination?
I'm sorry, that goes beyond my understanding of the legislative framework. I might see if Mr.
It's
Noe
the latter,
knows.
Senator. So there are existing examination powers that are in the Online Safety Act at the moment, and so the E-Safety Commissioner has requested that we consider adapting those for the purpose of the social media minimum age framework as well.
So the E-Safety Commissioner has the power to call a party to appear before her for the purpose of answering questions?
That's correct. There are some parameters and guardrails built into the existing power that is within the Online Safety Act.
And so could you just detail the existing power and where that is deficient? So therefore, what additional powers the E-Safety Commissioner is seeking?
Well, that power only applies to certain frameworks within the Online Safety Act at the moment. So it doesn't apply
not to the social media
It's
ban.
not a broader power that applies to every civil penalty offence in the Act.
And did the E-Safety Commissioner detail why those examination powers were required?
Yes, as I said, it would be to be able to capture information that was known to people from within the platforms or the industry that may not be captured through written documents.
So look, could we please have a copy of all advice held by the Department or the Minister's Office in relation to the social media ban and obviously the request for further powers? If we could have that on notice as soon as possible, because we need that information in order to properly consider the bill before the Parliament right now. Could I also ask for the monthly update on the social media ban, each monthly update since January to be furnished to this committee as well on notice? Yes. And then also the Minister or Department's response to the request for further powers. So if we could have that information as well.
Certainly we can do that.
Did you at any stage, given the Parliament didn't seek to immediately pass this bill that we're now examining, and frankly for very good reason, we've had very wide-ranging evidence given to us today about deficiencies with the current bill and also the fact that in some respects the bill is not tough enough. Did you at any point give the Minister's Office or the Minister advice that there would be an appropriate amount of time to update this bill to include the power to examine parties in relation to the social media ban?
Yeah, as I said, we have been discussing that with the Minister's Office and they are considering whether they will go down that path.
No, but what I'm asking specifically is, did you provide evidence? Sorry, did you? I'm getting tired. It's late. Did you provide advice to the Minister or her office that this bill should include this particular power?
If by advice you mean written advice, I would need to check. I've certainly had conversations with the office over the last couple of weeks about this power.
And so suggesting that the bill could be updated to include this power?
Yes.
I hear you loud and clear in relation to how busy the Parliamentary Council is currently, but have you put anything in writing in relation to this to the Minister?
I would need to check on notice.
All right, well, if you could provide any of that advice on notice as well. So is it the Minister's or the response from the Minister, is it her position that she agrees with you that this bill should be updated before we vote on it?
I'm not aware of the Minister's view.
So you don't know whether your advice has been accepted?
I've discussed it with the advisors in the office.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not aware of the Minister's view.
Okay, what's the tenor of... So do you think that there is a willingness to update this particular bill to include this power?
Certainly the office was very receptive to the conversation and they undertook to discuss it with the Minister.
Okay, thank you. We've also heard today some concerns raised about the scope of the power in relation to the production of documents from any person, including children. Did you raise any concerns with the Minister or her office in relation to this particular matter?
I don't agree that it is from any person, including children.
Any user.
No, it's not any user. It is actually worded to be anybody that the Commissioner believes on reasonable grounds could hold information relevant to compliance. That was done deliberately because compliance is about systems and processes, not individual accounts. The fact that one child has an account does not in itself demonstrate non-compliance. So we don't believe that children would have information that would be relevant to the Commissioner's investigations.
Well, the Human Rights Commission, the IPA, and we've heard evidence today that they disagree, that the way that provision is drafted, that's not clear. So there's no fetter on the E-Safety Commissioner's powers in relation to from whom she could seek documents, providing, as you say, providing she has that reasonable belief. But that's a pretty low bar, frankly, in terms of how that provision is drafted. So based on the concerns that I'm raising now and the concerns that have been raised today, is this something that you would look at further?
That we would need to think about that. We didn't have concerns before today.
No.
We can consider what we have heard, but when we were developing that draft bill, when we were working with the drafters, we understood that the way that it is drafted meant that documents could only be requested from people the Commissioner reasonably believes would have information relevant to an investigation, which goes to the systems and processes
and
put in place by the platforms.
That could include a 10-year-old child. So if the E-Safety Commissioner is investigating a matter of non-compliance, a 10-year-old child has been wrongfully allowed to have a social media account, that could include a young child.
No, we've been clear that one child having an account does not constitute non-compliance. Non-compliance goes to the systems and processes put in place by the platforms, and the platforms themselves or the third-party organisations that they have contracted would be the only ones to hold that information.
Well, I understand that you're saying now that that's the intention of that provision, but that's not how it's drafted. So I would put to you that there's a drafting. If your intention is to confine the operation of that particular provision, it has not been correctly drafted, and that needs to be corrected, because as it's drafted, it's very broad in its application, and that gives rise to serious concerns that, the E-Safety Commissioner could request documents from any user, bearing in mind there are some parameters, but I would perhaps ask, and particularly if this committee is going to make recommendations in relation to the bill and how it should be passed by the Parliament, I'd welcome any suggestions that you might have as to how that provision could be better worded to reflect what you say was your intention.
Yeah, we can consider that. We're not the experts on the drafting.
No, as Ms Van den Broek said earlier, we obviously rely on drafting expertise. We will take that comment to discuss with the experts. Thanks, Senator.
Okay. Yeah, just one more final question. Thanks, sure. Chair. Look, more broadly, around at least 70, maybe 80% of under 16s have not complied with the social media ban, or they've still got social media accounts. The compliance, of course, rests with the social media companies. We've heard a lot of compelling testimony today as to what more should be done in relation to making the online experience for children safe. Has the department given any advice to the Minister about further measures that should be taken in relation to the online safety of children in particular?
In relation to the social media minimum age, we haven't. We are, as you know, working on the digital duty of care, which is another measure that will improve protections in spaces outside the platforms that have to comply with the minimum age requirements.
If we could on notice have the advice that's been provided to the Minister in relation to the digital duty of care, and any drafts that have gone to the parliamentary drafting team as well, please.
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you. So we're keen to understand, you say that you're well progressed in the drafting of the digital duty of care. So if we could see and have a copy of what documents and certainly the instructions that have been given to the Parliamentary Council.
Certainly. I believe some of that has already been released, but we will check what we haven't released.
All right, that would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Anandaraja.
Thanks, Chair. And hi, everyone. Nice to see you all. Different inquiry, but back again. Here we are. On what advice did the government introduce this amendment to strengthen the E-Safety Commissioner's information gathering powers?
On the advice of the E-Safety Commissioner, that it would be helpful to strengthen her powers.
Okay, thank you. And what are the possible consequences of delaying this amendment that is obviously designed to strengthen her information gathering powers?
It delays the ability for the Commissioner to use that power.
And do you want to elaborate on the consequences?
Senator, I think the specific consequences are probably more a question for the E-Safety Commissioner, but as Ms Vandenbroek I think spoke to earlier, this has arisen from the investigation that's on foot. The advice from the Commissioner was that these additional powers were necessary. The bit of your question that goes to what's the impact on for instance, the investigation or the activities of the Commissioner, I think is probably better put to E-Safety.
Sure, okay. And is the department currently preparing any further advice to government on how to strengthen the social media minimum age law?
As I said earlier, Senator, we have been discussing with the Minister's Office the addition of an examination power.
And you're preparing some advice to government on this, are you?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, all. Throughout today's hearing, it's come to light that the Age Assurance Technology Trial report contained multiple citation errors in Part K and, as I understand, in Part D. I'm curious to know what was the total expenditure on the AATT and the report?
The total expenditure with ACCS on the Age Technology Trial was $3.48 million.
Senator, if we could just add to that, you raised the issue of errors in the report. I might ask Ms Vandenbroek just to expand on that a little bit. We met with ACCS to take up that question this week, so it might just be helpful for Ms Vandenbroek very briefly to touch on that conversation.
Yeah, certainly.
Sorry, just because that was my second question, I was going to, can you clarify when you became aware, like the department became aware of the errors before you addressed it?
We became aware late last week or early this week. We were made aware that there was a media article being developed about some errors. We then sought a meeting with the CEO of Age Check Certification Scheme. We met with him on Wednesday evening to talk it through. He clarified that, yes, there are a couple of errors in the links. He assured us that the links were all checked at the time that the document was published and they all worked then, so something may have changed in the interim. He did also assure us that while some of the links may have been broken, the source documents do still exist. They are still valid documents that are available online.
Has the department commenced a review on to see what other errors there might be and within the report?
We don't believe there are any errors in the report. We're not aware of any other than a couple of links that have potentially been broken. We're not aware of any other issues with the report.
I mean, if the news article didn't emerge last week, we probably wouldn't be discussing this. I'm just curious to why the department isn't reviewing the report further to see if there's any other errors.
The report was reviewed at the time that it was produced. It was put through an ethics committee and it was put through a legal review. We had no reason to doubt the validity. There was a lot of research that pointed to a lot of scientific documents. Those links were all valid. Those documents were all valid. We had no concerns about the accuracy or the validity of the information in that report.
except that the links were broken. And I would love to know, are there any contractual penalties that the department is seeking given these errors clearly fall below the standard expected by the public?
As I said, Senator, the links worked at the time when the report was handed over. If a third party has since relocated a document to another URL, that is beyond our control.
Senator, can I also add that those errors related to a small handful of references, and there are 26 pages of references in the over 1,000 page report. So I think what we're talking about here is quite a small number of errors.
I understand, but there was also a lot of money that was spent, taxpayer dollars that was spent on this. So, you know, will the government be seeking a refund for this report, or at least some form of compensation?
Senator, I think it's important just to be clear on Ms Vandenbroek's evidence from the conversation with ACCS that while there are links that are broken now, that's not the same as there having been an error in the report at the time that it was provided to the government.
But those links being broken, or at least not showing the citation that was in the report, it just indicates lazy report writing, which I don't think is acceptable. And, you know, what's the department doing to send a message that this
Senator,
shouldn't happen?
I don't agree that it represents lazy report writing. If they had been broken at the time the report was finalised and provided to government, then I think I would agree with you. But these are links that are now broken, but were not at the time that the report was provided from ACCS.
Yeah, I mean, have you verified that independently?
That the links
were working at the time.
It's very difficult to go back and check what may have been in place a year ago.
So, Mr Mackay, you can't make that assertion, that's all I'm saying, unless you've got the evidence.
That is the advice we have had from ACCS, that's right.
Sorry, Senator.
No,
Payne.
thank you. Thank you, Senator Henderson. In the e-safety submission, they say, and I quote, without access to primary documents relevant to compliance with the SMMA obligation, the Commissioner would likely be unable to discharge the onus of proof required in any civil penalty proceeding brought to the courts against a provider of an ARSMP. Was the department aware that, as originally enacted, Part 4A created penalty provisions that e-safety would be unable to enforce?
No. As I've already said, Senator, we were in agreement with e-safety at the time that the legislation was initially developed that only the information gathering power would be included and that further powers would be considered at a later point if they were warranted.
Can I also just add to that, Senator? The information gathering power that was included into the social media minimum age framework was modelled off an existing information gathering power that exists in the Online Safety Act, and that power no concerns had been raised regarding that power previously.
So, okay, I'm just wondering why would unusable penalty provisions be brought into force? That's all I'm bit puzzled by.
Sorry, can I just clarify? It's not unusable. The Commissioner has been using that power, but in using that power, it has become clear that additional powers would give her a stronger position.
Yeah. Okay. DG's submission notes that the increasing of penalties departs from the recommendation of the Online Safety Act review. And I quote, which recommended an increased maximum civil penalty to the greater of 5% of global turnover or $50 million for the broader reform of the Act. Why does this bill depart from the independent reviewer's recommendation?
We understand that the independent reviewer used the $50 million reference in reference to the Competition and Consumer Act, and the independent reviewer is supportive of the increase to stay in line with the Competition and Consumer Act. So we have discussed that with the reviewer and she supports the increase.
The increase to how much?
To 100 million, it's just over 100 million, which is...
Okay. 100 million. Okay, it's just we've been hearing all day that, you know, criticisms that the fines are too small, you know, multi-billion-dollar companies can easily just take care of and not even take notice. So yeah, I think the question asked earlier was why not make the fine a percentage of the company's global revenues? That's something the department has is open to exploring and suggesting to the minister.
We could explore that. It's the decision was made at the time the legislation was developed to put that amount in.
Do we know whether the government plans to bring consistency to the Online Safety Act penalties? And how they plan on doing that?
Sorry, Senator, can you clarify the question for me?
We're just not seeing a consistency on the penalties being applied when it comes to the Online Safety Act being implemented. How is the government planning on ensuring that there's consistency when it comes to those penalties?
If you're talking about the application of penalties, that's a matter for the regulator. I'm sorry.
Senator, are you referring to the broader penalties that exist across the Online Safety Act?
Amount, yes.
So I understand that's a matter that was considered as part of the review of the Online Safety Act, and the government has provided a government response in relation to those, including that it's considering and looking at that specifically in relation to the duty of care.
Yeah, just because it was a recommendation by the independent review, so...
Yes, Senator, it's being considered as part of the digital duty of care.
Okay.
Senator Payman, I'm going to ask if you could make it your last question, please. I just need to move on.
Oh, I've got a fair few. I think I'll just do the next set and then that's it. We can move on. The Minister for Communications spoke on ABC Radio on 2nd July about the decision of the Senate to have this inquiry, saying that the inquiry would give social media companies, and I quote, 8 weeks to shred documents now that they know these changes are coming. Doesn't Section 63G of the Online Safety Act already allow the E-Safety Commissioner to, you know, require the production of information and documents from social media platforms and other electronic services?
In relation to the social media minimum age, only information can be sought, not documents.
Okay, so just with information, let's not remove the documents element of it. Doesn't e-safety already have the power to request for information from social media platforms?
Yes, the Commissioner does, and the Commissioner has requested a range of information since the law came into force on the 10th of December last year.
And the bill's changes apply to persons other than social media platforms, is that correct?
That is correct. It also applies to other entities that may hold information relevant to an investigation.
So, obviously, for the Minister to make such a claim, the social media companies must have been, I don't know, continually uncooperative with requests for information. Does the department have any evidence of documents relevant to the ban being shredded by these companies? Because, I don't know, it just seems very strange to create a one nation style conspiracy theory around this.
Senator, if it assists, one of the changes that's being made by the bill relates to the inclusion of the words "and documents." So, at the moment, the information gathering power is related specifically to information, which it turns out has the legal interpretation of that doesn't include pre-existing documents that are held or pre-existing records that are held by social media platforms. That might include their own internal audits. It might include their own internal procedures. And those are things that, with the information gathering power, as it currently stands, can't be specifically requested. And so I think that may be what the Minister was referring to, in that the information gathering power at the moment is quite limited in that e-safety has to request specific information from platforms and they can't request specific documents being produced.
But the department does not have evidence of any documents being shredded by these companies? Is that correct?
No, we don't.
You don't have evidence?
No, we don't. No.
Exactly. Yeah, okay, just because, the minister's remarks of documents being shredded just sounds a bit nonsensical. The minister also said that these changes are genuinely urgent. Is the department and the government's understanding that eSafety intends to use these expanded information gathering powers the moment they commence?
When the document gathering powers commence, if they commence, then the Safety Commissioner is positioned to use them very quickly, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll put the rest of my questions on notice. But yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Payman. Senator Henderson, you have 1 minute.
Yeah, just very quickly, when did the minister in principle first agree to proceed with the bill after the Safety Commission made the recommendation or sought further powers?
I don't know that we would have that date on us, Senator. We may need to provide that on notice.
Could you provide that on notice? And just a supplementary question to that, Ms van der Broek, and I do appreciate your very direct evidence today, just being very matter of fact. That makes a big difference to the working of this committee, in contrast to some issues we've had in that regard in the past. So I just want to commend you for being direct and straight with us. But were you party to any discussions with the Minister's office in relation to the scathing commentary of the eSafety Commissioner, which was published in the Sydney Morning Herald on the 2nd of June, where she said she was very critical about the social media ban, but also about the lack of powers that she had. Are you aware of any discussions at all with the Safety Commissioner in that following those particular comments?
I am not aware of whether the Minister discussed those comments with the Commissioner or not. That would have been a conversation between them.
But were you party to any discussions at all in relation to the eSafety Commissioner's concerns that she raised publicly?
It would have come up, I'm sure, in conversation with the office, because we already had the advice from May about the requirement for extra powers, and we were in discussion with the office about additional powers.
Well, the lunch occurred on the 5th of May, where she made these comments to the journalist. Then she sought the extra powers on the 15th of May. The newspaper article was then published on the 2nd of June. So I'm just wondering whether there's a connection between that particular lunch with the journalist Jacqueline Maley and the stinging criticism, of course, of this ban by the eSafety Commissioner, and then the subsequent recommendation for further powers, and whether you were party to any discussions about that at all.
The discussions that we had commenced when we received the information from the Commissioner requesting the additional powers, so we were already in discussion with the office. We weren't aware of...
You weren't aware of that lunch on the 5th of May?
No.
No.
Not until it was reported.
Not until it was reported. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Senator Hanson-Young, you also have a minute.
Thank you. You said that the eSafety Commissioner wrote to you on the 15th of May, or wrote to the Minister.
To the Minister.
Yeah. Just checking, that was the first time you were aware that these powers, that the existing powers were insufficient?
Yes, that was the first time we were made aware.
Why did it take 6 weeks and 3 days for the legislation to be tabled and then told that the Parliament needed to pass it instantly?
There was a process that we worked through to get authority to do the amendment, to have a drafter assigned and to have it introduced.
I might also add, Senator, that the Office of Parliamentary Counsel's guidance about the making of bills, draft bills, is a minimum of 3 months when it comes to even simple legislation.
Mm-hmm. So, but it did take 6 weeks and 3 days, because the legislation wasn't tabled until the 29th of June, in fact, and we weren't, no one was even made aware that it was coming.
Blindsided by that.
I'm interested as to when was Parliamentary Counsel engaged?
Drafting began in early June. I don't have the exact date.
So in early June, the minister obviously knew that this legislation was required, but no one said anything to the Senate until the 29th of June.
That would be a matter for government.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Senator
Thank you.
Hanson. Thank you very much to the officials from the department for your evidence here today and the work that goes into preparing for a committee hearing like this. It is appreciated by the committee. If you've taken any questions on notice, please provide answers by no later than 19 August 2026. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
I now welcome representatives from the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner, including the Commissioner.
Great job making up time.
Well, I am aided by wonderful colleagues on this committee, Commissioner, so thank you.
Hansard, I hope you recorded
Yeah, we'll take that.
We'll take that.
When we can get it.
I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the Senate committees has been provided to you. Yes. You're nodding. You may well know it by heart at this stage. I remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth or of the state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not prohibit questions asking for opinion. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for the claim. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Julia McGrant, E-Safety Commissioner. May I give an introductory statement?
Well, actually, I might just get your colleagues to introduce themselves first.
Richard Fleming, General Counsel.
Heidi Snell, General Manager, Regulatory Operations.
And Catherine King, General Manager of Corporate and Strategy.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I will now ask you, invite you to make a short opening statement. You've heard me, I'm sure, say today that brief is better, but given the timing. And then at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can clarify a few things. And the first is a thank you for the opportunity to be up here before you today. But I really want to be clear from the outset that e-safety is not seeking sweeping new powers. We are seeking the same enforcement tools for the Social Media Minimum Age Amendment that we already have under the broader Online Safety Act of 2021. These are part of a common toolset that every digital regulator in Australia has and are considered standard tools of the trade. Of course, effective regulation depends not only upon clear legal obligations, but on regulators being able to investigate compliance and, where necessary, take enforcement action supported by the best available evidence. Our current tools significantly limit this ability, with no ability to validate the information social media companies provide us today. To establish a breach of the social media minimum age obligation, it is not enough to show that under 16s have accounts on the platform. We've canvassed that quite a bit. We must demonstrate that the platform failed to take reasonable steps to prevent underage users from having accounts. This will require eSafety to provide evidence in court likely found in internal documents such as policies, technical documentation of capabilities, strategic deployment decisions, and compliance records. Under current provisions, eSafety cannot obtain these documents, which are vital to making our cases. If you look at the stunning victory in New Mexico against Meta last week, Attorney General Raul Torres did not make his case by relying on notice-based information responses from the social media company, currently our only information gathering tool. Instead, the smoking guns were found in the company's own emails, research, planning, and strategy documents, strategies and decisions the defendants did not want the court to see. The ability to require production of these types of documents in our investigations is crucial. Finally, being able to compel relevant third parties, such as age verification providers and app stores, to provide important information and documents about how the technology ecosystem can work to protect children and how their tools should have been optimally deployed to prevent under 16s from having accounts is critical. Without these effective powers, implementation and enforcement of the law and the fulfillment of its objectives is being significantly undermined. The amendments will provide the tools necessary to enforce the law, deter non-compliance, and appropriately hold technology companies to account, ensuring that the social media minimum age obligation operates as Parliament intended. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I now go to the Deputy Chair, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Thanks, Commissioner, for being here today. Firstly, I guess I want to kind of cut to the chase. Do you think the social media platforms have failed to take all reasonable steps?
This is precisely the cases we're trying to build. As you would have heard, we are doing a longitudinal evaluation. Last week we put out wave one of that, and while we did find a 20% decrease in overall account holdings, the fact that 80% of children can still access accounts, and because the compliance and the onus of responsibility is on the social media accounts, it's failure to comply.
I mean, I'm sure you saw some of the evidence from the platforms to us this morning. I mean, it feels pretty clear that they think they've just done enough. And when 80% of young people who are not meant to be on their platforms are still accessing their platforms, I mean, it seems very, very clear that they are failing.
Well, and if you look back at our regulatory guidance, one of the first things we said is, actually, if I can even go back to early 2024, or late 2024, early 2025, after the legislation was announced, we created a transparency report. So, and we also concurrently did some youth-based research. It was called Beyond the Screen. And what we wanted to try and do for the public and for the government was set a baseline of how many numbers overall we were talking about. So we know that there are 2.5 million 8 to 15-year-olds in this country, and over 80% of I think it was 84% of 8 to 12-year-olds had access to a social media account then. And so what we were trying to do on a population-based level is to say, we think you have this many underage users on each of your platforms, and we asked them to voluntarily put a public transparency report out to the public before December 10th, which all of them declined to do. So I think Senator Raja asked one of the platforms about what was the denominator. If you've removed 750,000 reports, what is the quantum?
What's left?
Yeah, what's left? And we will later talk about the 4.7 million in camera. But in some ways, that was a snapshot in time. That was what we asked them to do initially. As you've identified, the under 16s on your account within the first 2 days, tell us what those numbers are. But what we're seeing, obviously within the first 3 months, is that they're failing to prevent the creation and recreation of accounts. And as we have identified in our compliance reports and others have observed, children aren't even being asked to age verify.
Yes, I mean, I thought it was pretty telling that Meta said they'd taken off 550,000, and then, but overall it's only 750,000 since then, and it's like, well, so what have you been doing for the last 12 months, realistically? In terms of the powers that you need, I'm hearing that. I'm interested in the penalties, because it strikes me that 99 million is nothing nothing to these huge companies who we see even in the US where the fines are much, much bigger. People are still asking whether that's enough. Have you considered whether there should be penalties on executives based here in Australia as a warning shot?
Well, this is obviously a matter of policy and a matter for government, but some of these issues were definitely canvassed in the context of the Online Safety Act review. There are jurisdictions such as India and I think now the UK under certain circumstances under which local executives can be held responsible. I have a personal view on that, and that is as someone who worked for 3 different technology companies in Australia, representing the interests of Australians back to the headquarters, and that is we want the best possible people working in the subsidiaries here, and the decisions around content moderation, around age assurance, around compliance are made at the corporate headquarters. I don't know if you followed the issues in Brazil around X when there was conflict with the Supreme Court, but some of the X staff in Brazil were really left out to dry. So if you think that some of these executives really care about the local Australians, running this and are going to change their compliance stance. And I think the other thing that you would know that is important is that what Australia is doing here is setting an important precedent that they don't want to become normalized, despite the domino effect we're already starting to see. And so on one hand, we've seen executives here this week talking about what a great job they're doing complying, yet we're seeing documented evidence that they're saying in other jurisdictions and other capitals that the policy is a failure, that the regulatory guidance was unclear, we don't really know how to do this, we don't know what they want, and we're using third-party age verification tools rather than our own age inference or internal classifiers, or even our advertising targeting technologies that we know can target demographically with deadly precision. These technologies don't work and they're not getting better. So there is a playbook here that you can see, and some of the same challenges we're having that you saw today with getting answers to very basic questions through this notice powers. In some ways, this is really like relying on the accused to write their own confession. And this is why we do feel strongly that we need to be able to obtain these strategy documents. Anything that's being said about how they planned to comply or not comply with these laws is important. And I will say, if you look at Dr. Andrew Forrest's case against Meta in the US around scans, they're referring to it as a spoliation judgment, and there was destruction of documents in that particular case. We did write letters to each of the platforms to just remind them of their responsibilities and to make sure that they are certainly retaining all of that information. And obviously shredding of documents is analog, but there are certainly ways that they could delete communications, which we'd be concerned about.
Well, I must say, I understand that argument, but I thought the horse had already bolted when the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's office put the story out for these new powers on the front page of the Daily Telegraph the day before the legislation was tabled. I thought, if the documents were going to be destroyed, they were well and truly gone before the legislation hit the Parliament. But anyway, there you go.
Thank you. Senator Hens.
Thank you very much, Chair, Commissioner, and to your good afternoon. Thank you very much for your attendance. Can I firstly ask, and I have raised this question with you before, Commissioner, about your view in relation to additional powers, and previously you have declined. I've asked you about parental safety tools. We heard more compelling evidence today about the need for access to those safety tools. not just at an enterprise level. And previously when I've asked you about that, you've declined to comment, saying, look, I'm just implementing government policy.
That's not what I recall saying, Senator. I actually said I think that responsibility needs to go up and down the stack, and that's why we have the codes the coalition developed that cover device manufacturers and app stores.
Well, I'm not sure that I agree with you, because when I did raise this with you, you were not so willing to engage. But look, in any event, I guess I want to ask about the additional powers request. We understand what you requested on the 15th of May. Why do you believe that you need the powers in relation to examination, which of course are not in this bill?
Well, they aren't additional powers where the Online Safety Act is concerned, and I do want to point that out. When we first saw the draft legislation, of course, it was an amendment.
For this bill or for the original social media ban?
So the Social Media Minimum Age Bill is an amendment to the Online Safety Act, where we have a set of enforcement powers, including examination powers. We assumed that because
I was just trying to clarify.
Yes, because it was an amendment that all of the same enforcement tools we already had would be ported over into the social media bill, but because of the way it was drafted, that wasn't the case. So we are simply asking for the powers that we already have in the broader Online Safety Act, yes, to be able to obtain documents, to be able to compel age verification providers and app stores and others throughout the technology ecosystem. Examination powers would be fantastic, again, to bring it back to the court cases that we've seen in New Mexico and Los Angeles, to be able to interrogate and ask executives and engineers why they made certain decisions, to validate what we understand from their documents is really, really important for us in making our cases. Do you want to add anything?
So just look, I'm going to be as brief as I can. Sorry, just to cut to the chase here, because time is escaping us. So you weren't given those examination powers in this particular bill. So we're talking about various bills, and I was just seeking to clarify.
Yes.
There's the bill before us right now. Then, of course, there's the social media minimum age legislation. So we're now here today that this is being considered. And so would you welcome the inclusion of that examination power within this current bill?
We would. And to just echo what Ms. Vanderbroek said, we did initially ask for those as part of the suite of powers, but it was thought that it would be too timely for them to do the analysis they needed to put it into the legislation that was introduced.
And why do you believe analysis is required in relation to examination powers?
I mean, that is a process that the department, as the policy department, would undertake for any legislation, I understand. Anything further?
Are you seeking any other powers, Commissioner?
No, not beyond, as I said, the powers we already have. We want powers just so that we can execute and start enforcement proceedings.
And what particular documents would you be seeking by way of the power to obtain documents? What particular documents do you need that you're not currently able to access?
We don't have access to any documents, but go.
No. So, but what? No, I realise that. I understand the scope of your powers. Yeah. But what particular documents do you think are going to be necessary for you to commence enforcement proceedings?
Happy to provide some more information, mindful of not fully disclosing our investigative hand to the platforms in advance of us issuing those notices. But for example, and for some of the things that the Commissioner already referred to, internal decision-making documents that go to exactly what the platforms why they were choosing to take adopt particular processes, and from age assurance providers, the advice that they provided to the platforms about how to roll out their services, so that we can understand whether the platforms have adopted that advice, why they have or haven't adopted that advice, to identify whether in fact the platforms have taken reasonable steps or not.
Just in relation to those powers that you're seeking for the production of documents, there has been concerns raised about the way that particular provision, which is proposed section 63G subsection 1, has been drafted, because arguably it could apply to children. Can I suggest to you that that's inappropriate, and that at the very least this proposed provision needs to be clarified to reflect certainly the intent of the department, and also to make it clear that you, Commissioner, don't have the powers to order a 10-year-old to hand over particular documents.
I think that's very reasonable, and I would say that the Coalition-backed Online Safety Act powers, examination powers, are as broad as this, and in the 11 years of our existence, we have never compelled a child to provide information. I can't see any benefit in doing that in this case, because this is about whether or not the platforms are taking reasonable steps around their systems and processes.
So to the extent that there's a drafting issue with this particular provision, you'd welcome that to be clarified?
Sure.
Okay. Well, that is very helpful. Can I just address the concerns that have been raised by the Free Speech Union of Australia in relation to the age assurance trial? So there's been a number of concerns raised about the integrity of that trial, the technology trial, and that there were a number of errors. Are you able to respond to those concerns?
Well, the eSafety Commissioner did not conduct or oversee the technical trial. Obviously, we're following it. But what I would say, Senator, is that you, of course, know that we developed the age verification roadmap between 21 and 23. I've been working on age verification issues since 2008 in one way, shape, or form. I've been engaging with the age assurance sector since 2017, and of course, we've been engaging with the social media companies since the start of my tenure as well. We're looking at a whole range of different technical documents and research studies, including NIST. So I guess...
can I just bring you back to my question?
Sure.
Just on, I think it's page 2 of the Free Speech Union's submission, it sets out a range of concerns about that technology trial, that citations that appear to have been AI hallucinated, evidence with major design flaws, recommending systems that will allow over 40% of 10-year-olds through the age gate, recommending systems that report Indigenous youth as being in their 50s and 60s. So I'm just raising those concerns. So if you could particularly address those. And also in relation to the evaluation of the technology, the age assurance technology being investigated, you spent, and I'm quoting from this submission, you spent nearly $2 million on a study that is said to be monitoring the ban's implementation, but this study is not independent from social media companies, with its advisory board being led by Professor Jeff Hancock, whose reported track record includes conducting unethical emotional manipulation research in collaboration with Meta on unwitting users, and there's a range of other concerns as well.
Okay. There was a lot in there. Again, in terms of the age assurance trial, I think the department is responsible. They said that they engaged with ACCCS. What I would say is if you, again, go back to our regulatory guidance, that was largely written even before the age assurance technical trial was completed. And we did refer back to that as some that had been tested for efficacy, accuracy, and privacy-preserving elements. But we did not prescribe the use of any particular technology, including any of the technologies that were tested as part of the AAT. As I said, a lot of the technical knowledge that we have ascertained and grown over the years has been through a range of other means, so I'm not sure why that is an issue that is being brought to us. I'd also note that there was a stakeholder group.
I'm just saying more generally, when you look at the social media ban, age assurance and to the extent that it's the fault of the platforms or a deliberate design of the platforms, age assurance is just simply not working. Too many young under 16 Australians have social media accounts. So,
but you could argue that it's not that the technology is working, it's not that they're deploying it effectively.
Well, we don't know that, do we?
Well, this is what we're trying to get to the bottom of.
That's exactly
yes.
right. So, and look, I also just want to ask, in terms of transparency and you accessing data, there's been a recommendation that social media platforms should be required to publish their algorithm, their source codes and other documents like policies and procedures, including their user testing and all of the tests that they do. Would you welcome the requirement on social media platforms for them to publish that sort of information?
I mean, again, I think that is a question for government.
But come on, you're the independent.
Well, what I would say is that would be tantamount to their trade secrets, and I think we need to think about how algorithmic assurance and auditing would need to happen in a way that was transparent enough, so we know that how it's being used, but without. As Chanel Conto said, totally undermining their secret sauce. You would understand that algorithms are updated by algorithms, every second. So we would need to think about what the proper policy construct is, but also the tools that any regulator had to be able to engage in that algorithmic auditing and assurance, not only in terms of technical tools, but access to data scientists and specialists in AI and algorithms.
But Commissioner, can I just raise with you that X Corp has published, at least in part, I understand, their algorithm. So that is now publicly available. And if it is a trade secret, including that the algorithm is being used in a way to improperly or dangerously target Australians, including children, then why should we protect those trade secrets? Why shouldn't you have every transparency tool in your kit to ensure that when social media platforms are operating in this country, they are not harming children and Australians?
What I would say is the X Corp, congratulations to them for being transparent about their algorithm, but that's not key to their business model. They use a subscription model now. So if you asked Meta and Google the same question, you would probably get a very different answer. And where X is not transparent and has actually put transparency out of the hands of researchers and academics and governments is by making sure that the API, the Twitter data hose, is not available unless you have $40,000 a month to pay for it. It used to be free. So there are different kinds of transparency.
Sure, of course. Well, as I say, we've heard evidence today that the publication of the algorithm, particularly when the algorithm is being used to drive so much harm.
I think more transparency is good. How you do it will make a difference.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Can I just quickly...
We are eating into the next... so we've got a 5:30 stop on this, and I need to get to Senators Nandaraja, Payman, and then back to Senator Hanson.
All right, look, my last question is, Commissioner, we have a very important job to do as this committee in terms of oversighting the work of the government in relation to this critical issue. We did seek, and I did put many questions on notice to you after estimates. They were due back on the 17th of July. Many questions have not been answered. Which is disappointing because they go to the heart of our responsibilities to oversight legislation and bills like this before the Parliament right now. When do you plan to return those questions on notice to us?
I believe we have answered all the questions, but our process is to go through the department, and so they were still with the department. So all of those questions have been answered. So
you've submitted them to the department. Yes. Have they gone to where's the hold-up? Have they gone to the minister's office? Because I do understand that the minister can and ministers do sit on responses to questions on notice. Have they gone to the minister's office?
Not that we're aware. We'd have to take it on notice, but we have provided our answers through the process.
So it's gone to the department, and you don't know whether it's gone to the minister's office?
We wouldn't have visibility of that, no.
All right, well, a big tick to you for, Commissioner, for funneling those questions through, but we are very anxious to receive the answers So I hope that
Understand.
message is heard loud and clear.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Senator Raja.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Commissioner. You've answered most of my questions anyway, particularly in your opening statement when you talked about the materials that would be relevant to your investigation. But just from an enforcement perspective, I just want to go back to the risk presented by delaying this, the passage of this amendment. What would those risks be, especially in light of the forest ruling in the US?
We have used our current legal notice powers to the greatest of our ability, and they haven't given us what they need. I mean, we're concerned. My job is to execute and implement the laws of Parliament, and I need the right tools to do so. Do you want to further?
I think what I would say the most significant risk is that without the ability to verify what the platforms have told us through documents and potentially examinations, we are limited in being able to build the evidence that we need, either to make a decision that in fact the platforms are complying or to determine that they are not and therefore commence proceedings. And so the delay delays us being able to finalise those investigations and give certainty to government and the public about the effectiveness and the compliance of the platforms.
Have you been approached by any whistleblowers during this period while we've been debating this amendment who are concerned that the platforms might be in fact destroying evidence or destroying materials?
We are in conversation with a wide range of stakeholders, but no whistleblowers have specifically raised that concern.
Okay. And my last question, with regards to, I guess, the tempo of their action, can you give us a sense of the monthly numbers in terms of the accounts that have been taken down by these platforms, and whether you think that the tempo has been increasing, or does it reveal a pattern of them dragging the chain?
I think that the monthly numbers are difficult to form that view around because the monthly numbers are within the context of new accounts. They may be just new adult accounts. They may be new. They may be under 16s who've tried to open another account, and so it's very hard to determine that they form a pattern in and of themselves without, I would say again, further documentary evidence to understand what exactly is going on inside the platforms.
Yeah. And my last question, given that this was a generational reform, was it always likely that it would reveal areas that would need to be subsequently tightened or improved?
I recall saying on December 10th that, we're not going to, overturn 20 years of entrenchment and engineered addiction overnight, that this was going to be a major normative change. And of course, we would expect teenagers. I have 14-year-old twins, the 13 to 15-year-olds who felt that there was something being taken away from them were going to be the most creative in terms of circumventing the platform rules. And as it turns out, they didn't even have to be creative because they weren't even asked. But what I did say then is that we are playing the long game because cultural change takes time. And let me go back to the evaluation, the first wave after 3 months that we announced, 20% decrease in under 16s holding and having accounts. That is significant. I don't know if you listened to Casey Newton on Hard Fork, but when he was talking about the social media ban, he was pointing out that when the U.S. mandated seatbelts, compliance was reportedly around 15%. And his point wasn't that seatbelt laws had failed, but that a profound change in behavior does not happen overnight. And I think Australia even makes a stronger historical lesson if you look at Victorian seatbelt laws, which I believe were the first in 1970. It took 19 years for driver wearing rates to reach 95%, and 23 years for all occupant wearing to reach 95%. And as we know, when we look historically, I don't think it's going to take that long. It will take a few years for, the 9 and 10 and 11 and 12-year-olds to, they're being told by their parents now that 16 is the age, and they won't need to circumvent anything. But it took the systemic approach of constant education campaigns, making sure that the car manufacturers were doing the right things, not just embedding the seat belts, but innovating and including all of these life-saving technologies, which is why in our regulatory guidance we said constant innovation and improvement has to be part of this. But the behavior change piece is going to take some time. I guess the last thing I would say is there seems to be a lot of speculation about evidence that children are going to much darker areas of the web. We are following this through market intelligence, and a couple of interesting things. As you would expect, because there are exclusions for messaging and gaming platforms, we're seeing more kids going there. But where we have seen kids going to other social media platforms, whether it's Big O Live or Blue Sky or CapCut, it's very short-lived, and it's often not actual usage, it's downloads, and that's because of that collective action piece. If their peers aren't there, and that actually just shows you how well the mainstream social media platforms have entrenched this group of 8 to 15-year-olds. This is why they're dying to get back on there, because their friends were and are there. Yeah. That's starting to dissipate, but we are seeing change, but we need to be patient. This will take a little bit of time, and I expect once active enforcement starts, as we saw with seatbelts, once that active enforcement starts, that's when the behaviour really starts to change.
Thank you. Let's hope the Parliament strengthens your arm. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to note that a report in News Corp about this committee has referred me to as a Green senator, so I just want to put on the record, and hopefully the authors can correct that. Thank you, Commissioner, for
not every day we gain one.
Just so that there's no mistakes out there. Nothing's happened over the break. Thank you, Commissioner, for being for appearing before the committee. It's interesting you mention young people being, thrown into the dark parts of the internet. In June, the West Australian reported Australian teens booted off social media are migrating to WhatsApp, where they are being exposed to unregulated, explicit and violent content. Chat threads populated by hundreds of users understood to be Australian teens are surging in popularity, giving kids an unmonitored place for discussions about relationships, self-harm, and the sharing of personal details. There was Principals Federation of WA President Kaya Graves said members had reported their students being exposed to violent and pornographic images on WhatsApp group chats, and warned there was no guarantee users on the other end were indeed children themselves. Is this an intended outcome of the social media ban, Commissioner?
Of course it's not an intended outcome, and what I would note is that messaging platforms like WhatsApp are under the both the unlawful material codes and the age-restricted material codes. So if illegal or harmful content is being shared with under 18s, then they could be subject to penalties under that particular regime. We haven't seen any particular reports around that I am aware of, and so we can't read every media piece, but we do engage with 70 different education bodies on a quarterly and sometimes more often basis through our National Online Safety Education Council. So I would encourage those educational bodies to report to us if they're seeing harmful or illegal content. Because we do have remedies under the codes and standards, but also under our complaint schemes.
But just taking this report from the West Australian, would you agree that this is a negative outcome of the social media ban?
Well, I would say it was a feature, not a bug, of the legislation. they excluded messaging and gaming platforms. I mean, we've said the same thing about gaming platforms such as Roblox, where we've we've been undertaking an investigation for more than 18 months. We have other tools to look at harmful content and conduct. This is an age restriction bill, and I think a key intention of the exclusion was that government, and I assume Parliament, didn't want to cut off the digital lifelines of young people. They wanted them still to be able to connect and communicate and explore. Again, I take this to the duty of care. If there's a broader duty of care, we're putting the onus back on the platforms to make all of these services and platforms safer by design.
Yep, no, I totally agree. But at the same time, it's important that we protect them from being exposed from violent and, harmful content. Because in Project Rocket's submission to the inquiry, they note the story of a young person who, now that they no longer have access to an account for YouTube, they're being served an increased amount of content about self-harm and suicide. I'm curious to understand if eSafety or the longitudinal study team has conducted any research into increased harm caused by the social media ban?
Absolutely, that is what the evaluation is looking at. But again, I would say, and you heard from Ms. Lord from Google and YouTube, that that kind of content shouldn't be served even in a logged out state. And again, the codes apply there, specifically the age-restricted media codes, where suicidal ideation and self-harm should not and cannot be served by any of the services covered by those codes, including YouTube, in a logged out state.
And I might just add, the study is intentionally looking at unintended consequences and the impact and exposure to online harm as well, so that is part of the study.
Okay, yep. Keen to learn about the findings once it's done. What's being done to address this particular effect, this perverse effect that the social media ban has had? Obviously, it's wide-ranging, but what would you say needs to be done to avoid these unintended perverse consequences?
I mean, we've just released the first wave of the evaluation. I wouldn't say there were perverse consequences, but we did note some around parental engagement with young people. And I think, as Wayne Holdsworth very powerfully said today, education and awareness is part of that. If you have been on our social media age restriction hub, we've got tons of tools for parents about how to keep them safer online. We're developing digital and algorithmic literacy for educators to use in the school, webinars for parents, teachers, and young people themselves. Mm-hmm. So we need a combination of prevention, protective, and this proactive and systemic change through things like safety by design and digital duty of care. No singular intervention is going to solve all of these challenges. And so we see this as just one tool aimed at doing a specific thing. Again, we are trying to gather an evidence base with this evaluation. Do you want to add anything about what we saw in Wave 1?
I think you've covered it. I mean, really what we saw fundamentally is 50% of the cohort weren't asked to age ashore. So fundamentally, 80% of that cohort is still using social media. So I think that's some of the early findings, that it is too early to tell. But we are definitely monitoring that and would be aware to respond early.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And just finally, to what extent was eSafety aware before legislating the social media ban that this ban could perhaps push young people into less regulated and more unsafe spaces online?
Well, again, that was something that we raised as a potential consequence, which is why we are looking at unintended consequences. But in our analysis, using market intelligence tools, watching migration data, and through this evaluation, for instance, we're not seeing evidence of younger people, gravitating towards the dark web. We see more kids using gaming platforms like Roblox and more messaging and group texting because they want to be in touch and they want to continue communicating with their peers.
And just on that, Senator Payman, just to be clear, those services are regulated under the codes and standards, and I think, as the Commissioner said, the issues that you've raised there potentially do raise compliance issues in relation to compliance with both our age-restricted and unlawful material codes and standards, so we would welcome more information to be able to investigate those.
Okay, we'll definitely get back to those people and suggest that they report it formally if they haven't already. But thank you so much, Commissioner. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, and congratulations on becoming a mum.
Thank you. Yeah. It's been 12 weeks so far, so happy days.
Wow. How's your sleep?
No, very sleep deprived. Concealer's been my best friend. So
yes, well, you can see why sleep deprivation is a form of torture. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've just got two more sets of questions very briefly from Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Just on the question of penalties and whether they're appropriate, Ms Grant, is there any work being done or is there any examples of where the penalty for against social media companies like this is more a percentage of their revenue as opposed to a arbitrary 99 million?
Yeah, and I'm not sure that it's arbitrary. I think it is meant to align with other digital regulators here in Australia.
Sorry, I mean, yes, I realise it's connected in that way, but it's still 99 million for what purpose, I guess is my point, as opposed to reflecting either the crime or the power that these companies actually have.
Well, certainly I think that the digital benchmark is probably the Digital Services Act in Europe, but also the Online Safety Act in the UK. Their penalties, the quantums are much higher in terms of a percentage of overall revenue. But the other thing it's interesting to note is reputation and precedent are big concerns of the companies too. So, in some ways, even 5% of global revenue may be a drop in the ocean, and I'm not sure that they've actually ever been made to pay any of those penalties. They end up in court and tied up and challenged, very much as we've experienced here. But I think the companies are more interested in one of the things that was interesting, an observation was that the companies seem more interested in going from capital to capital once this legislation was passed to say why it was a bad idea or why it wasn't going to work than actually getting to work to make sure that they were updating their classifiers and age inference tools or using their third-party tools and getting them in place. They did have a year to do that.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I just want to address the government's campaign in relation to a delay of this bill, and clearly we sent this to a Senate inquiry because we have a number of concerns that the bill is not tough enough in some respects. There are also some defects, and then of course we now find out that you in fact sought additional powers. But in relation to this matter, Commissioner, why did it take more than 6 months after the passing of the social media ban for you to request these additional powers?
I mean, I would say that we were continuing to provide compliance reports, and we wanted to use the tools that we had to the greatest ability and see whether or not we could get what we needed through the legally enforceable notices that we had. And in all reality, it's been more difficult to get the information that we need just by asking them questions. But when you think about the construction, in some ways, you're asking the regulated entities to give us enough information to hang themselves with their own rope.
But you recognised, in the context of the Online Safety Act, that this is the one part of the Online Safety Act which did not have these powers, and that was recognised well before the social media ban was passed. I'm just flagging I mean, the Parliament's got a very important job to do. I am concerned that you are raising issues about delay in a manner which would otherwise deprive our committee from scrutinising this bill. We've already had the concession from you that there's one part of the amendment that needs to be corrected because of a drafting issue. And so I would just ask and reiterate, if you were aware that these powers were not present in relation to the social media ban, shouldn't you have acted quickly to request these additional powers from the government?
Well, there are specific requirements in the legislation to provide formal safety advice. And that was tabled in late June, and that was when we recommended that certain platforms not be specifically excluded. We asked for things like a harms-based lens, and the minister did make some rules based on those recommendations. And I do think we touched on enforcement in that context.
You made the request on the 15th of May for these additional powers, and we've had that evidence from the department.
We wrote
so
a formal...
I don't want to suggest that you don't have the ability at any time to seek from the department and the minister any additional powers. Yeah. So I guess the question I've got, if you're concerned about delay, shouldn't have you acted much more quickly asking the government for these powers?
One, I don't think there was a delay. I think there was no way we should ask for new powers if we hadn't exhausted the tools that we were being given in the first place. That would be precisely what the government would say to us. Well, show us why these tools aren't working. So the timing is the timing. I'm pleased that the government acted. I hope the Parliament does the same. Is there anything you'd like to add?
No.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for your evidence today. You have taken questions on notice, so if you would please provide the answers to the Secretariat by no later than 19 August 2026. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who have appeared, to Hansard, to Broadcasting for their assistance, and the Secretariat, as well as to my colleagues. The committee stands adjourned.
Thank you.